Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. My name is Matthew Fish-Stewart. Joining me for tonight's broadcast is Indiana Frosco and back. How is it to be back on the desk today, Indiana?
I feel like I never really left. I actually just slept underneath the desk, and here I am back again.
Oh, welcome back. We've got one more game to take before we hand it on over to Atlas and Rusty. But for now, we're going to break down what the games we played yesterday before we head into tonight's matchups. First up, let's take a look at the matches we had. It was OMG taking on RNG, followed by Vici taking on IMA, and finally Team WE took on LGD. You know, these were very interesting series and a very long, drawn-out day of the LPL. But let's start off with OMG and RNG. You know, OMG still looking rather disappointing, and RNG still smashing through the competition right now.
I mean, effectively, it was just another day in the office for RNG, really putting OMG in their place. They did make their substitution between their mid laner, Cool, and Icon. And even though Icon's Emperor's Divide did eventually cost them the game, he also had a a lot of really nice plays on his Azir, and so I would like to see OMG continue to experiment in their mid lane substitution rather than their jungle substitution, because I think that's the direction that they need to be going.
Yep.
In the end, though, like I said, RNG, just another day in the office, picking it up, putting it away, still looking great.
And you know, they're already a really great team before they headed into MSI and while they're at MSI as well, but picking up Uzi into their lineup has really solidified their world-class talent, world-class roster, I should say.
I mean, no one's ever going to disagree that Uzi is an upgrade over Wushin, their previous AD carry. The fact that we have Name, Wushin, and Uzi all sitting on the same roster is pretty incredible, but also really unfortunate for a lot of those other teams that don't get to utilize talent like that. I will say that Uzi really hasn't changed the dynamic of RNG. I mean, a lot of people continue to say that, oh, you know, if Uzi's on a team, it means that the team can only play around the bottom lane or it limits their options, when I think Uzi disproved everyone when he was playing for OMG in 2015 that he's matured as a player. He's a completely different player. He can play a PvE style. He can play a PvP style. It can be all about him, or he can play to a team identity, you know, picking up more utility-based AD carries like the Sivir, like the Ashe. That said, it is just another threat and arsenal and tool for RNG to use on their warpath to the top.
And you know, speaking of OMG, they still had a very disappointing game there against RNG and a very disappointing start to the season too. Despite, you know, changing around the mid lane, putting Icon there instead of Cool, they still haven't found their footing in the summer split of the LPL just yet.
Oh, I think it's because they started with moving things around into the jungle. Again, if you look at OMG and Team WE, you have two organizations that are historically dynasties in the LPL, but they've been rebuilding, rebranding. Team WE, a much more successful rebuild as they've kind of established themselves in the elite part of the LPL, whereas OMG still really fumbling. They rebuilt around their all-star mid laner Cool, but I think that their philosophy in investing in young Chinese talent and developing it, because OMG are the last all-Chinese team left in the LPL, I think they need to go that direction. You know, give Icon a little bit more time to shine. I know that they like Cool because of his veteran status and shot calling on the Rift, but the team just looks like a different animal and a different beast when Icon is there.
Well, we'll have to see how OMG continue to play throughout the rest of the summer split here. The second match that we saw yesterday was Vici taking on Iman, a very phenomenal performance coming up from Chen P to take down the Iman lineup.
This was probably the most important lineup of yesterday, Vici versus Ime, and yeah, it was a Vici Gaming victory in the end, but it was really important kind of determining who was going to be in that fine line of who's actually in the top part of the LPL and who's in the bottom of the LPL. Vici looked really good, not because Dandy and EasyHoon stepped up. We expect that of them. Like you said, their AD carry also stepped up on a Twitch performance, but more so Vici won with champions in a way that usually they wouldn't win with. Dandy taking a more control-oriented jungler instead of having to be that carry. So good news for Vici fans. Their team's starting to diversify a bit, which means that they just become that much more of a threat.
And we still see Vici play around with their AD carries a little bit. Endless was in game number 1. Shen played in games number 2 and 3, which were victories coming for Vici. And on the other side of the rift, it was Ime. They looked a little bit exposed playing that matchup against Vici.
Yeah, we were kind of really curious where Ime would stack up. Of course, we have Game Talents, kind of the other, you know, baby team, if you will, kind of coming out of the promotion series alongside
Ime, Saint.
There we go.
OMG.
Saint's the other one. Saint, Ime, and
Game Talents.
Game Talents. They've all changed their name. I'm like, Energy Pacemaker, Hyper Youth Gaming, and EDE. No, it's no longer them. But the issue is that Ime lost in their decision making. You could see that they wanted to do stuff, that they wanted to be proactive. Amazing J and Road, in particular, the support and the top laner, trying to make plays happen, but not identifying the best places on the map to make that happen. Road was continuously caught out, collapsing a lot of their plays. Amazing J was really punished and overextending in little skirmishes that would give away free leads into the top lane. And so it was just an issue of development and like cohesion and synergy. You can just see that it's, you know, give Ime time. They have a really talented roster and their mechanics, they can reach really high for a skill ceiling, but they need to consistently hit that through decision making, and that's what was punished against Vici Gaming.
Well, although they were punished against Vici, they still didn't go down without a fight, taking game 1 against the lineup before dropping the next 2. The final game that we saw that night was Team WE taking on LGD, and this was a very long drawn-out match and a very long drawn-out series, which we can expect from a Team WE game now. But they tested their luck quite a bit against LGD in that best of 3.
Team WE are kind of like a one-punch team. They'll always take you late game because they have so much confidence that all they need is one hit to take you down, and you will stay down. They know that they're going to make the better choice here. Against LGD, though, LGD are stylistically like perfect for that, because if you take them late, it allows people like Marin, like Imp, to get 6 items and to prove why they won the World Championship.
And Imp was playing phenomenally in the game, but unfortunately it was Team W that picked up the win 2-1. As we take a look at the KDA rankings really quickly, that has been progressing through week 2 and now day number 4 of the LPL here. So we take a look at the top lane. Mouse is still sitting on top for EDG. He's going to be playing in that first match for today as well, looking to try and improve that KDA ranking with 957 and Long just behind him.
But yeah, the KDA rankings, if you just look to your left and look at the team icons, it's a pretty easy way to determine who are the top teams or top performing teams in the LPL right now. Specifically this one, EDG, WE, and RNG, probably the top 3. I would still say that RNG, until they're tested by EDG in the cross-conference group stage, get to retain their title of best team in the LPL still.
And there's no surprise, Kulov still holding the KDA ranking for the jungler right up top with 14.2. That's not a big surprise. He was about 15, 16 throughout the entire spring split. So he's keeping that ranking nice and high there. As mid lane, Athena and Baimi, the 2 mid laners, rotating mid laners with the side of Aimee, have been doing pretty well.
Athena did come into this yesterday with a 22 KDA. Obviously, he'd played far fewer games than any other mid lane he's competing with. But Aimee's loss to Vici really kind of took that down a notch, which is why he's now more in line with the rest of them.
No surprise, we do see Uzi up at the top of the KDA rankings for AD carry, 7.8 at the moment. He's been playing pretty well for RNG with Death, Pentacube, Mystic, and Endless all ranking up top as well.
The guy that I want to point out is Mystic. Yeah, Imp's not on that lineup, but you're still competing across the likes of Deft and Uzi. And Mystic is really starting to catch up to those guys and start being part of that conversation when you talk about all-star AD carries in LPL.
And then we have Savoki, resident of the support AD carry, support KDA ranking list. He's been performing pretty well so far. As you take a look at the MVP ranking as well, Mystic from Team WE, he's picked up 4 MVPs for his team so far, with Republic, MLXG sitting just behind him, Athena with 2, and a couple of other people with 1 here and there for the rest of the teams.
I just want to emphasize again, Mystic is playing so well. He played phenomenally well last night, including getting the better of Imp a couple of times, and Imp was really on form as well, so it was just a joy to watch these 2 AD carry giants clash.
That's kind of where we left it off as well. Team W taking on LGD. Imp, he looked phenomenal for LGD, and he has time and time again, but the rest of the team just not living up to that performance that Imp put out against Team WE.
Yeah, I mean, we made the joke that they're not paying Imp enough for how much he's doing for that team. He's effectively doing the roles of 3 members. Punished isn't... I know some people internally are a little bit hard on Punished in terms of like internal in this office, but I'm actually quite a fan of Punish. I think he's strong. I think he has a lot of potential there. The bigger issues are the support and the jungle role for LGD. They need to get that worked out in you and Amy before they can start to make a rise to the top again.
Well, as we have a look at the standings here, Group A will be Game Talents at the top. The surprise victors in this group so far is Edward Gaming, just sitting right behind them with 2 wins, playing the first match of today as well. Invictus Gaming just behind them with a single win and a loss, whereas Newbie, they picked up a win and 2 losses, whereas Saint and Snake have yet to put a point onto the scoreboard.
And we will get to see Saint play tonight. Of course, our first match will be them facing across from Edward Gaming. And this match is pretty much a statement match, if we're going to be honest, for EDG. I mean, the expectation is that if EDG don't smash this, it's bad news bears for them. So it's kind of like between a rock and a hard place. If you don't just absolutely crush Saint, everyone's going to be questioning you, and then if you lose, it's even worse.
Well, we can break that down in just a bit as we take a look at Group B's standings. RNG sitting at the top with Team W just behind them with a single loss to RNG in their first match of this split. Vici and Aimee just behind them with a 2 wins, 1 loss, and 2 wins, 2 losses, whereas LGD and OMG have dropped 3 games this split so far. As we take a look at today's matches, it's going to be that first match you mentioned, Frostgrid, EDG taking on Saint in game number 1, followed by IG taking on Game Talents in game number 2.
And yeah, that's also going to be an incredibly important match. Game Talents, the kind of the surprise to the LPL. No one expected the remains of Energy Pacemaker and Masters 3 to be as successful as they have been, but they're definitely on the upswing, and see if they can beat IG or at least put them to the test, because IG have also been looking very good.
Big match for Invictus Gaming as well. They would like to prove that they are one of the top teams in the LPL, and that's a good match to do it on. Whereas Newbie taking on Snake in the final match of today. This is a very clash of similar styles coming from these 2 teams.
It's pretty much the idea that Snake should have been everything that Newbie are, that they came in, like, Newbie and Snake came into the LPL at very similar timelines. Obviously, Newbie was known as Chao Gu then, and it was this idea of like the LSPL rivalry of these two big team fighting teams, and one of them has fallen off, and the other one has risen to the occasion.
Well, let's dive straight into the first match of today. It's going to be EDG taking on Saint. If you take a look at the profiles for EDG, Mouse going to be up in the top lane with Cluelove, the star jungler in the jungle for EDG, as Scout takes to the mid lane. Deft and Mako will be the support and AD carry roaming around in the bottom lane.
Yeah, still no Koro on that roster, so it will continue to be Mouse. He's actually done a great job taking over for the top laner. He doesn't have that same split push or carry-oriented style that Koro does have the diversity to pull off, but he's shown a lot of different champion styles and is making it work for EDG in their 5v5s.
Cluelove still the star player of the team so far. Great with his KDA, always impacting the map and always making sure EDG have a clear path to victory in all of their matches.
Even in EDG's single loss so far, because they are technically 4-1 in terms of 4 wins, 1 loss, his Evelynn, I think, was something ridiculous, like 10-1. So even in defeat, Cluelove is looking great. But it's this idea that looking great isn't enough for EDG anymore. They're technically slumping. They lost the last 2 LPL titles at the very end and then also lost the ability to represent at MSI. And for such a prestigious organization, probably the most dominant that the LPL has ever created, EDG are in this scenario where they're effectively chasing perfection, and they can no longer just go in and waffle games. Like this game, they have to crush it. They have to stomp it, or people are going to be scratching their heads.
And the team they're going to be wanting to try and dominate in this best of 3 series, the first match of the LPL, is going to be Saint. If you take a look at their lineup very quickly, it is going to be Acorn up in the top lane. No more Chimin in the jungle. Instead, it's going to be Captain, whereas Snoopy will be playing in the mid lane. STYZ and Shield will be the bottom lane duo, as we have Chimin as the substitute this time around, and Otto being a substitute coming into game number 1.
I know you're a big fan of Captain, or excuse me, of Chimin, and you were kind of curious of where he had been. I'm more so scratching my head over Snoopy. I think it is very clear and very easy to say that Otto is the superior mid lane in terms of performance to Snoopy. I'm glad that they finally upgraded STYZ over XQ, because I think STYZ is a phenomenal player. He's been getting target bans. He got his Caitlyn one time in the game against Invictus Gaming and made them pay for it. So I like the direction the team's going there, but they need to sort out their mid lane. I don't think Snoopy is the answer. Otto played great against Rookie.
And you know, you did mention I'm a very big fan of Chimin in the jungle from formerly HOG, now Saint, but to be honest, Captain played pretty well in that jungle position for the lineup, especially in those matches against Invictus Gaming, and that is a big question coming from Saint here, because we've talked about them being one of those comeback teams, a team that does very well when they can fight from behind and in those like 5% chances where they can come back in games. We saw it against Invictus Gaming. It's still a struggle for them to close out, but they haven't really hit their skill potential so far in the split of the LPL.
It's this idea that if you look across so much of the talent on that roster, Otto, STYZ, like their careers were hyped up to be amazing, that they could reach like all of this greatness, you know, maybe contest people like Wei Xiao or Zutai when he was a mid laner, and kind of develop into LPL dynasties. And unfortunately, they never peaked to that ceiling. They never reached it. They were either relegated or benched or moved into LSPL, and they kind of faded away, and now have come back into this, like you said, this comeback or this revenge team in tandem with Acorn. So the theory of if they play to the expectations that were there, could be amazing for this team. But so far, it just pretty much looks like a new roster trying to figure out their synergy together and not quite getting it cohesively. And now they're facing across from probably one of the best teams that they'll ever face.
Well, they're placing off against EDG. It's a mountain decline for this Saint lineup, but let's see if they can throw any curveballs at one of the strongest teams in the LPL in game number 1 of this best of 3 series. Champion Select has already gone underway. The bans have been completed for the 2 sides. It's going to be Azir, Nidalee, and Rek'Sai being taken away by EDG, whereas Trundle, Maokai, and Fizz being taken away by Saint, which means we are going to see Kindred and Rise both being left up in this game.
Yeah, I do want to take a moment to point out Rapid Star, the drafter for EDG, still with the team. You can see them in the camera behind him. Obviously, we're now looking at Saint, but when it looks back at EDG, EDG had a really rough draft phase kind of last split. I think it cost them a couple of games, particularly in the final against RNG. Was pretty questionable. Seems to have shored up a bit. And obviously, they have some plan for this Saint second rotation Rise Swain.
Rise Swain, 2 incredibly strong champions that we see constantly first picked in the LPL as well. Going to be given over with this interesting ban phase coming through for the team. 3 top lane / 1 support bans coming out from Saint. There's a lot of target bans towards the jungle coming out from EDG in this match so far.
Yeah. So with Swain, we've talked about how you need to have a lot of pressure on the map underneath him, simply because Swain makes the most out of his power when he's able to be pushed forward and punish you underneath tower with his 2 damage over time abilities, the Torment and the, Decrepify, this Laser Bird. Whereas Ryze, typically has kind of a rough early lane phase depending on the matchups that he gets, particularly against someone like Azir. See if Victor can maybe apply a bit more pressure.
He's one of the other S2 control mages that we see very popular in competitive play at the moment, besides Azir. It's going to be locked in for the side of EDG.
I think this was a mistake.
And they're going to take Karma as well, their support champion for the match.
So the issue that I have right now is, yes, you have Karma, so you have a lot of mobility, but I think Sivir is so key right now for Saint. I know that STYZ has a preference to go for his Caitlyn. He's a legacy Caitlyn player. But Sivir assists Ryze and Swain out so much because what they're lacking is the ability to get into a team fight. Unless Ryze has Flash, it's pretty much you're relying on hard CC coming from other avenues. And unfortunately, with a Swain top laner, you don't have that unless you hit the Never move. So Sivir would really help this out.
For now, though, they're going to lock in Lee Sin as their jungler of choice as they still wait to select their AD carry, it seems, looking for their bottom lane duo to round out their team composition. Usually, we see a lot of last picks coming in for STYZ from the lineup, but instead this time round, they're going to lock it in first. Leave this support as the final pick, as Lucian is going to be the pickup coming in for Saint.
Still gets a priority champion for him. Again, we've seen in the past in Victus Gaming, target banning 2 AD carries at Saint to try to keep STYZ down. He had quite a reputation following him around when he formerly played for LGD. Unfortunately, was benched from the team and never got to complete his destiny. Now back, can he do it?
We'll have to see if he can against EDG. This is a tough matchup. We've harped on it time and time again, but it's an absolute mountain to climb for Saint to coming into this game. We'll have to see what EDG decide to round up their already powerful team comp with.
Other side, though, I mean, Saint don't really have a lot of expectations here.
Yep.
I mean, they're facing against the best team that the LPL has ever created. No one really expects them to win here. They haven't shown well in their first initial weeks in the LPL.
And we talked about this a little bit, how it's kind of a lose-lose matchup for EDG. If they lose the game, that's terrible. If they win the game, it's not all that great for them. They have to actually dominate in order to pick up what is conceived as a victory for the lineup. As you take a look at EDG's lineup quickly, Ezreal and Echo are going to be their 2 final pickups coming into game number 1.
And this is the thing about Mouse. So Mouse has played Fizz, Echo, Maokai, Trundle, I mean a whole barrage of top laners, but he plays them in the exact same style. So even though these are very different champions in terms of one could be a carry, split pushing, your flanking tank, he plays as a secondary support. Which I find very interesting, and I'm waiting to see if a top laner will be able to really punish that against EDG. And Acorn's actually playing in form. He played a very nice Fizz against IG, so see how he does with this Swain pick into the Echo.
Swain is already a very dominating top laner, so we have to see what he can do in this matchup, with Thresh being the final pickup coming in for Saint. So they're going to round out their bottom lane with the Lucian Thresh lore lane, a very strong bottom lane combo ever since these 2 champions have been released into competitive League of Legends play.
Did you just call them a lore lane?
It is the lore lane.
The wife steal lane?
The wife steal, as Atlas likes to call it.
I've never heard someone... Excellent, thank you. The thing that I want to point out is the bridging of power that Saint have on their roster. So they have a very strong 2v2 with the Lucian, with the wife steal bot lane, like you were saying. But it's about this Lee Sin. I'm curious if Captain is just going to power farm to level 6 and then try to rock up into a lane with his ultimate power spike, or if he's going to try to have really early pressure and get this Swain snowballed ahead.
Well, let's see what Saint can do against EDG in game number 1 of this best of 3 series. We're going to go straight onto Summoner's Rift. And we have loaded on to Summoners Rift for game number 1 between EDG and Saint here of day 4, week number 2 of the LPL. And all the champions going to be running straight onto the Rift, probably going to be fanning out, scouting for vision right as we start this game.
So the question will be where these two junglers strike first. Now we have Captain on one side on the Lee Sin. Clearlove did get his Kindred. We've talked about Clearlove's KDA at length. It's currently sitting at 14.2, so this guy is starting to be a monster. So you can see the keystones available on your screen. Now, EDG have a priority over their bottom lane. They've changed out their two solo laners, Pawn for Scout, Koro for Mouse, and the identity of the team has actually retained. So it just goes to further prove that this team is Clearlove, Deft, and Mako at its core. And then their solo laners can effectively be whoever you want and do whatever you want. That said, Ezreal and Karma versus Lucian and Thresh, like Kindred to gank that lane, yes, there's kill potential there, but it's not as cut and dry as trying to save the Echo against the Swain and making sure that Swain can't just get to his big, beefy, tanky form. So I'm curious if EDG are going to put aside their priority of the bot lane to try to help Echo out early, or if it's going to be another same old tank Mouse and just continue to pressure bot.
Well, we'll have to see where these two junglers send their focus to this early into the game, as we are going to see standard lanes here. AD carry supports head down into the bottom lane. This is very cheeky. Coming in from EDG. Saints opting to try and take down the Grump camp at level 1. Whereas EDG just camping inside of the bush here right off the bat, trying to get the jump onto these two champions as they move into lane. They're not going to be suspecting this. Mako and Dev biding their time, jumping straight on top of them. They're actually going to miss the Q coming out from Karma. And Saint, they're going to hit level 2 first. Lucian going to try and fight back, but Thresh, he's already been ignited. Mako looking to try and put some damage down. Lucian getting taken down really low. A few more auto attacks, pokes them out of lane. EDG sneaking their way into lane at level 1.
Kind of a cute play right there, obviously being really forward. You are correct that the big issue, though, is that Karma's Mantra-empowered Q didn't connect. I think she just tagged STOAZ on the very back half of it. But it does force them out of lane, which means that the experience advantage gained by doing Gromp on STYZ's Lucian is pretty much null and void because they're going to miss a... Oh, nope, they've stayed around.
Still going to
be punished, though, because their pots have been eaten up. So they are at EDG's mercy. So Ezreal, Karma, and complete control. And meanwhile, Clearlove typically likes to shadow underneath his bot lane when they're pressured forward anyway, but he also picks up a mark on the Scuttle Crab.
On top of that, he's going to be able to take the blue buff away from Saint's captain, who's making his way towards the top lane. No ward to be put down just yet, so Mouse has to be a little bit careful of this Lee Sin. But he's going to be able to back away, and Lee Sin's might lose his blue buff, it seems. Nope, Kindred just heads back in towards his jungle.
Really good awareness and heads-up play from Mouse, though, not to give any sort of counterplay option to Saint, and making a very early back here. But we asked the question, would Clearlove continue to favor and nurse his bot lane? Obviously, he hasn't ganked it, but there's a lot of control already put down for Deft and Mako here.
We can already see Deft and Mako dominating this bottom lane, constantly poking towards STYZ and Sew. All of their potions have been used up. Mako still has a couple of his. And Deft not in any danger at full health with the Doran's Blade constantly providing some lifesteal. As Clearlove, he's going to be able to take away his own red buff.
Eventually the back was forced out of STYZ right there, which again, it goes back to the fact that they don't have any of the potions. It will mean that he has an item buy initially, although it's going to be answered by Deft and Mako right now. I expect Ezreal will go into the tier, so technically still battle advantage to STYZ. But we'll see how this evens out. So far, that initial level 1 play has gained him about a 10 CS lead or about a wave lead.
You have to look at what battle advantage STYZ is going to get coming into the lane. It's just a longsword up against the tier, so not going to be that difficult for Deft to continue going toe-to-toe in this lane, with Karma helping him out left, right, and center. As we take a look towards the mid lane for the first time this match, Scout playing rather aggressive. He's actually going to push towards his turret, but Snoopy, he's going to get jumped on by Clearlove. Flashes aggressively forward, looking for it. Going to get the bite down. A couple more auto attacks would be able to take Snoopy down. Red buff is going to tick, but it's not going to be enough. Clearlove almost picking up that kill.
Yeah, really nice route for Snoopy to save his life, and a bit of a miscommunication between Scout and Clearlove, as now Mako finds Captain.
It took him quite some time there. Captain was waiting for him inside of the brush, but Jude just lets him walk around for a little bit. Doesn't manage to hit the Q, and Mako's able to run out of the pit. Seal now. We're going to see if he can get the hook down onto Mako. Completely whiffs that one. But Saint being a little bit proactive, looking to try and find picks inside of EDG's jungle.
Yeah, that was a very cute play, knowing that Mako would have to return to the lane and trying to set up a cheeky death sentence over the Dragon Wall. So good heads up by Mako to dodge it, but again, it just speaks to this veteran experience that a lot of individual players on Saints roster have. It's now just making sure that we can get all that experience moving in the same direction.
No surprise at the moment, EDG currently lead in terms of CS compared to Saint. Bottom lane is a huge deficit with a massive wave pushing towards Def's turret. He's going to be able to farm up a Storm against STYZ. Top lane actually relative even as we check in with Mouse and Acorn up there. Swain, normally we see dominate this matchup, is in fact going almost toe-to-toe against this Echo.
It's because Swain isn't posturing to be dominant in the matchup. Again, to do so, Swain has to push you forward and get you underneath your tower, because what he does is he lays down his Laser Bird and his Torment while you're trying to CS under tower and then just walks away. And you have to choose between taking the AO or the damage over time in that AoE Laser Bird or taking your creeps.
And we see as well Clearlove doing what Clearlove does best, which is outfarm his opposition's jungle.
Quickly motioning at the top lane, should be noted that Mouse used the Echo relocation, so using his ultimate to reposition himself back up into the top lane and get a cheeky back in, which means that he won't have to expend his teleport. So there is an opportunity where EDG could force Acorn back, get a TP advantage, and try to use that elsewhere on the map. But so far, Clearlove's still playing to bot side.
Still trying to focus as much towards the bottom side of this river as possible as Captain. He's going to get spotted out by this ward, trying to take down the pink ward of EDG. Clearlove going to try and jump towards the Lee Sin and get some damage down, but the Dark Passage coming out from Seal will take Captain to safety as he moves back towards the bottom lane. Clearlove also clearing out a couple wards in the bottom lane river. As look at this, that's very aggressive coming in for Snoopy. They're trying to get the jump onto Scout, puts the gravity field down, will lock down the rise for a short amount of time.
Snoopy still doing fine in this lane, hasn't been punished for his lack of flash, although as I say that, Clearlove.
He's going to look for it as the exhaust actually comes down from Scout. Chaos Storm gets put on top of the rise as well, and First Blood goes on over towards Scout.
And what we were talking about is the fact that this flash had already been burned previously by a Clearlove gank with red buff, so Clearlove making sure that he follows up before the cooldown is up and available.
And a good start overall coming from EDG. All their lanes doing pretty well this early into the game. In fact, Saint just looked like they're trying to slow down the bleeding coming from this laning phase so far. Captain hasn't been able to have any impact in this game just yet, unlike Clearlove, who's been all over the shop at the moment.
Yep, Saint have just been really reactive to a lot of EDG's plays. Again, little plays like that Dragon setup, trying to find their ways back into it. Clearlove's done a great job. He's actually controlled both Rift Scuttlers. The only bright spot for Saint right now on the map is actually in that Swain Echo matchup. So it's not much, but it is starting to bleed over towards Swain, getting that CS advantage. And obviously, if you don't slow down this Swain, he's going to get that really obnoxious 3-item power spike where you just can't kill him and you can't gank him. So window of opportunity closing a little bit to punish Acorn. But this is the TP discrepancy. So Acorn's now used TP back to lane because Mouse used his ultimate. There is a TP advantage for EDG on the bot side.
Well, we'll have to see if Mouse can use that effectively here. On the side of Saint, though, Snoopy still has his teleport up and available. Scout took Exhaust into this matchup, so he can still try and match anything that Mouse tries to create here. Is STYZ actually going to take a little bit of damage from the poke coming out of Mako and Deft. This bottom lane is still going heavily in favor of EDG.
They had a ward, and they walked into that.
Silly Sue. And STYZ.
Interesting. But yeah, they have a pink ward in Tribrush, and they were pretty far up on the wall. I mean, it used to be where the enemy team would pink in that brush, and then if you couldn't contest the pink, you would place a ward at the very tip because the pink wouldn't reach it. And so you can continue to kind of get safety from that jungle path, but Deft was actually really high up on the wall. So I'd be really surprised if that ward didn't see them.
Well, we can also take a look now at the two lineups that Saint and EDG have here. You can't discount the fact that Saint, in all three of their carry positions, they've got what could considered to be one of the best champions for all those positions. They got Swain up top, who's absolutely obnoxious once he gets his couple of items. Rise as well, who is permanently banned in most of the matches. We've only seen a handful of games being played with him in the LPL so far. And Lucian, one of the first picked AD carries in the tournament at the moment.
Yeah, but what EDG have is they have a lot of Kite on their composition. So you've got Kite and Echo, Kindred, as well as Ezreal. And again, the thing that Saint are missing in their comp, although I do agree with you, Lucian, Ryze, and Swain are all very big priority, is the ability to lock down, to have consistent hard CC. It's entirely on this Lee Sin here in Captain to set up and start these fights.
Both junglers actually mirroring each other at the moment. Shield looking to try and get a jump on towards Deft. The Flay does come out onto the Ezreal. Mako taking a lot of damage. He gets hooked up, gets taken down by STYZ. Double teleports being used. Shield ticks with the Ignite. Deft able to pick up that kill. Mouse is down here first and actually forces Saint to back away. They just trade supports in the bottom lane.
We talked about that TP advantage. That was Mouse trying to execute on it. Unfortunately, isn't able to find any follow-up kills, but it will mean that EDG take a very early Infernal Drake.
On top of that, we also see the teleport being expended by Snoopy. He decided to cancel that and stay in the lane, but like you mentioned, Infernal Drake will go on over towards EDG, and it's going to be a Mountain Dragon spawning as the second dragon of the game.
Naturally, the Infernal Drake on EDG's composition isn't the most beneficial. If you look at someone like Ezreal comparatively to pretty much any other AD carry who could build more flat AD, but always a nice thing to have in your back pocket. It'll be nice for Kindred.
Yep. Probably Victor as well. He'll pick up a little bit more AP as this game goes on. In fact, taking a look at his items, he's upgraded his Hex Core quite massively at the moment, completing that one rather early. Ryze, on the other hand, still looking to try and complete his Rod of Ages, has the Blasting One, looking for his other components. Swain already has that Rod of Ages up in the top lane against the Spectre Skull coming in for the Echo. Whereas in bottom lane, we can see Ezreal looking to try and complete his Iceborne Gauntlet first before going for the Muramana, and the Yomis Goes Play Black Cleaver build is going to be coming out of STYZ.
I feel like Lucian's build paths and the flexibility, as well as his ability to compete in a lane swap as well as a 2v2, has really cemented him as kind of that best S-tier AD carry right now in the meta. Although I actually think Ezreal's in a really cool spot. So AD carries on 6.10 aren't meaning as much as they used to. It's much harder to just straight carry from that position. So I feel like more AD carries are shifting towards kind of a utility role. We're seeing the rise of Sivir, especially in the LPL, come back. A couple of Pocket Ashe picks. And Ezreal fits this really nice niche due to his build, where he's still outputting crazy amounts of late game damage, the likes that can compete with someone like Lucian, as well as offering his team a lot of that utility and safety.
We actually saw during that time how in the mid lane there was a dive being threatened by EDG, but good positioning from Snoopy. Managed to get himself out of that. Acorn and Mouse just duking out in the top lane. Swain, he doesn't care about damage. He is level 6, just turns on his ultimate and heals it all the way back up to full health.
Yeah, we're to that point where there's not a lot that Mouse can really do, although if Acorn continues to face check into him.
He's going to take a little bit more damage than what he would like, but still will be able to heal up quite nicely.
But we're now starting to see kind of the discrepancy between them, and now it's a question of what can Acorn do with this lead that he's been given on Swain.
Going to check back in towards the bottom lane. We saw Deft earlier put out a very sneaky play, hiding in the fog of war, using his True Shot Barrage to get a clip on towards Toys. Not Toys, STYZ.
Calm down, we're not in that region.
I'm looking too far ahead in the other screen. His name looks like Toys to me there.
We know where your heart really lies, Fish. You don't have to lie. It's fine.
For now, very quiet game here from what we expected to be a very one-sided dominant game coming in from EDG. They haven't quite turned on the switch just yet against Saint.
Turn on the switches online in the bottom lane. Yeah, the rest of the team hasn't really gotten in there, but Deft is definitely, that's on.
He's still about 6 CS ahead of STYZ, so a single wave advantage coming in for the Ezreal so far.
It's more so just his aggressive positioning and the fact that he's forcing STYZ to compete for every single CS. Doing a great job stacking up his tier, has a lot of power with the Sheen, which is why both junglers are responding to this. So Clearlove's here because he's just trying to shadow over top Deft and Mako. He knows that they'll probably be in trouble. Captain's here because he's trying to dig his bottom lane out.
That was very aggressive coming for Deft. It actually takes STYZ really low, forces the flash coming out for the Lucian as well. Unfortunately, will get hit by Seal. Now Seal looking for a gank onto Mako, so to speak. Deft managed to pick up that kill. Mako still managed to stay alive throughout that engage.
And the brilliance of this is how Deft is using his ultimate. So this is actually something that Reginald used to do and one of the first players to do it. As an Ezreal, when you used to play at mid lane, instead of throwing your True Shot Barrage in line of sight, back up into Fog of War and throw it. It makes it much easier to hit because they can't see it. It's also the reason why when pros are being chased by Lee Sin, you see them throw wards behind them.
We actually see a flank coming in into the mid lane. Snoopy going to get jumped on here by Scout and Clearlove. Double teleports coming down as well as Acorn going to take the brunt of the damage. Clearlove has to use his ultimate to stay alive here as Captain will be able to use the shield to jump out of that laser. But now Acorn, he's going to be locked down by the gravity field. Going to take a lot of damage here. Runs out of mana to continue using his ultimate, but still able to flash out of there.
Is the switch turned on enough for you yet, Fish?
I'm pretty confident in saying yes. They're about 2,000 gold ahead now.
Oh, Deft may be caught out, though. Doesn't have his Iceborne Gauntlet.
There comes the ultimate
He's
coming in
dead.
for STYZ. Def going to take a lot of damage here. Blue buff transfer goes over to STYZ.
Really nice pickup from STYZ to catch Deft unawares, alone in the river, didn't have enough mana to escape, didn't have his summoner spells, and more importantly, didn't have that Iceborne Gauntlet. It now will be completed upon this back, and just in time for this Mountain Dragon spawning in 1 minute.
Saint though looking to try and put as much damage on towards the spot lane outer turret while they're waiting for the bottom lane from EDG to get back into the lane itself. They might actually be able to take it down because there's nobody from the side of EDG down on this lane to try and stop that from happening. Captain, in the meantime, looking to try and get the jump on towards Mouse, who's going toe-to-toe with Acorn, forced to use his ultimate to get away. The Q's not going to be landing coming in from Lee Sin as we do eventually see the bot lane outer turret fall. True Shot Barrage going to cancel their recalls. We still see Mouse actually running away. Should be able to get over the wall, and Captain not going to be able to continue chasing this Echo any longer.
Of course, stalling out these recalls even by a few seconds would mean that EDG have a bit more time to get towards this Dragon Pit to start laying down their vision. Clearlove, however, is in the top lane, so really trying to even out a lot of the pressure that Mouse just felt.
Def, meanwhile, like you mentioned, he was able to pick up his Iceborne Gauntlet. Once again, though, the gold lead that EDG created with that first fight has been nullified here after that tower pickup. The only turret in the game has fallen, and it's over towards Saint. About 27,000 gold each, or 26,000 gold each at the moment.
But we see the immediate ping go down to that tower. So right now, Saint have initiated a lane swap. They're sending and unlocking STYZ to start moving him around the lanes and sieging more structures. However, this will mean that it's going to be a 1-for-1 tower trade in the end because Swain's too slow getting back here. Actually, Shu.
Faking them out.
I know, with the fake lantern saves his tower. Really nice play from the former OMG support, but it is just going to be a stiff breeze before that goes down. More importantly, though, is that EDG have more power on the bottom side of the map to contest for this Mountain Drake if it comes down into a full 5v5.
Well, let's see if they're going to be able to take that one. So far, Clearlove very content with just farming out his jungle. He's still slightly ahead of Captain at the moment in terms of CS, but not a crazy advantage at the moment.
They're actually just going to put Clearlove in the lane and I think try to brute force this one down. It means that all Scout has to do is be pushed forward against the Rise and make sure that Snoopy can't rotate over when they move into River for Dragon.
Well, Scout is coming back.
Or he's just going to do it himself.
Scout is coming back into lane with the needlessly large rod and a Negatron cloak, so definitely good items to go toe-to-toe with Snoopy. STYZ and Shieldo trying to take down the top lane outer turret as Mouser Dragon is going to fall on over towards Clearlove, who sneakily jumps over towards the pit and will be able to pick up that objective. The third dragon to spawn in this game will be a Cloud Dragon.
Means that we know that all three types of the dragons in the game, due to the four is a crowd rule, so it will be Infernal, Mountain, and Cloud. Still 1 tower lead for Saint.
And Saint actually looking decent so far this early into the game. You know, EDG have been rather dominating and controlling throughout the rest of the map, but a couple of CS advantages here and there, especially up in the top lane, which is going heavily in Acorn's favor at the moment. 30 CS ahead of Mouse means that they actually tie up the gold lead, even though the turrets are 1-2 in favor of Saint right now.
Again, it goes back to this idea of can Acorn do anything with the gold lead that he has, or will an Echo be far more effective in team fights? Mouse has this identity that it won't be a split push Echo, although I'm sure he can draw pressure and be annoying, but he's kind of identified himself as more of a team playing top laner about self-peel and protecting the AD carry. May have a scuffle over the Rift Herald, however.
Clearlove just going to leash it out of its pit for quite some time there. Will be able to proc the eyes. He tries to get the jump on towards Captain, who leaves over towards his ward to get out of harm's way from this Kindred. Blood Razor has been completed by Clearlove, so going to be dealing a lot of magic damage on him.
And really aggressively trying to set down triangle vision in Saint's red side jungle.
Clearlove desperately trying to take away these Raptors as well. Will be able to smite it away and give himself the Raptor sense as 3 members of EDG move towards the pit one more time here, but Clearlove not looking to try and take down this Rift Herald anytime soon.
Yeah, just continue to control the area, pick up the free CS on Deft, reset your side lanes. You have a very extended Echo right now. and look to find advantages other ways. The easiest tower for EDG to contest right now would be that top tower, unless they want to hold that wave and try to allocate as much farm as possible onto Deft.
It gives us some time to check in with the items here as the teams are just looking like they want to farm up for the next few minutes here. Ezreal already completed the Iceborne Gauntlet, and Manamune also picked up the Executioner's Calling here.
Having that Grievous wounds available for when the Swain becomes a true problem.
Speaking of Swain, he only has that Rod of Ages as clear love, actually trying to do something cheeky. He jumps over the wall, tries to find Shield, actually going to get locked down, forced to pop the ultimate early, flashes back in towards his ultimate, as that's a 5-man stack coming in from Saint, even force a flash coming in from Mako.
Way too aggressive from Clear Love right there, and we see the pick of the Lee Sin as in response to Kindred, actually kicked him off of the Lamb's Respite, forcing Clear Love to use his Summoner to try to get back on top of it, but great play from Saint.
And Saint slowly getting back in towards this game. You know, it's been rather even throughout this entire match, which what is a match we expected EDG to be very dominant in against Saint here. They've been holding out quite nicely so far.
Well, the thing about EDG is they play a very long lane phase. Yes, we've had that broken down now, but it's, 21 minutes before we're starting to see actual skirmishes and kind of big 5v5s taking place. And that's actually where Saint are strong. Again, you have a lot of experience and a lot of legacy players on the roster. Their issue is working together because it is still a new roster in terms of these players playing together. So EDG's style of staying in lane phase actually empowers Saint just fine.
You know, that's a lot of praise that we gave towards HYG in the spring split. Now Saint, coming from the LSPL, they were known to be a very strong laning phase team, and continuing to do that here, showing that they can do just that. But yeah, EDG, we talked about it a few times. They just don't look as dominant as we expected them to be coming into this game so far, and that might just be because of that elongated laning phase.
I still think they're dominant. I mean, obviously, the game isn't snowballing as far as head. There was a missed opportunity by using the advantage that Mouse had on his TP and not executing maybe as cleanly. They still got the Infernal Drake off of that, but it would have meant obviously more if you're able to pick up all of those kills, take the tower, and then the Infernal Drake. But technically, EDG are still in a fine position. Right now, Saint's itemization, particularly on STYZ, is up and online. So it makes sense that EDG wouldn't want to rush headlong into fighting them because we're still waiting on Def's tier to be completed and stacked up before he has his true 2-item power spike.
And Saints on the other side, they might be pretty content with just farming out against EDG here and, making sure they stay even for as long as possible. Because if you take it to late game,
right now.
Yeah, they want to take. They want to fight. We've proved that when Clear Love was being really aggressive, but staying even with EDG 21 minutes into the game, definitely something they could be pretty happy with at the moment.
Yeah, they've done good. Again, it's these tiny plays again around the Dragon, the one that they just pulled on Clear Love that they should be able to hang their hat on. But Saint, they do want to fight. Yes, they're waiting for a late game rise, but their Lucian, STYZ, and kind of the guy who's been the primary carry for this roster, he's ready to go.
Yep. He's got his 2 items completed, Yoma's Ghostblade and Black Cleaver online, for STYZ. He's got 3 kills as well, was able to survive the very dominant laning phase. The Scout going toe-to-toe with Snoopy one more time actually gets the better of that trade. And take a look at the items really quickly. We can already see Ezreal has completed that Muramana, so big spike coming out for the side of EDG, and also looking to completing his Mortal Reminder with the last Whisper pickup.
And that's going to be the big key item and probably the go button. So Dragon will be spawning in 1 minute and 30 seconds. And so you effectively have a window of a single minute where get as much farm as possible, get your initial backs, and then go into a 5v5. And I have a feeling that this is where we're going to see either Saint or EDG really swing the course of the game.
On the flip side, Snoopy's picked up his Seraph's Embrace that has just been completed for the Rise. His Rod of Ages will be stacking quite nicely for him too. Top lane, Swain has the Negatron Cloak as well as the 2 major items for Swain, which is the Rod of Ages and the Zhonya's Hourglass. No Spirit Visage just yet. Only 1 Spirit Visage in the game so far, which will be on towards Mouse on his Echo, looking towards an Iceborne Gauntlet as his next pickup.
Look at this cheeky setup, though. So Saint are actually looking for a play to try to make on Scout, who has quietly amassed 2 kills for himself, and in that, Shu's actually been caught out.
Forces of Flash still is able to escape with his life, so summon the spell burnt, but well spent coming in from Sue.
Again, former OMG support, known for his Thresh specialty, has looked strong in this game so far, despite a very aggressive Deft in Mako, putting him down at level 1.
And Saint showing they're not afraid just yet, putting down a couple of pink wards, retaining vision over this Dragon, Baron Pit, sorry. But Dragon is going to be spawning in about 20 seconds here, so we'll have to see if Saint are going to be able to move down towards the bottom side of the map. And if they're happy with the backs that they've gone through and picked up the items they want here, as Culling actually going to be put out by STYZ to try and clear the wave, but EDG able to take down the turret.
So Def's done this a couple of times, and it's actually very cute. He's using his True Shot Barrage like Ash's Hawk Shot to gather sight. He is continuously throwing it at lanes, checking to see where junglers are, and in that instance trying to see who is where for a flank, as EDG just out-positioned Saint and took a free mid tower.
And they're going to have the positional advantage over the Dragon Pit as well. We did mention this is the Cloud Dragon, so not one that a lot of teams like to fight over, so to speak, but with 2 dragons already being picked up by EDG, a third could do no harm, as Clearlove is going to move down towards this pit and should be able to pick up a uncontested Dragon number 3. We'll be able to see what the 4th dragon has spawned. It is going to be another Cloud Dragon.
That is so unlucky. They are trying to take that as quickly as possible on the chance that they could roll for another Infernal or Mountain Drake that would make taking Baron, if it was a Mountain Drake, especially easy on a Kindred composition. But they get double Clouds.
Still get to run fast when they're out of combat. Can't complain.
It's going to be the last dragon before the Elder Drake, though, so... Kind of a bit of an unlucky RNG for EDG, but still well in control of this game, and they can start to look to set up for Baron. Again, the threat of a very early or snuck Baron on a Kindred comp for how far ahead Clearlove is, still relevant.
And there's big spikes in items coming out from EDG's lineup. Clearlove actually picks up his Runan Hurricane on the Kindred here, whereas we see Ezreal Def. He's picked up his Iron Boots of Lucidity and the Immortal Reminder coming in for his Ezreal. You can see Scout looking towards his Lichbane as the next item, sitting on a Rylos Crystal Scepter and the fully upgraded Hex Core at the moment.
Big Victor. Also looking, like you said, for that Lichbane. We've seen this a couple of times. Who was it yesterday that did it? Dade?
Could have been.
No, it was on... He played the day before.
There was a couple of Victors actually rushed that Lichbane as their first item even after upgrading the Hex Core. I know it's a build that Spawn is very fond of. He likes the super damage potential it has. It's cleared up. Going to get hit by a hook there, but Deft and Mako able to just poke out the chasing members of Saint and stop them from following up on the hook that she was landed.
There's actually not a lot to be gained from EDG playing this far forward in the mid lane. They have a very easy tower to amass in top side. I think this is them just confident that we're far stronger, so let's bait them into a fight.
You can see EDG grouping up as 5 through that mid lane. Power Convergence actually put down towards that turret. Acorn is still split pushing down to the bottom lane for Saint. Captain was looking to try and find a flank there, and here's the flank coming from Acorn. This is going to start a fight. Dev getting taken down really low here. Kindred ult's not going to be able to save him just yet. Now it goes down, but EDG taking so much damage from this Swain. They're all going to get healed up. Dev actually has to flash away as Saint looking good at this fight. Acorn picks up a kill. Nice pickup from Dev as he gets the snipe there, but he has to run for the hill. Snoopy and STYZ chase him down, flash forward, and pick up 2 kills. They trade 2 for 2.
Again, there was no reason for EDG to be there. They were obviously confident that they could just win the 5v5, but a nice teleport from Acorn puts EDG between a rock and a hard place as the jaws of life slowly crush in on them. And Deft actually misplayed. He Arcane shifted into a wall.
But Acorn here looking to try and take down Scout. Scout is going to be able to live to tell the tale, so I thought that was a 2 for 2. In fact, after the prolonged kill onto Acorn, it's eventually a 3 for 3. And, I don't think EDG too happy with that at the moment.
Okay, who I want you to watch is, it looks so good for EDG initially here, but here comes Acorn, and these are the jaws of life. The Kindred ultimate will go down now, and this allows enough time for the the Ezreal to get out of harm's way. He's actually going to flash over on the other side of the wall, and he'll snipe a few kills from this side with a really nice True Shot Barrage into Mystic Shot. There's the error there. He actually shifts into the wall and tags an auto attack onto Acorn, but not getting over that wall means that he can't reposition to try to pick up STYZ.
Saint, though, very aggressive here, looking to try and take down this Baron. There's no wards in the pit, but lots of pings actually coming up from EDG. Seal takes a lot of damage from the Baron. It's down to about half health. Here comes Mako. He spots them out. Parallel Convergence being put down by Mouse. He gets hooked up by Shield. True Shot Barrage comes out. This should be going over towards Saint. Katza picks up that buff, and now Scout looking to try and do what he can. Mouse is in the back lines. He uses his ultimate to try and stay alive. Saints are getting destroyed here as STYZ gets taken down by Mouse, but they still are able to pick up the Baron buff.
A greedy overreach by Saint, though, means that they only retain the Baron buff on a single member, Acorn. So EDG with a nice collapse will have to compete against the Baron gold and don't have another objective to draw Saint in to fight them over.
Let's see what EDG can do while the time of 4 members of Saint are down, only Akon left up and alive, like you mentioned. They're going to be hunting for him. Saint, they're still about 2,000 gold behind this EDG lineup, and with this turret taken down, that's just going to get even further and further. They should be about 3,000 gold ahead of Saint.
But so much was lost over EDG's play trying to take that mid tower down. Again, I just think it was the confidence that they thought that they could for sure win that 5v5 and didn't respect the teleport flank from Acorn. But the easier objective to take on the map has always been that outer top tower. It would have been the safer route.
Now though, Saint do have the Baron buff on Acorn for quite some more time, but that's only one member that has the buff at the moment. They will be able to steal away the blue buff too, as the Dark Passage coming in for Seal takes Acorn to safety. We'll take a look at Clear at the moment, looking towards picking up Hysterics Cage as Gromp. Just, a little bit of bad manners towards the Kindred jungler. Eventually we'll be able to take it down. A Scout, he's trying to defend this mid lane alone at the moment. Mako is going to move in towards there to try and help him out. This turret's going to fall down though in favor of Saint. They pick up another objective on the map.
Just brute forcing it down. They have the GA now online for Snoopy, as well as Acorn's massive with the Baron buff. Excuse me, had it taken off of him.
We can see big item pickups coming in from both these teams as Captain is trying to look for a flank here. Might actually be able to find it. He's going to be able to jump in. That's a very short ward jump coming in from Captain, but is able to find Scout. Teleports are coming in. Lee Sin going to take a little bit of damage here. He's just wandering over the map as he gets taken down by Scout. That was interesting to say the least coming in from Captain.
Yeah. Okay, we'll let that one live. You get one. He got one. If it becomes a trend, then we'll start being concerning. But you get one in the LPL, Captain. Welcome to the professional league.
It happens sometimes.
It was a good attempt.
The one inch ward jump. It's an interesting decision. But Cloud Dragon is going to fall on over towards EDG, which means they have 4 dragons as this Elder Dragon spawns, and Saint have none at the moment.
Elder Dragon is what EDG will look towards. Again, they have the highest dragon control in the league last split and this split, so continuing to ring true in this game as we now look to siege.
They're trying to siege up against the Baron up minions coming in from Acorn's Baron buff that he still holds on to. Lots of damage will be put on towards these towers because Scout, he's already picked up his Lich Bane, will be able to chunk down these turrets if he ever gets an auto attack off Def. With the Geistborn Gauntlet, we'll be able to do the exact same thing. There's a lot of poke pressure coming out from all of the EDG members.
It's a siege-based composition. You have a lot of poke and zone threat from Ezreal, Victor, as well as Echo, throwing that parallel convergence, using the laser as well as the Mystic shots. Just trying to slow them down with this Baron buff, but it should be falling off relatively quick.
You see lots of very tanky items being picked up on both sides of the ball. 2 Guardian Angels, one on Mouse, one onto Snoopy. So they're still putting a lot of pressure down on towards this ride. They're going to be able to blow that Guardian Angel, I feel. Snoopy still able to stay alive somehow. Just behind his turret.
A really nice lantern from the Thresh, pulling him to safety and retaining his GA, so still has a lot of cost efficiency left in that item.
Still means they're going to lose that inner turret down in the bottom lane. Put them further into a gold deficit. They're 3,500 gold behind EDG at the moment.
It makes sense that EDG would play around the bottom lane right now, simply because they have a window to do so since Baron isn't up. Baron should be spawning probably within the next 2 minutes, 30 seconds. So teams starting to adjust and shift their focus towards the top side of the map. And this is what we were talking about. Saint, they have a really good late game composition. They have a really beefy front line in the likes of Ryze and Swain. But they don't have any consistent hard CC or any ways to get these 2 champions other than their own flashes or flanking teleports. It worked for Acorn last time simply because he was able to just walk up the mid lane, but I doubt that EDG will be so careless with their flanking wards in the future to allow that to happen again.
Well, they do have 2 teleports here, so there's a potential for both Acorn and Snoopy to try and find the flanks on towards this EDG lineup.
It also puts a lot of pressure on Captain, like we saw the last instance, to get that insect, find that ward hop, get that kickback.
Hopefully.
Next time.
Let's see if we can do that. Interesting item pickup coming in from Clearlove here. He's gone for the Frozen Mallet. I thought that was going to be a Hysterics Gauge for sure, but instead opting to augment his auto attacks to slow people down more and gets quite a bit of health from that item as well.
Here we go, though. Baron countdown is live, which means that EDG, immediately the assist pings go down. They want to move into the area and start setting up their pockets of true vision.
They have Mouse split pushing down to the bottom lane. His teleport's not quite up just yet, but it should be up and available once this Baron spawns. He's going to be continuing the split push down there. Nobody been sent to match him just yet. Now Acorn is going to be making his way down towards the bottom lane. Scout is actually massive at the moment. 6-0-2, 350
He's just
CS.
been quietly amassing so much gold.
He's almost 100 CS up over Snoopy at the moment.
And this is the thing. I mean, obviously Scout is not Pawn, as Saint are actually trying to open up a play on the GA Echo bottom. I don't think it's going to work out for them, but we'll see how much they invest in it.
Meanwhile, EDG don't have so many members pushing up in the top lane. This could be them taking down the turret. Seal is trying to hook Zeal, trying to get a hook on towards Mouse, but Power Converge is going to lock down 2 members. They might not be able to take him down. They sent so many people into the bottom lane to try and stop this. It's not going to work. EDG, though, they decide to send everybody back to base and down towards the bottom lane.
I do like the recognition from Saint to realize that they could make a play like that. Yeah, I think that they invested a bit too much. They did manage to burn the flash out of Mouse, so not terrible. And Shu did a good job trying to position himself with the lantern really far behind the tower. But more importantly, recognizing Baron isn't up yet, we can punish this GA. We can punish this teleport. We can punish this top laner because we don't need to be around the purple monster.
And Baron is going to be coming up in 10 seconds as well as the countdown timer for the Dragon, which shows once Baron's up, it'll be up in a minute 30, and that'll be the Elder Dragon that EDG would definitely like to take down for themselves. Scout is going to be able to pick up a blue buff as he moves towards the pit. And EDG, the rest of their lineup is going to look to try and get as many wards down as possible and clear as much vision. Clearlove and Scout, though, opting to try and take this down immediately. Captain, Sonic Wave cannot try and clear wards. They're not going to split out any vision there. Now he sees this getting taken down, goes over the pit, flashes over immediately, not going to be able to get the smite down as Clearlove picks up the Baron for his team.
To be fair, level 17 to level 15, so it was an uphill climb for Captain to try to make that one happen for him, but great awareness from EDG and the Mountain Dragon just helping out in spades to secure.
Oh, Steel actually coming up from depth, able to steal it away from right. Snoopy was trying to take that one down.
Deft is just out of control on this Ezreal pick.
He certainly is.
He's a joy to watch.
EDG has 6,000 gold ahead of Saints at the moment with that Dragon spawning in 45 seconds. Elder Dragon will be up and in line, but they're going to be very content with pushing with the Baron buff at the moment. As Captain, he's looking for a flank one more time here. Snoopy and Acorn still have their teleports, and there is a ward being placed down there, so it's a potential for a flank to come out with Captain wrapping around. Let's see if they can make a play happen. EDG already working to try and take down these turrets. Shield actually has to flash away. Here's Captain, actually kicks Def forward, finds the Sonic Wave and the Resonating Strike, but a flash out coming in of Def keeps himself alive. Now, EDG looking to try and take down Saint as they clear out Captain. Acorn forced to use the Zhonya's Hourglass as Shield gets taken down by Clearlove in the back lines. No, he's actually going to still stay alive with a sliver of health. Finally gets taken down by the red buff that was ticking as Mouse jumps back in towards the fight. But there's a lot of damage coming out for Snoopy as he picks up a double kill on towards Scout and Clearlove, and they trade 2 for 2.
Props for Acorn to slow that team fight down. His positioning with his Zhonya's Hourglass and Bird Form actually zoned out Deft, and then he immediately followed up coming out of stasis by using Never Move. So Ezreal was locked out of that fight for a good 4 to 5 seconds.
Def actually forced to use his flash in that engagement too. As we take a look at the replay, Frostgrove, and take us through this one.
Okay, so Captain, again, we told her you get one. He finds the correct target this time around, does his best case scenario. Again, there's the flash from Ezreal to get himself back to safety. He shouldn't have that available next time. Captain, you gave your life. It was for a good cause. But check out where Acorn is and check out where Deft is. Immediately from the stasis, he puts down the Never Move, and so he locks Ezreal out of that fight for so long. And that's what ends up saving the inhibitor.
And Snoopy able to pick up 2 kills there, untouched, still had his Guardian Angel throughout the entire fight. We see lots of damage come after the 3 carries for the side of Saint, but Elder Dragon has spawned. It's actually Saint looking to try and take this one down. Clearlove and Scout nowhere to be seen. Elder Dragon might actually fall to Saint if EDG can't contest this one. Power Convergence does lock down Acorn for some time. Takes a lot of damage here. No Zhonya's Hourglass yet for the Swain. Elder Dragon gets taken out really low. Saint running for the heals as all their members are really low. Snoopy's GA actually gets popped here. And the rest of EDG trying to collapse on towards him. STYZ now gets sniped off by Dev. They find Snoopy as well. And that's a double kill coming over towards this Ezreal. EDG now looking towards Saint's base.
Those Hourglass nerfs really hurt Acorn there. Going from fight to fight, like you said, not having that stasis available means that he couldn't zone as effectively while in his ultimate form. And EDG actually split their damage that fight. Clearlove leashed the Elder Drake and didn't assist his team at all in terms of damage to champions, just finished off the Epic Monster.
And that was a 3-on-5 for so long. The goal deficit between these two teams really strong here as EDG, they have a 10,000 gold lead and they're looking to try and end this game. In fact, Mouse going to teleport back to base. Doesn't have his teleport available to come back into this fight. Instead, uses his ultimate. Now they're looking to try and take down this inhibitor turrets. The first one's going to fall. Second one falls for EDG as Captain trying to do his best to stop this team. But the Nexus getting taken down so low. EDG are going to pick up game number 1 against Saint.
Just a quiet victory from EDG. It wasn't necessarily that bloodbath that we were expecting, but EDG still retaining so much control, particularly over the dragon and around the jungle.
You know, Frosco, we came into the game saying that this is a statement match coming from EDG. It's a lose-lose for them because they're expected to beat Saint in this matchup, and if Saint somehow win, that doesn't look good for EDG. But the only way EDG can come out trumps in this is if they dominate. Was this a dominant performance coming in for this matchup? Do you feel that this was enough from EDG?
Again, I think a lot of people will go into this and say, you know, EDG weren't as dominant as we expected. That wasn't an absolute bloodbath that we needed. But I'm going to say, yeah, they were in control. They set the tempo and the pace of the game. I think that they messed up in kind of 2 instances, particularly this mid-game fight. The fact that they let Acorn just teleport and walk up behind them. There were some mechanical errors, specifically from Deft in this fight, even though he played beautifully for the rest of it.
You know, you have to give a little bit of credit to Saint as well because they played pretty alright in some aspects of this map. They looked a little bit more solid, but still dropping the game.
But that's with the context, again, that EDG play one of the longest lane phases in the LPL out of all of the teams, and that benefits a team like Saint. Again, like these players, they've been around the block before. They know how to play a lane phase. They're very good in their own respect. It's literally the 5v5 and the big teamwork aspect that they struggle with. And that's kind of where EDG took it up a notch. So you talked about that switch being flipped. It's fine. EDG, they can stand toe-to-toe with the best of them in lane phase, but it's their 5v5 that really separates them as the premier LPL team.
Still, there were a couple of team fights for Saint that went in their favor. This was one of them where they were able to trade 2 for 2 and defend the inhibitor, but it was just all downhill from here. EDG able to take down the Baron buff before this and went for the Elder Drake fight, which was a 3-on-5 for so long. This was that fight. 3-on-5 Elder poked them down so low, and they still able to take down the Elder Dragon.
But the fact that EDG were able to do this with a kite composition so effectively, which have kind of been all of the compositions that they've been running recently, against the likes of Lucian, Swain, and Ryze. Yes, we talked about how there's an issue that they don't have any hard CC on Saint's lineup to really get Ryze and Swain in there, but you said it during the game. All 3 of those champions are almost like must bans, and EDG were able to give it away to Saint, draft a composition to counter it, and win the game anyway.
Yep, and they did a very fantastic job there. So we are going to go into a very quick break, but we'll be back very shortly with game number 2 between EDG and Saint. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL as we take a look at MVP for game number 1. It's going to go over towards Scout on his fantastic performance on Victor in the mid lane.
And he just quietly amassed this. It felt like no one was watching Scout, and suddenly he was 6-0. Obviously, ending this game 7-1-5. This is something that I wanted to bring up, is this idea of Koro versus Mouse and Scout versus Pond, and how this changes the identity of EDG. We talked about before how it's kind of like another day in the office, that they're such a bottom lane team that nothing seems to have adjusted. But Scout, I feel like, kind of brings back a little bit more of a 2014 EDG, back when they had you on their roster, just because he's such a quiet control mage player.
Okay.
Rather than kind of the flash and brilliance that Pond shows in that 1%.
You know, we can sum up how quiet he was as well, just based on the fact we were talking before the match came and we were like, yeah, who's the MVP for this game, Frosco? And yeah, you know, probably going to go over to Def. Oh, wait, there was Scout in that game. He did pretty well. He did something. Somewhere.
I do want to say that I was like, oh, it'll probably go to Def. No, it'll go to Scout. There was a moment, the light bulb turned on.
Scout did have a very quiet but great performance coming in game number 1 against Saint there, and hopefully we can see the same performance coming out from him in game number 2. And this is where I want to start things off. Game number 2, Frosco, and EDG in game 1. We're just like, you know what, Saint, you can have the Ryze, you can have the Swain, you can have the Lucian. The only thing, like you mentioned in the break, was the only thing they didn't give to EDG was that Kindred. They had a lot of power picks that EDG had to play against, and they still played against it pretty well.
And they banned Rek'Sai. That's the other thing. So Rek'Sai has threat
Shout out
on...
to Captain.
No, it's Rek'Sai has threat on a backline, and Maokai was banned not by EDG but by the other team. So I would be curious if EDG would have banned Maokai if it had been left open. Because my theory is if you look at EDG's compositions, they're playing what I like to call long arm comps or kite comps. They play a lot of Azir, a lot of Victor, really long range AD carries, Ashe, Caitlyn, or Ezreal for kite mobility. They've actually also played Kalista.
As we're actually going to see a sub coming in for the Saints lineup. Your boy Otto is going to be playing in the mid lane this time for the lineup, taking over from Snoopy in game number 1.
Yeah, good news for Otto fans. I don't think there's any dispute. He's a huge upgrade over Snoopy. He's a better mechanical player. He's stronger 1v1 individually. And there you go. I got my mid laner, you got your jungler.
Fantastic! Chipman's coming back into the jungle for Saint here. I'm excited to see him playing again for the lineup.
Back to the composition for EDG. They're playing kite compositions, and they're banning specifically things that can get on top of them, which kite comps are so strong against Swain and Ryze, which is why when I saw the rotation come out of Saint, I was like, this is wrong. They can't take Lucian, they need to take Sivir. They need the On the Hunt to position Ryze and to position Swain to get on top of them, because without that CC, they were just going to get run around the map, and that's exactly what happened in these team fights.
So is that the only change we're going to see coming in from Saint here? Because obviously they're able to go toe-to-toe in the prolonged laning phase that EDG likes to set up, but once that finished, it kind of broke down. What else can we see change from Saint to try and take this game to EDG?
Well, I think they subbed in the superior roster with Chimin and Otto, so they're already stepping in the right direction in terms of being able to meet Clearlove and Scout more effectively 1v1. But otherwise, it's just development. It's just time. Again, this roster is very new. They haven't played together long. It was Hyper Youth Gaming still when they actually went through promotions and re-qualified for the LPL before Saint bought the team and rebranded. So it's only been a couple of weeks.
And we see EDG as well, despite the fact that it was a very long game 1, it was still a very cool, calm and composed game coming from the EDG lineup. What do we expect from them coming to game number 2? Because we saw a lot of Mouse having some impact in the game there very quietly. We saw a lot of very quiet impact coming in from the mid lane as well, being played from that Victor. What else can we expect coming from EDG coming to game number 2?
I actually think we're going to see something very similar. I'm curious if we'll maybe see a different type of composition drafted since they are on red side. Again, shout out to Rapidstar. I think he's done a good job with EDG's drafts, and they're starting to diversify a lot of their style, learning new compositions, learning new ways to execute and play around the game. But otherwise, I think it's going to be the same thing. Look for the kite comps, look for the long arm compositions, and I want to see a team utilize Sivir to get underneath that and really test EDG.
So is it still the same story coming for these two lineups? Is it still EDG trying to intimidate everybody else in the LPL and also Saint trying to show that, they have a lot of experience on these players. They just haven't hit that ceiling just yet. And they're trying to do that in this game against EDG as well.
I mean, EDG, I don't think they're really looking at this series. I mean, obviously you play what's in front of you and you want to win at any point because EDG are chasing perfection. They lost to LGD in summer. They lost to RNG at MSI. They dominated. I think they had 5 straight back-to-back split wins, and then they lost the last 2. So it technically is a slump for this organization. Technically. And the fact that that's a slump just speaks to the standard and expectations that EDG have in the LPL.
Sorry, continue.
No, go.
And we can look at as well the fact that this group now, it's kind of opened up a little bit more because we thought EDG were going to be at the top of the group and just stay there, and they're going to be the only ones that are at the top of this group. But now we have Game Towns as well, surprising everybody, standing really high up in that group, dominating performance against Newbie, which EDG had, back and forth game against, and now their top spot once again is being contested in this group.
I think that you look at the other group, though, and we kind of have a disparity in terms of where the talent is stacked. The fact that RNG, WE, and even a surprising performing Vici are all in the other group, as well as I think Invictus Gaming is in that group. Yeah, so you have majority of the teams who actually ran for the playoffs or ran a deep playoffs last split are in the other side of the bracket. So technically EDG should be well and above, head and shoulders, everyone else in their group.
So we're still waiting for a little bit before we head into Champions Select here, but...
No, EDG or IG's in this group.
Yep, IG's in this group, but we're still waiting a little bit as we do head into Champions Select straight away there. So we're going to see what Saints and EDG are going to change up. If we're going to see what the Chinese like to call the Changshou, or the long arm lineup coming from EDG one more time here, or if Saint going to change things up now that they brought Chimin into the jungle and they brought Otto back into the mid lane as the bans have already gone through. It's going to be Fizz being banned out as well as Victor banned out by Saint. Here is Kindred's going to be taken away by EDG, and Swain is going to be the next ban as well.
I knew out of everyone you would get it, Fish. Thank you. I was like, I know if I say long arm, I can probably bait him into saying it in Chinese.
Oh, I got it there. Still waiting to see what these last 2 bans are going to come out from these 2 teams. A lot of respect actually coming out towards the Victor being played by Scout in game 1. If I'm not mistaken, they banned Azir. No, it was actually EDG that banned Azir in game number 1. So that's one major control major being taken off the table. Now Lucian is actually being taken away. They don't want EDG to have that being picked up, and Rise is going to be banned out by EDG.
So immediately they gave away Swain, Rise, and Lucian. In game 2 on red side, they go ahead and ban those out. See what the adjustment will be.
Saints no longer have those power picks to play with, which EDG, gifted over towards them in game number 1. Kindred being banned out with the Rise means that the most popular first picks are no longer on the table for the lineup, but Nidalee is still there. We could potentially see that locked in for Chimin.
And there you go. You get your heart's desire, Fish.
And it was going to be locked in.
I have to explain this. When Fish saw that Hyper Youth Gaming requalified for the LPL, he's like, yes, Chimin gets to continue to play. And then when he saw that Captain was subbing in on Saint, he's like, no, where's Chimin? Frost, you know how Chimin's doing?
That's pretty true.
In a league with Clearlove and Dandy and MLXG and Condi.
Yep. I think Chimin's a god.
Hey, look, it's Maokai and Sivir. We're seeing a completely different comp.
To be fair, though, Captain has been playing well for the Saint lineup. But yes, like you mentioned, Maokai and Sivir are going to be picked up for the EDG lineup. And now they have more of that engage, more of that mobility that you were talking about was missing from game number 1.
No, it was really the question of, I thought secretly going into this, EDG are probably going to test some things out. So we have a kite composition initially, and immediately in game 2, they're like, hard engage composition, 5v5, let's go.
We'll see how that's going to work out against Saints lineup here. Karma is actually going to be taken away as the spot of choice. Spawn, another Spawn reference here. So he's, very vocal about how he likes the Maokai Sivir Karma lineup. Just has a lot of movement speed, a lot of ways to engage onto the backline, as Vladimir is going to be picked up by Saint. We'll have to see if that's going to go to the top or into the mid lane, like you commonly see him being played as now.
I would love to see the adaptation of taking a Soraka into a Vladimir. Ooh. We haven't seen any Zyra in the LPL yet.
Nope. And it's been a little bit popular in the NALCS.
Do you want to say, though, that I like that Saint took in tandem with Vladimir taking Karma? Because, again, Vlad's one of those issue champions where he needs assistance flanking or he needs assistance running into teams, and Karma's going to augment that with her mobility.
Well, EDG not going to go for the Soraka or the Zyra, instead locking in the Azir that was banned out by them in game number 1, and also going to be taking Bard for Mako in the bottom lane.
Yeah, so long range initiation, 5v5 is it's the name of the game for EDG. This is a composition that they're much more comfortable, much more refined and practiced with.
Meanwhile, Saint's going to pick up another power pick for themselves, giving STYZ his Caitlyn pickup. And are still waiting to see what their top laner or potentially mid laner is going to be if they flex the Vladimir. And that could be the Echo being picked up and being played by Acorn up top against the Maokai, since Swain's being banned out. Another very powerful, strong pick.
My issue with Nidalee and Vladimir is you're still lacking so much CC that, yes, Vlad should passively just kind of win his lane. Could be a top Vlad, though.
Does have the potential to be, as they're hovering over the LeBlanc here and actually going to get locked in. So we are going to see Otto bring the LeBlanc into the mid lane against Scout. And we are going to see a Vladimir go up into the top lane for Acorn.
Bit more kill pressure now available on the map for Saint as opposed to Vladimir just pushing everyone in and winning.
And
Anyway,
whoa,
Kha'Zix.
EDG lock in Kha'Zix. That's going to be given over towards Clearlove. We've seen it a couple of times in the LPL. We've seen it in the EUNNA LCS once, I believe. So now we're going to have to see what Clearlove can do with this champion in the jungle.
We've seen it in the top lane in the LPL, as well as I think Swift played it once in the jungle and just got obliterated.
That's kind of sums up how it went in the top lane as well when it was played.
It has not had a good record.
Nope, certainly hasn't, but we have to see what Clearlove can do with this champion. Interesting picks actually coming out for these two teams. You know, Kha'Zix stands out for the side of EDG. Vladimir, top lane, stands out for the side of Saint.
Well, you have so much freedom to play Kha'Zix in this composition because Saint have nothing to stop him from jumping around everywhere. They have 0 CC. They've got a chain. That is it.
They got a chain, a trap, a couple of slows and roots from
If he
Seal
jumps
as well.
directly into a chain or a trap, then he'll blow up. Otherwise,
I think if Clearlove jumps into a trap, something's wrong with Clearlove then. Not so much something wrong with the spells that we put down on top of him, but EDG, you know, sticking to the guns a little bit more, trying to play more of that engaged, fast, orientated team comp.
yeah, this is, like I said, other than the Kha'Zix pick, pretty much expected out of EDG, but we're going to find out how he executes it as we're about to get on the Rift.
And we've loaded onto Summoners Rift here for game number 2 of the first match of tonight between EDG and Saint. Lots of changes and surprises coming into their two different team compositions coming into this game. Very little crowd control on the side of Saint, whereas EDG, lots of mobility and crowd control and a little bit of a Kha'Zix woven in between.
A little bit of a Kha'Zix. Keystone Mastery is appearing on your screen. Things to note is it's not Battle of Fervor Sivir. It's going to be that Warlord's Bloodlust. Again, using that mastery to help compensate for how late lifesteal is built into Sivir's build path. Versus the Mad Life special for Karma on Shu there and powering her shields.
Yep, when Speaker's Blessing being picked up. Also, we're going to see Kha'Zix pick up Thunderlords in the jungle here. So Clearlove looking to be a little bit more aggressive in this matchup. Whereas Chimin, he has picked up Strength of the Ages on his Nidalee, looking to try and pick up a little bit more health as he farms through the jungle.
Deep Invade coming out of Saint. They've got wards on Krugs as Gromp as well. So if this lane swap persists, which Mako and Deft are rotating up, it is going to be a very early call for Saint. See how they prep their lanes or respond.
For now, though, we have standard lanes being threatened, so to speak, coming up from Saint. Was a lane swap, actually, like you mentioned, being prepped here by EDG?
I feel like there was a missed opportunity on Academy Vladimir to make him into a Slytherin by changing his scarf. Like, I understand the... Oh, God.
Well, we can get back to that analogy later as EDG looking for a very deep invade very early on. Bard with the magical journey. Here comes Clearlove looking to try and take away this Gromp. Boomerang Blade comes out as well. Thunderlords gets put down onto Acorn, but Clearlove starts us off with taking away the Gromp camp.
Cheeky little play there. Typically, Bard doesn't perform very well in level 1 in lane swaps, just because his level 1 is so strong on his auto attack. But when you use Magical Journey to set up a very cute invade, things go very different. What this will do is it'll slow Chimin down as well as disrupt Acorn. So initial lead for EDG in their jungling phase.
Lots of trades going back and forth in the mid lane here as Otto jumps straight on top of Scout as soon as he puts down the Sand Soldiers. But like you mentioned, we are going to see a lane swap coming in between these two teams. It is going to be EDG sending their AD carry and support up towards the top lane, whereas STYZ is going to have free reign over the bottom lane and try to push that one out.
And they're actually having Mouse jungle by himself. I have a feeling that he just took the 2 little creeps off of the Brambleback. Is that what it's called? Nailed it. Before returning to Bard and Sivir up in the top lane.
And he's going to be able to help out with that push. We are going to see Vladimir slowly move down towards the bottom lane as both the lanes that have been swapped into by both teams are going to be crashing on towards the outer turrets respectively. Top lane is going to get chipped down slowly by EDG, where Saint working towards taking down the bot lane outer turret as well.
And again, the big difference here is actually between the top laners. So Acorn still doesn't have any CS to his name. Both top laners still sitting at level 1. So once these towers are all said and done and everything's dropped down, it's going to be a question of who got the better deal, Vladimir or Maokai.
Meanwhile, in this mid lane, we can already see Scout being very aggressive against this LeBlanc, able to force him out of the lane. There's no teleport for either of these two mid laners, so this Otto's going to have a very long walk back towards this mid lane. As EDG are going to be able to take down the top lane outer turret. We should be able to see Saint do the same to the bottom lane outer turret as well.
Did a bit better at juggling their minion aggro than Saint, however. They're actually going to have to use a completely another wave incoming. Wow. It's almost like it was pouring down rain today and I can't words.
Don't blame you.
No, this is important though. This doesn't seem like a big deal, but this 10 to 20 seconds, these are the windows of opportunity that elite teams can now open to make a gank on mid, to get a superior dragon rotation, to swap their bot lane quicker, and now the top lane is going to be that much farther behind. It means the difference between a wave of creeps for Maokai versus Vladimir, 1 CS to 6.
You might see Vladimir actually use his teleport to get up into this lane as well, which would be a crucial summon to spell Burnt, but I highly doubt that, as Chimin dancing with death there, getting taken down really low. Scout and Otto still trading back and forth in this mid lane. We are going to see the AD carries and supports being swapped around one more time here as Deft and Mako head down towards the bottom lane. It's going to be STYZ and Shield for the sign of Saint head up towards the top lane to meet this Maokai. Vladimir actually following them right behind.
It should actually be Mouse now resetting his position on the map and walking down towards Deft and Mako. Gentleman's agreement. Although he could be caught out.
Shield looking to try and get the jump on towards this Maokai. Mouse getting it locked down by the tether. Ignite actually being ticked as well by Shield. That was rather aggressive coming out from this Karma.
Again, Mouse is level 3. Acorn is still level 1 on this Vladimir. He's got an Amplifying Tome and some Pumas to his name.
Small as that Doran Shield to try and help him out a little bit more. Finally hits level 2 here. The Tides of Blood going to be able to help clear out these minions with a little bit of AoE damage. Both teams moving towards the outer turrets on the other lanes they were not swapped into. Maokai opting not to teleport in towards the lane just yet. Instead, going to walk back down slowly.
Yeah, a lot of the advantage caught out here. See if he actually burns his TP to conserve minions for taking down this tower, if he is actually just going to casually stroll down. Kind of careless from Clearlove to be caught out on his weak side of the jungle, though, taking some needless damage from Chimin.
So far, we can already see some item discrepancies being picked up. Clearlove has not been able to go back to base and pick up his next jungle item, still sitting on the Hunter's Talisman. Nidalee already completing hers. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Otto, once again being forced out, only has the double Doran's rings, to the double Doran's rings of Scout and the Negatron Cloak as well. Now finally going back and picking up a Fiendish Codex.
Saint have caught up a lot of their missing time, however. Yes, they're still behind in terms of the experience and the CS on their top laner. But the 2 towers will fall at the exact same time. It does open up space for a dragon take by EDG, however.
And they're going to look to try and take down the Cloud Dragon as the first dragon of the game. Deft and Mako trying to juggle as much aggro as possible. Scout should be able to get some damage down with the soldiers over the pit here as well. And EDG will be able to pick up an objective extra in the name of the tempo they've gained.
Fortunately for Saint fans, it is only the Cloud Dragon, as we quickly see that the Infernal Dragon is next.
That's something EDG would definitely want to try and fight over and pick up. We have to see if they're able to do it as we check back in with the mid lane here. Scout still doing pretty well against Otto here. Otto did pick up the Ignite as his summoner spell of choice. Wanting to be a little bit more aggressive, whereas Scout has the Barry here, trying to negate some of the burst damage that LeBlanc can dish out.
More importantly, now that the 2 towers are down, we can check in on the top laners. Acorn has caught back up, still sitting a level underneath Mouse, level 4 to level 3. but has shored up a lot of that CS issue, so not in nearly as precarious a position as he was.
Now with both the turrets going down, it's going to be a little bit more quiet here as Otto actually forces Scout to blow his flash in the mid lane as Chimin walks in with a spear, threatening a gank in the mid lane.
They're going to be invading for this blue buff. In response, though, EDG will play to their strong side of the map, and it should just be a trade on the objectives.
Otto now trying to get a gank on towards Mako here. Going to get it locked down by Shu, but Otto takes a lot of damage in return. Ignite is ticking. He's going to have to try and jump out of their shield, puts the shield down to stop him. Just going to trade summoner spells between the mid laner and the support from EDG and Saint.
With LeBlanc being so low, however, if EDG want to contest this blue buff, they actually can, but instead they're going to go ahead and prioritize chip damage onto the tower. So Otto is not in the lane. He's actually picking up the blue, so it will be a trade for trade, but EDG, again, getting a priority objective out of this.
Clear was actually able to pick up the blue buff on the side of Saint's jungle. Acorn now trying to pick up whatever experience he can, but there's a Mouse and a Clear Love waiting to try and get the jump on towards him. Instead, they're 4 members strong looking to try and take down the top lane in a turret. I don't think Saint can defend this as Mouse jumps in aggressively with a Twisted Advance, but Paul comes out from Acorn to keep himself alive. They get some decent damage down on towards this tower.
They did so in the mid lane as well. So EDG starting to rip Saint around the map and tear them apart by the seams. We talked about EDG really like to elongate their lane phase, but they can play lane swap, not necessarily known for it. And they're really starting to expose the difference between these two teams and how they work together.
They'll be doing pretty well in game number 2 so far. Already picked up a small goal lead for themselves, but more importantly, do have the tempo advantage like we mentioned earlier and have been able to get some good damage down on towards the mid lane, outer turret, top lane, inner turret as well. So the next trip back in towards these turrets should allow them to take it down. As Mako and Dev, take a magical journey and just immediately walk back.
EDG have to prioritize this because they need this wave to reset, which means they need to get that cannon creep underneath and into the tower. Otherwise, there's no farm lanes for Mouse. So if EDG just went back and reset their map, STYZ has it frozen on the bottom side, and Acorn could have looked to freeze it on the top side, which is why EDG are being so proactive on this top side. Good
spear comes out from Chimin though, chunks down Def and also forces him to run away here. He's going to have to try and regenerate whatever health he can if he wants to continue this siege. As Otto moves back towards this mid lane. I think big thing for Saint, if anything, is the fact that STYZ is going to be able to freeze the lane in the bottom lane and farm it up as Otto jumps back in aggressively. Still has Sand Soldiers poking him down. Tries to trade out with this Azir, but takes a lot of damage in return.
In the end, it really affects Mouse, because Mouse right now doesn't have a good, clear avenue to farm safely in, which is why he's going to continue to either shadow around Clear Love or Deft. He was actually following Deft and Mako back down, but I think he's got his confidence back, and he's walking towards the top lane. Yep, because Acorns reset it. Oh, gank on mid. He's just trying to figure out, he's like, where do I go? Can I go top? Can I go bottom? Killed a LeBlanc. He was spotted out by a ward.
Mouse has got his eyes set on towards trying to take down this LeBlanc. So has Mako actually moving his way towards his mid lanes. Otto jumps aggressively forward, takes a lot of damage coming from this Emperor, from the Emperor's Soldier. This Mako does find shield. The supports are going to battle out towards the bottom side of the jungle.
STYZ has to be really careful. So EDG, by forcing Otto out because he was trying to bait the gank out of Maokai, he's going to lose his mid tower. And frankly, Saint are just way too slow to respond. And because the wave is now prepped on the bottom, since STYZ has chosen to freeze it as opposed to assist his team for a CS lead, it now can put him in danger. Some pings did go down bottom, but Clearlove's actually going to say, Dragon's coming up in 1 minute 30. I'm going to reset my position and prep for that.
Well, it's a 3-2 turret advantage for EDG after starting this lane swap, and also they do have these single dragons to their names, being the Cloud Dragon. As Deft going to try and push this one towards STYZ's tower and stop him from freezing it any longer. We can actually take a look at the items that have been picked up so far here, as Vladimir looking towards picking up the Protobelt as his first item. Maokai opting to go for his boots first with a double Doran's Ring as Acorn now actually getting caught out here. Takes a lot of damage in return from this bot lane duo. May actually force him back to base.
Def just spell shield the Q.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not an ability that you see. Obviously, it's just a right-click ability, so you're looking at the animation tell from Vladimir. That's like split second.
Well done. Spell shield mechanics. There's actually Mako getting caught out here. Otto jumps on top of him. He's spotted out by the ward there. Stuns him against the wall, but it's not going to be enough. It's first blood. Will fall towards shield. Here comes Scoutgo trying to get the jump on towards Otto. The clone has been popped. He tries to dash away. Deft is there behind the clone if he decides to go back, and Scout will be able to pick up the return kill.
Yeah, Scout pulls the trigger, and obviously it means much more to have a kill and pressure on Azir versus your support Karma. So continued to be good news for EDG. I want to take a moment, though, and I kind of want to criticize STYZ a little bit. We see this all the time. You cannot freeze like that as an AD carry against a proactive team. There was an issue where Mouse was trying to find a farm lane, so Mako and Deft were assisting him trying to reset side lanes before EDG decided to just push into mid lane, seeing that since STYZ had dedicated himself to freezing the bottom lane, like that action directly caused his team losing mid tower because they didn't have the Caitlyn wave clear available. Like, so selfish, so greedy, and can cost his team so much.
Does have a 30 CS lead over Deft, so if he can make use of that, will be helpful, but like you mentioned, has cost his team a lot. We have to see what they can use with it. Chimin takes the Magical Journey out here, does get stunned down by Mako. Deft was threatening to put some damage down, and Saint now, they want to try and take down this Infernal Dragon. They've already started it and chipping away at its health bar. Maokai still stuck in the top lane. Mouse will have to teleport into this fight if he wants to go for it. Clearlove looks to try and threaten Saint here. Here comes the Temper Fate, lands on the two people. Dragon does fall on towards Chimindo, and here's Mouse. He's teleported into lane, but EDG, they want to fight instead. Shield, they're going to get locked down. There goes Mouse, flashing forward. STYZ gets taken out as well. Magical Journey is going to allow EDG to continue chasing as Acorn and Chimin have to run away, so they don't get the Dragon, but they get the fight they were looking for.
And the issue was that a pink ward was placed and the vision was controlled by Saint, so EDG actually didn't have the priority ward available for the TP to come in, so just slightly botched there. Obviously, the Temper Fate would have been excellent if it had also hit the Dragon. So, lose the Infernal Drake. Good job from Saint there, but in the end, they do clean up the fight.
Well, let's see what they can do with the two members of Saint being taken down here. Magical Journey being put on towards the blue buff here. Will be donated on towards Scout. They've got a big wave up top. And it did look like Otto wanted to try and clear that one out, but EDG responds to it nicely, which was prepped by Mouse earlier before his teleport. They might be able to get some damage towards this turret if the members go up, but instead, Saint able to defend it nicely. Mouse will be able to dodge out the first chain coming out of Otto. The second one will not be able to be dodged out, but the tether comes out from Shield Zelda locking down. Here comes Clearlove though, looking to try and take down Chimin. He's got to jump on top of it, puts a lot of damage down. Meanwhile, Mouse is going to go down. Only the clone gets taken down first as Clearlove is going to get rooted up, throws out the W, picks up the return kill to Otto, and Scout is going to be able to take down Chimin in the back lines.
EDG continuing to pull them around the map, and they're not done.
They're going to take down Shield as well as a double kill comes out for the EDG lineup. They find 3 picks for 1. They're looking to try and take down the top lane in the turret.
And it's because EDG have pressure points in all 3 lanes right now. It is going to be Deft facing across from Acorn, but it's causing Saint to panic and to rotate incorrectly and not bring proper support, and EDG are just finding picks on them. It turned out a little bit messy because initially Mouse is caught out here, not respecting the call that Bard and Kha'Zix had started to rotate back down towards Scout since he had set up his Sun Tower, but a good response to say, okay, Mouse is caught, we need to actually fight this, and then an even better response from Scout to say, okay, I set up the Sun Tower, we were supposed to come mid, but we had to change our priority and look back bottom, or excuse me, top.
And they're able to take down the top lane inner turret on top of that, which they prepped earlier from the tempo advantage they got from the lane swap. So good proactive play coming out from EDG so far. They found themselves a 3,000 gold lead over Saint. Single dragon each to both these teams.
They pivoted well. And again, we haven't really seen a lot of mistakes from Mouse. He's actually been kind of hidden from scrutiny a little bit if you compare him across from Koro, but that was just straight up a mistake. But EDG covered for him very well, in particular Scout. Again, EDG wanted to go mid. The Sun Tower was up. They were looking at sieging inner mid. Mouse got caught. They collapsed. They managed to transition it into an inner tower anyway.
Well, Saint now, they're the ones trying to make the proactive plays. They're trying to get the jump on towards Mako and Scout here. Mako puts down a Magical Journey, flashes the opposite way instead, tries to lock down STYZ and heal himself, but he's just going to be the sacrificial lane, trying to buy some time for the rest of his team, and especially for Scout to get away.
Back-to-back members of EDG getting caught out as they try to set up these rotating plays. Really good reactions from Saint.
They're going to have to pull a few.
They've had enough.
They have to pull a few more of those out of their hat first if they want to get back into this game, those. EDG still the ones controlling the map with their nice gold lead at the moment.
Not controlling it as cleanly as they should. They're not setting up their vision appropriately, and they keep getting caught with Saint getting underneath it.
You know, this goes back to as well, ADG, this is an intimidation match for them. They want to try and prove to the rest of the group that they are the top dogs here. And, you know, Game Talents, they're threatening after their good performance against Newbie and EDG's lackluster performance against Newbie that they could definitely be the top members of this group. You know, this is a statement game. They have to prove that it's a statement game, and they can't make these small mistakes.
At the same time, though, I mean, not a lot of pressure on Saint, obviously. They're not expected to win this game, but they are looking much better in game 2. Subbing out Captain for Chimin and Snoopy for Otto is already a step in the right direction.
And, you know, it's surprising they can look better here, especially due to the fact that game 1, they were even in gold for so long. Now they're actually behind, but still look a lot better in the matchup.
Also got a lot of comfort champions.
And Scout just pokes out also there, just for no apparent reason, just doesn't like him apparently.
No, it's so Otto can't rotate.
Otto now actually might
He's
get
gonna
taken down
die
by
too
Mako.
far.
One more slap's enough, and Mako finds a solo kill onto the mid laner.
And it's because EDG, they finally corrected their mistake. They prepped their vision better when they're playing in between the lanes mid and bottom. And Scout, by chunking out Otto, means that he can't rotate to assist. So again, the initial play for EDG was going to be on the bottom side of the map. But with Otto being caught out, they just pivoted and moved it into the mid side.
They find a lot of damage on towards both the mid lane turret and the bottom lane turret. They're going to continue sieging both of these objectives. In fact, they still have Scout trying to chip away at the turret in the mid lane. And Chimin's going to be able to clear out as many wards as possible. Mako trying to find another Cosmic Binding and put some more damage down. Vladimir not having a good time in this lane. Speed's going to come out from Chimin trying to clear out some of these minions, possibly look to jump on top of Scout.
All 3 pressure points from EDG again, top, mid, and bottom.
And that also means that Dragon's going to be coming up in 35 seconds. That prompts the recalls coming out from all of the EDG members. Go back to base, pick up a few more items before they head over towards that objective. We can actually check in with those pretty quickly here. As we see Scout, he's picked up his Nash's Tooth and also looking towards a Rylos Crystal Scepter next. Has the Leader's Large Rob and the Giant's Belt, as well as a Negatron Cloak to prevent some of the damage. Kha'Zix picked up quite a few aggressive items here, completed his Warrior's Enchantment, has the Serrated Turk, as well as the Hextricka coming in for his lineup.
Big issue for Saint right now is they don't have a tank. The fact is that, like you said, the Spirit Visage isn't available for Acorn. Even if he goes that route, he could look for the Abyssal Scepter instead. He does have his belt available to him. Whereas on the other side, Mouse, despite being technically down in CS, he has his MR up and available, as well as being Maokai. So against the likes of LeBlanc, Vladimir, it's massive for EDG's 5v5. They are the stronger team right now.
And EDG are going to be able to take down an Infernal Dragon for themselves in this match to match up with the Cloud Dragon they took earlier, and also the Infernal Dragon Saint took previously. The fourth dragon to spawn on this map will be an Ocean Dragon in about 6 minutes.
And back to sieging, which means that we should probably see EDG continue to flood all 3 lanes. They are now collapsing towards the prepped wave bottom.
Looking for it. STYZ gets sped up by Shield, trying to clear out this turret, but Scout's there as well, put some decent damage down. This should fall in favor of EDG. They could possibly start a fight if they wanted to afterwards, but content with taking down the objective. They're now 5 turrets to 2.
And it's immediately back to mid lane and catching Saint cheating through their own jungle on their vision.
Love also dodges out the spear coming out from Chimin after chunking him down, forcing him to blow the flash on top of that. EDG looking really strong now. Scout trying to jump on towards Otto, puts the ultimate, throws him backwards. Otto has to try and run away as the soldiers coming one more time. The W comes up for Otto to try and get to safety. Dev trying to chase him down with the On The Hunt. There's another chain coming out just to slow down the Silver a little bit longer. Otto desperately trying to wait the crucial amount of seconds before he can get into turret range. Has the W forward, does get executed. So smart play from Otto, but it's still a member down for the side of Saint.
Cute little play out from Bard though, throwing the Tempered Fate. Making sure that he for sure executes himself. Like, that's the thing. You're like, oh, you know, why do these teams chase so far? That guy's obviously just going to execute. There could just be a chance that if you stop chasing him, he's just going to press back.
Meanwhile, Acorn in a little bit of trouble, getting it locked down by Mouse. Here comes Khalil as well. He already used that Proto Belt to try and get away. Acorn trying to heal up with the Chrisman Rush. Here comes Shield as well, trying to lock down the tanking member in the front line. Chimin's there as well now. Mouse might be in a little bit of trouble, but does have members to try and back him up. Mako takes a spear to the face, and EDG decide not to continue chasing.
They do no damage to that Maokai. He's level 11 with Spirit Visage and Merc Treads up and online. Against the likes of Nidalee, Karma, and Vladimir, he's just going to laugh the whole way.
That's exactly what Mouse did there, but they weren't able to find a pick. EDG still 5,000 gold ahead of Saint. It's in a very comfortable spot for the All-Star roster.
Identifying where EDG are going to go next, it's again this mid lane. Typically they like to do this by pressuring all 3 waves, so Saint have actually done a good job getting underneath EDG and like running to waves, pushing them forward, and then running away, which is what Otto is actually doing right now. So it's forcing EDG, instead of just consolidating all of their members in one lane that they want to push, to reset their side waves, which is losing them a lot of momentum and time with their gold lead.
Meanwhile, also trying to push out this bottom lane for himself. Trying to find whatever advantage he can for the Saints lineup at the moment, but things just don't look great for them right now.
They're doing a good job stalling.
But they're only slowing down the bleeding, not stopping it completely.
Yep.
EDG still look to try and find objective after objective, and it's 22 minutes into the game, so Baron is up and online. EDG could definitely turn the tides on towards that objective and try and take it down. As now Shield gets jumped on. There goes Sklitov on the wall as well, looking to try and pick up a pick. Zonya's actually going to have to be popped there by Chimin. He tries to run away. Scout, in the meanwhile, picks up a pick onto Shield in the back line. It's going to be Akon that gets jumped on. Temper Fate is going to get dodged out by the remaining members of Saint, but they still find a crucial pick onto the support.
It's about what EDG are going to do with this, however. They don't have enough sweepers, and they haven't cleared out enough vision. They do have vision over the Baron pit, but you have plenty of ways to check. Just like that with the spear.
As the spear comes out, max range props to Ulanzako, and now Scout actually getting jumped on there by Otto, but he's still chasing him down. LeBlanc gonna get taken down there. STYZ in the meantime does find a turret for himself, but EDG get another pick.
And now back to the Baron. This time around, they're going to go ahead and start it up. Should note Scout's positioning behind the pit, not in it with his team.
EDG, though, going to start the fight. Mouse flashes aggressively forward, gets the route down onto STYZ. That's the AD carry to take it down by Mako. Akon trying to take that clear off at the back lines. Pops down the pool. Does have Chris and Russell try and heal up. Will be able to take down Mako here. No. Tides of Rush not going to be able to connect with his Scout. Meanwhile, takes down Chimin. Here comes Clearlove. Takes down the Vladimir. And Shield is going to get jumped on after the reset. And it's a double kill coming out there as they do get the ace on towards Saint.
Mako, how are you alive? He's running around with literally 30 HP, but EDG, they bait the Baron twice, Snape fall for it both times, and it will mean the purple monster falls.
I'm already taking down quite low here. Otto knows someone is supposed to get back towards this pit fast enough. Mako throwing another cheeky Cosmic Binding towards the pit to take it down, and that's a Baron buff going on over towards EDG.
And naturally, this will make sieging up that really low health inner mid tower much easier. So EDG reset the map. Dragon will be spawning in 1 minute. They have their pick of the litter about where they go next.
It's 13-3 on the scoreboard. As we take a look at the damage dealt in that last team fight, Clearlove standing out there on this Kha'Zix has really been able to execute people that have been isolated in these fights, and no damage coming out from Otto.
There's nothing that they can do against the Kha'Zix. They don't have any CC on their comps. This is back-to-back that Saint have no answers for assassin play.
And now EDG is going to be able to take down the mid lane inner turret. Chimin's been locked down by the Temper Fate coming up from Bard. Scout going to try and Sumo Shuffle into the fight. Shield gets caught out one more time. He's going to be able to speed himself up, but that's lots of slows coming out from the Rise Crystal Scepter. Clearlove going to be able to get the jump on towards the support. Scout, should be able to pick up this kill. And he goes godlike in this match.
And they still have 20 seconds to spare if they want to continue to siege towers before they need to fall back for the Dragon. Looks like they're going after the Baron inhib.
They're going to try and siege out this bot lane inhibitor turret. Traps have been put down by STYC to try and stop the advances coming out from EDG. They do have some nice wave clear and ways to get towards these turrets without going over them. It's just going to be Mouse, tanks out one of them, provides an opportunity for EDG to try and get towards this turret. This turret already getting worked at towards by EDG's lineup. Dev pops on the hunt, trying to get onto it. You do see the ultimate being used there by Akon, looking to try and get into the fight. Otto is able to take down Mouse, but gets taken down. Chimin, gets taken down by Clearlove after he comes out of the stasis. And they trade 1 for 1 and still looking to try and take down this turret.
But the tower is still standing, and that's the big key thing.
Scout actually going to get taken down. Otto gets taken down there by Dev. Prompts to jump in, coming for Clearlove. He jumps, gets the reset onto Shield as well. Double kill comes out for Clearlove, and that's 4 members dead for the lineup of Saint.
And again, there's nothing that Saint can do to stop Kha'Zix once he gets those low resets and is reached to the back line. It's now Acorns in trouble.
He's getting jumped on there. Clearlove tries to find the execution there, gets jumped one more time, flops in, gets the kill. Clearlove picks up the ace. And EDG able to find the first inhibitor for themselves.
Is this the statement you were looking for, Fish?
I think so.
We talked about how the initial game, the extended lane phase from EDG that they like to prioritize actually hid a lot of Saints' weaknesses because they are experienced players. EDG this time around initiate a lane swap and have yet to turn down the gas. They are going full speed ahead and just running Saint over.
7-0-6 on Clearlove. Scout with another fantastic performance. 7-0-7 as another Dragon falls in favor of EDG. It's 4-19 in terms of kills here. 11,000 gold lead for EDG at the moment and 7 turrets to 3. EDG looking really commanding in game number 2.
Clear loves KDA, also looking very nice on this Kha'Zix pick. The first time to make it work in the LPL.
He's going to be able to buff up his already dominant KDA in the KDA rankings after this matchup if he continues on this track.
Oh, I know Swift is jealous. Why does he get to play Kha'Zix?
Well, this is why. You can do the same performance, Swift. Go ahead.
Again, just have to criticize Saints comp. Don't have a lot of options for Kha'Zix jumping around. They lack control. I don't know if it's Acorn. Like, Acorn on Samsung Blue was known as this tank player, role player for his team. Yes, he has the mechanics that he can play a carry-oriented role, but that was never his identity. Big Rumble player. Had a lot of Maokai in there. And yet he's like, no, Swain Vladimir only.
That's all he's been playing so far. Just hasn't been working out for the Saint lineup as Mako steps on the trap, takes a little bit of damage here, but EDG, they want to look for a fight, it seems. There goes a Human Plague being put on top of 3 members. Def going to try and take down Econ as soon as he comes out from the pool. As STYZ going to lock down by the tip of fate. He's going to get taken down next here. Mouse looking towards the back line. It's a double kill going on towards Def. He's trying to look for more as Mako picks up the kill on towards Chimin. Scowl is able to take down Otto as well. And that should be game for EDG. They work towards the Nexus turrets and they should be able to pick up game number 2.
2 very different compositions and 2 very different styles. EDG do make a statement on Snake. It's that they are versatile.
And that is the turret, the Nexus. That's going to be taken down there. Cheeky flash from Mouse as well. Mako, he's definitely been fighting. It's a happy birthday signs are coming out as well. And what a fantastic performance coming out from EDG.
The birthday boy on his Bard.
He got a few solo kills for himself as well, so gifted himself a couple of presents.
He killed a LeBlanc. Now, very impressive finish from EDG. I mean, game 2, it's much easier to see. We've kind of talked about this at length, this idea that the extended lane phase hides what Saint are poor at or what they need development with. But you'd have to say, EDG, they don't just play one style. They don't just beat you one way. I think Team WE and Vici Gaming kind of fall into that trap. Same thing with Newbie. The reason why they're a premier team in the LPL is because they can choose where they beat you and how they beat you.
And you know, EDG, very happy with that win. You can still see smiles in the lineup of Saint there. They, you know, no expectations coming to this game. They did put up a decent performance in game number 1, but just got torn apart in game number 2 by EDG.
No one will ever criticize Saint's individual mechanical ability. Again, STYZ, Acorn, Otto, even Shu on his Thresh, they've all seen play in the LPL before. They have experienced careers behind them. It's just getting it to all work together. And unfortunately, they had an uphill battle because they were facing EDG today. Maybe against the likes of LGD or Invictus Gaming or Vici or one of those other teams, it might fare a little bit better.
And you know, now EDG with that match, they're able to put themselves up at the top of the table one more time here, tying up with Game Talents with 3 wins each, who will be playing in the next match here today. But do you think that was the statement EDG needed to send out to the rest of the group?
Oh, absolutely. Again, it wasn't just that they won in the exact same. They literally took a composition like a kite comp, and they gave them Swain, Ryze, and Lucian, and they beat them. And then they immediately reset everything, gave them Vladimir, took a 5v5 comp, initiated a lane swap, and just ripped them around the map. Like, they proved that they can play both styles, and they can be dominant in either. So I don't know what other statement that you could make there.
And you know, Saint, one more time here, coming into this game, disappointing once more and haven't really lived up to that skill ceiling that we talk about every single time before they go into their match.
It's a theoretical skill ceiling that could be there. Yeah, just unfortunate for Saint. They need to first and foremost figure out what the most stable roster for them is. Stop switching between your jungle and mid position. We have the same criticism against IMA of running a 7-man roster. Saint are trying to do the same thing. Just stick with what is working best, which to me, my opinion is Chimin and Otto.
Well, we got a little bit more time, so let's break down that game a bit more here. You know, starting off with the fact EDG game number 2 tore them apart with their map rotation. They played it fantastically, you know, and just Saint couldn't live up to that. What was Saint doing wrong from the start of that game? Because it just looked like EDG were running them all over the map non-stop.
Big issue was STYZ choosing to freeze the lane. Again, I've talked about this at length. So many times teams get away with this when it's very easy to punish because you have someone who's locked into a freeze. The reason why most people only freeze on top lane is because you also have the teleport to compensate for that. But doing it on an 80 carry pretty much means that this guy in the mid lane just gets to run over with his 80 carry duo bot behind him.
And Scout's going to pick up another MVP performance for the EDG lineup. 8-0-10 with 34% of his team's damage share. He stood out in game number 2. Was very quiet game 1, but definitely stood out this time round on this Azir.
This is back-to-back MVPs for Scout, and this is a guy that's taking over for the likes of Pawn. We talked about how it doesn't necessarily change EDG's identity much, although I think that they're playing much closer to their 2014 performance. Scout, to me, I mean, obviously the meta is in these wave control metas. He hasn't gotten to jump onto that assassin quite yet and kind of make those big flashy plays. He's not drawing the same type of pressure that Pawn is, but he is having so much more consistent team fights. Pawn is either brilliant in team fights or he's a complete disaster and completely throws games in team fights. Scout is much closer to you back when EDG were first formed, and this idea that he's a consistent team fighter and he's very good at it, but he also has an incredibly dominant lane phase, and he will find the 1v1 pressure kill.
So how does this impact the rest of the lineup here? Because we now have Mouse up at the top lane, but we still have, Clearlove, Deft, and Mako. Does this change the identity of EDG in other ways?
I'm almost at the opinion, it's hard to say because I don't have a big enough sample size, but my initial impression of Scout is I actually think he's better for EDG than Pawn was. Pawn's role in EDG is this guy's like running, like streaking around through the mid lane, and everyone's just rushing towards them, and it allows Deft and Mako to like quietly amass this big lead. Deft and Mako can do that totally fine on their own anymore. The training wheels are off. This is one of the most dominant LPL bot lanes and one of the most aggressive LPL bot lanes. They don't need that big pressure point anymore. And the thing is like Pawn is a double-edged sword. He's very much like Swift. Like, he requires that not only do the enemies respect him, but your teammates also have to respect him. Because sometimes he just goes way too deep, and he throws team fights before he's able to get big, massive cooldowns on. Scout has a lot more patience, and he kind of recognizes that Clearlove, Deft, and Mako, they're going to do majority of the work. I just have to sit back. I don't need to force a play. I just need to be that consistent spine and backbone, which is what you used to be for the team. And so I actually like Scout's identity more than Pawn.
And speaking of Clearlove, Deft, and Mako, they, the original members of this EDG lineup coming from Spring Split, no changes made to them, and they played really well in their matchup. We saw Mako, running around the map, picking up solo kills onto the Blanc here and there. Clearlove able to use that Kha'Zix effectively into a no CC team call coming out from Saint. They're still looking really solid for EDG's lineup. Like, no shakiness from them either.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the only shakiness now is Mouse. Mouse was, and we saw this in this game, especially against Saint. Mouse made a mistake. The play was to go mid lane. Scout had set it up. Clearlove and Mako had both backed up, and Scout was caught out, and it forced EDG to pivot. But thankfully, Scout saved the day and was able to pivot and to collapse better to allow them to take a tower anyway. But the fact of the matter sits is that Mouse is actually a liability for the team. It's hard to say liability. It's too strong a word. The fact that Mouse is the weakest member for how well he's performing speaks to the strength that EDG have right now, but he is an issue, and against stronger teams with stronger top laners, it should be something that the Elite can expose.
Because we look at the top laners for the rest of this group, IG, they got Zatai, Game Talents, they have Gimgrun up top as well. Newbie, they have V up there. Is this going to be a big difference between the standings coming into this group here? Because now we have Game Talents.
First and foremost, we need to separate Zatai and Gimgoon away from V. Not that I don't like V, but they're very different top laners. Gimgoon and Zatai are going to be able to play that carry role as well as a tank role, whereas I think V is still funneled a little bit too hard into kind of a role-playing tank identity, despite the fact that he has been given hard carry top laners like the Swain, like the Echo. So just statement there. Okay, so Zatai and Gimgoon and then V. He's good, but he's not quite there yet.
So how are these? How is this group shaking up right now? Because this is the last day of week number 2. This is the day of this group to be playing. We're going to see IG taking on Game Talents next. How is this group shaking up to be? Because right now it looks like EDG, Game Talents are up there, but we're still questioning where exactly they are, even though they have great performances. And IG still trying to prove like they're a great team, but they haven't been able to do that just yet. Where are these teams stacking up?
When we talk about the elite of the LPL, I think right now we're talking about RNG, EDG, and Team WE. So kind of your first, second, and third place teams as a whole in the group. Then you have this really close group between Newbie, Snake, Game Talents right now, and Invictus Gaming. So you have 4 teams where everyone's kind of like, is it just a stylistic rock, paper, scissors type of thing? Like, IG could beat these teams, but they'll fall down here. Or is one of them kind of a clear cut above to join that 4th place team?
Well, we're taking through a look at the highlights between that best of 3 series between EDG and Saint, where EDG were able to pick up a 2-0 victory very decisively over Saint. We still have 2 more matches coming out tonight, which Atlas and Rusty will be taking us through. It's going to be Invictus Gaming taking on Game Talents and Newbie taking on Saint. But that was just, once again, going back to it, dominating performance from EDG. They look solid. A couple of mistakes here and there, but nothing too messy coming from the lineup. And Saint still rather disappointing in the LPL so far.
Again, EDG's mistakes, they made a confidence error in their initial game, trying to siege up mid lane and allowing a flanking teleport from Acorn. And then they also made an error with Mouse individually not quite responding to the call quick enough.
Yep, so that was the first match that we saw here today between EDG and Saint here. It was, we mentioned it so many times, whitewash coming from EDG there. We're going to have IG taking on Game Talents next. You know, IG still wants to try and pick up a victory. They still want to try and prove that they are the dominant team here in the LPL. And Game Talents, they've been dominating so far. They have been trying so much to trying so much to prove that they're one of the top teams here in the LPL. And finally, Newbie taking on Snake.
Yeah.
Big games.
The important thing is, of course, like we were just talking about this idea that there's a really kind of muddy mid-tier of the LPL teams, like who's clearly the fourth best if you have RNG, EDG, and Team WE. Is it Newbie? Is it Invictus Gaming? Is it Game Talents, who've kind of come out of nowhere? Vici showing a lot of development. And so the Game Talents versus Invictus Gaming set coming up next, I think, is as important as the one yesterday between Vici and IMA. It'll really define that middle line.
Well, that's the next match that's coming up here today, and that's going to be Rusty and Atlas taking over for that set. We're going to go into a quick break and we'll be back with the second game of tonight. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. Big thanks to Froskerin and Fish. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson. This is Zach Rusty Pie. We're here to get into our next 2 series of the day. Of course, let's just recap a little bit. EDG made fairly short work of Saint in that first series.
Yeah, fairly short work's definitely a way to describe this. So it was essentially a standings booster for EDG, Saint, of course, being one of the bottom-tier teams at the moment. Honestly, even EDG giving them the perfect team composition. 3 champions we usually see banned, still beat them with it. And so a lot of momentum now secured by EDG.
Most certainly was. And, of course, Clearlove having a phenomenal performance on the Kazakhs there as well. But we do have more series to get into. And the next one is actually quite interesting. Invictus Gaming are going to be taking on Game Talents. And, look, if you had have sort of shown me this matchup before we'd got into this this split at all, I'd be like, well, IG probably going to run over this one. But Game Talents have been phenomenal. Still undefeated so far here in the LPL. And they're just going from strength to strength. And do you think it has to do with their jungler, their mid laner? Like, what's happening? Are they just stepping up across the board?
I think it's the jungler. I think it's safe to say, and you're right, coming into this split, we would have been like, oh, IG, GT, easy 2-0. But suddenly they've just found this zest that seems to be a part of their team now. And I will say it stems mostly from Wushong in that jungle position. But it's also that whilst he's there, it's almost like comfort for the rest of his team because now they've got their mid laner Republic. Feels like he's empowered to actually get things done for the rest of his team. Not always the playmaker, but definitely being told when to make the plays and still successfully making those plays.
Yeah, the ridiculous thing is as well is that they do have Crisis there as the sub in the jungle. He was a large proponent of how they managed to take down Newbie, arguably the biggest test that Game Talents have had so far. And of course, if we look at this matchup itself, IG versus GT, IG just lost to Newbie. It was a 2-1 series. It was relatively close. Zatai played fairly well on the Fiora in the top lane in the game number 2. But otherwise, I mean, it just looks like on paper now, Game Talents easily the favorites. And it's just mind-boggling.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, you're absolutely right. They would be the favorites. Newbie actually losing to GT, but beating Invictus Gaming says it all.
Exactly right. We are going to go through the Invictus Gaming team lineup. Does look like exactly the same roster here as Kitties is sitting on the bench. Tabe still in there, trying to fill in that shot-calling position. It's a Thai Kid, Rookie, Rain, and of course Tabe there. And look, this is a team that did not go through too many changes at all. They haven't really had to readjust anything apart from having Tabe there towards the bottom side of the map.
That's right.
And Rookie is still playing like an absolute beast, all right? Despite the fact that this team hasn't necessarily had the best start, I think Rookie is still the shining light for this squad.
He always has been, and it's safe to say that he always will be for Invictus Gaming. But naturally, something that we have to draw in a parallel we need to consider is the Invictus Gaming is very similar to Newbie, who they did just lose to.
Yeah.
Simply because they're a top-heavy team, and Rain and Tabe, shot callers essentially and facilitators for the team. It's actually quite important that they don't fall behind, and that's the really curious thing about IG. Because if your shot caller's behind, usually the shot calling starts to suffer, but their strength is on the exact opposite side of the map. It's not like RNG is with Marta. It's the exact opposite, to be perfectly honest.
Well, we'll see exactly what is going to change, because the thing that I find really interesting about this, and I like that you brought up the Newbie matchup, is there something to do with timings here? Of course, Newbie do like to take you very, very late before they beat you, whereas on the other side of the rift, you've got Game Talents that like to come at you very, very quickly. And do you think that maybe IG will be able to sort of answer that a little bit more just with Rookie's really dominant laning phase?
There's definitely an answer available with Rookie having control of the lane, but to control Republic right now with his pocket jungler that seems to be everywhere could make life a little bit more difficult, because remember, whilst we look at Game Talents up against Invictus Gaming, we know that Kid is going to be the right hand of Rookie, as much as Wushong is going to be trying to keep Kid down, and what a standout performer our jungler for GT has been.
Yeah, so Crisis out. Wushong is going to be back on the main roster here as we are having a look at Game Talents.
Oh, that English on their shirts is adorable.
It is.
I'm come back just
adorable.
now.
Brilliant. And Gimgoon, still an absolute beast there towards the top side of the map. Often you look at IG and you think Zatai, able to throw a whole heap of those curveballs, can be that carry player that we do like from him, as Republic is having a little bit of a sleep on his desk at the moment, making sure that he is rested and ready to get into this series. It's just unfortunate, to be perfectly frank. But going back to the top lane, Gimgoon has been an absolute beast, and that's not necessarily going to be a power point that IG, I think, will be able to capitalize on like they often try to.
Yeah, so the strong half of the map's definitely, to me, it feels a little bit more matched, except that Game Talents have a bottom side of the map being the biggest contrast, because remember, M3's old bottom lane just been put together. Let's just get PentaQ, Savoki, make this like super bottom lane that was always good in a team that was struggling around them, add it to what is a strong top side of the map. Republic was always the question mark to me, and that's why we looked at IG and GT and said, Rookie's always going to stand out. He is anyway. But yes, Zatai's probably going to have a difficult time against Gimgoon, because that guy holds his own against everybody. He takes names against the top players in the LPL.
Yeah, and as we have a look at how this game is going to shake out as well, do we think that this is going to come down a lot to what is actually picked on the Rift? Do you think that IG need to go back to their roots and just throw curveballs, do crazy things, maybe a Trinity Force Poppy again out of Zatai? Like, what is the answer here for this Invictus Gaming squad as we hop into Champs League?
I don't think there are many Trinity Force Poppies that I would say are the answer until patch 6.11 does come out. But we're well and truly through these bans, Atlas.
Yeah, exactly right. Lucian, Vladimir, and Swain have been the chosen evictees on the side of Invictus Gaming, as Game Talents have removed Ryze, Kindred, and the Nidalee. So making sure that that S-tier of junglers has been taken away. Although Nidalee hasn't been seeing as much success, still not giving it to Kid, who does like to carry if he can. And speaking of which, he's going to lock away the Graves. The answer immediately, though, is going to be the Echo and the Rek'Sai. Wushang back to a definite power pick for him. He looked so good in his first game on the champion.
Yeah, very fast pick and ban phase coming out of these teams. Definitely having a plan ready. And all of the bans that IG have actually put down, just strong meta picks, the Lucian, the Vlad, the Swain, have all represented very well right now in the LPL and even other LCS regions, I should say, even the LCK to an extent. Whereas Game Talents on the flip side, more of a target ban. Of course, the junglers are strong. Kindred and Nidalee always going to find themselves on the ban list, but both of them being put in place on red side, kind of limiting what is available for IG's jungler Kid, because he doesn't have the deepest pockets in the world. You could have even forced him onto Mundo if you wanted to.
Yeah, almost just get rid of the Ryze ban, just ban away the Graves as well, and then you've pretty much dealt with it, to be honest. But GT, now to make their next choices, as the bottom lane for IG look to have been locked in here, as Sivir and Karma have been taken away. Sort of the super move fast combination for the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, one of the strongest bottom lanes to be seen in competitive play at the moment. The move speed that you get, the augmentation for the rest of your team, and the empowerment that they do actually gain from it means that you can afford to be a low mobility mid laner such as the Victor if you want to catch someone out of position. Graves will always do a little bit better for it, making sure that he can keep up. And the top laner from Zatai can honestly just be a Maokai, or he can just be Zatai and be happy for it.
Certainly hope he is going to pick up the Fiora here as the pick away of the Trundle. I think this is really interesting. It's more of a denial, I have a feeling, but Savoki has always been a big fan playing the Troll on the bottom side of the map, and I have a feeling that PentaQ can then just go towards the Ezreal, have that super safe disengage style bottom lane, and everything can be okay, because they picked away the Azir at the same time. Answer, though, so quickly. This is just ridiculous. Already locked in Twisted Fate Fiora on the side of IG, and that's the comp.
Yeah, wow. So they've secured themselves the team composition. 2 Twisted Fate games this split have been seen by Rookie, and a very strong Twisted Fate player in that.
Oh, yeah.
Knows his matchup, knows how he wants to play this game. The way I see it is get Zatai rolling and just watch the game unfurl in front of their eyes.
And I just love also the fact that they've paired a Twisted Fate up with all of this added movement speed, because one thing that I guess you don't think about all that often is the fact that he has low cooldowns. You can get that stun back up, but all you need to do is be able to move over to your opponent and smack him with it.
Yeah.
It's going to have no problem doing that.
It's like so looking at IG's team composition, you would say that their engage is definitely lacking, but the subtle nuance of, as you mentioned, the Sivir and Karma existing with all of these speed boosts is that Rookie can effectively engage on people just because he's going to be moving so fast that it will stun them. Like, that's the one thing, is it's guaranteed.
Just looking at the comps as well, as we do see them lining up on your screen right now, I have a feeling that the collective health bars of Game Talents will be about 6 times that of IG. They've got like 3 dedicated tanky champions here with the Azir and the Ezreal to cap it off, whereas on the side of IG, they're all about, we want to build some damage and we want to smack you in the head with these big swords that we've got in our back pockets.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of important map play out of IG as we move into our first game.
Well, we'll see exactly what happens as we hop onto the Rift. Thank you very much, Rookie, and welcome to Summoner's Rift, ladies and gentlemen, as IG are taken to the floor up against Game Talents. We'll see whether Game Talents can continue on their rampage through the LPL, or whether it's going to be Invictus Gaming with their sort of classic hyper-aggressive team comp building.
That's right. Remember, GT have only dropped one map against Snake, but still found the victory and undefeated in terms of set play up against IG that are always going to be this sporadic team. You never know if they're going to be completely on form or if they're going to be lacking in any department. But the best of IG can beat the best of most of our LPL teams. GT are no exception.
That is absolutely right. And look, they've all got the tools that they want to do it with, and that was probably the quickest champ select that we've ever had, ever. So is there anything else that we need to flesh out as far as what these teams want to be doing at what points in this game?
So the first thing that we need to look at as well is just the team compositions. We didn't really get a lot of time to express what they're capable of doing.
Yeah.
And looking at Game Talents, first and foremost is they are super standard. They've got 2 big tanks, 3 big tanks if we count the Trundle, depending on his ultimate. And then they've got a hyper carry to boot in that middle lane, and mostly a hyper carry in Ezreal that will take a while to scale. But that's the key word, is they need to scale. The Ezreal needs 2 items. The Azir wants 2 or 3 items as well to be putting in work. Whereas on the flip side, for Invictus, they can pretty much fight whenever they choose. It's a Sivir, so yeah, you want your items, but you're still a Sivir, so you're going to be strong. Karma has that early presence. Twisted Fate has that early presence. The only one that really wants to scale is probably the Fiora.
Yeah.
Like, they can match the scaling, so that's the thing that you need to note, but it's on IG to actually get the ball rolling. And you get tanks behind, you get Gimgoon behind, you get Wushang perhaps behind as well. You'll find a lot of strength around the map everywhere, and that's the important part. Map play is key.
Yeah, so probably looking for IG to make the first move. As it stands, though, we do have a lane swap in effect. Game Talents have moved up towards the top side. It is going to be Pentakill and Savoki just smacking these minions down, and we'll see whether it is going to be Gimgoon heading over there, whether they're going to go for the fast push. Looks like, however, IG going to head back and try and grab those standard lanes.
Yeah, we'll see if they can actually stop this push. Remember, there's going to be a lot of minions crashing that'll go to waste, and there you go. IG absolutely going to be matched by Game Talents, who I'm going to say are content with the standard lanes.
Yeah, as a tie, though, he's going to be able to grab himself a teleport advantage there towards the bottom side of the map. And Rookie, you can see, shoving these minion waves aggressively towards Republic, understanding that he's pretty aware of where everybody else on the map is. Republic pretty happy. Yeah.
Absolutely. The key with that matchup as well, if you push him in, you make Azir actually focus on minions, not you. That's when Twisted Fate's happiest, and when Azir is the least content, knowing that he can't actually put you down and just needs to try and keep up with you. There was a lot of CS that was going to crash, so he did catch up in terms of farm. But Republic running that cleanse build as well.
Yeah.
Not able to utilize any offensive tools. Rookie's actually in control.
And I actually really like this as well. The fact that IG have taken a fast comp into Game Talents, which is exactly how Game Talents were able to take down Newbie, was by just being more proactive around the map. Newbie just weren't able to keep up with the tempo. But IG, with all of these tools, might have themselves an opportunity to do so, as Savoki going to be able to get rid of the pink ward, sacrifices his health bar for it, as Tabe gets caught out of position. There's the exhaust as Pentakill makes his way over the top. The knock-up waited for beautifully from Wushang, and first blood is going to go to Savoki.
He was trying to bait summoner spells out of Tabe as well, but credit where it's due to Savoki. That was a phenomenal pillar. Wushang's always in the perfect place at the perfect time. Very proactive jungler, and the shot calling from GT reigns supreme once again. They get that easy first blood pickup.
Yeah, and already on the front foot as well. I really want to have a look at the stats for Pentakill's first blood participation, because I swear it's almost every single one of these games out of Game Talents.
It actually probably was. I know last time it was as well.
Just
funny thing is,
I'd
I'd imagine it's Wushang with him, weirdly enough as well. So always working around that bottom lane at the right times. Jungler knowing when he's strong. And speaking of,
actually just standing on top of a ward here as well. IG with a lot of vision here towards the top side.
It's a very clever ward though from IG, to be fair. They know he's there, so they can't overextend because he can just go straight over the giant wall. So these two are going at it.
Yeah, Rookie was waiting for a second round of spells, but takes too much damage in the meantime.
He has Kid in his back pocket in the middle lane though.
Zatai, massive wave here towards the bottom side of the map as Gimgoon's going to head back to base, grabs himself the Dark Seal, Doran's Ring, sets himself up to continue this laning phase. As IG is going to catch pretty much all the way back up in farm while he makes his way down. Teleport for Rookie is going to get him back here into the mid lane.
Yeah, so a reasonably slow start to this first game, and not a big surprise, realistically. I know they both kind of play the tempo of the map, and IG are going to be the ones to probably start accelerating that tempo, unless they make a mistake and is capitalized on by the Rek'Sai in that jungle, because tank junglers, very good enablers for your team's leads. See how that progresses.
Yeah, you can see Zatai actually taking a lot of damage. He's going to head back to base.
Yeah, he's due a recall in, so he was trying to be a little bit too coy with his opponent.
Should be fine. Just trying to waste Gimgoon's potion stacks, I'd assume, something like that.
Yeah,
Does
something
get one
small
of them.
like that. The more you can get done before you go back, the more advantage you'll have when you arrive again.
Well, Zatai is going to teleport his way back in, has himself a longsword and a cull. So pretending to be an AD carry at this stage.
And that's most of IG with their team composition, except for Tabe,
That's a very good point.
because he thinks he's a mid laner.
Well, you can see Kid farming up a storm right now, 6 camps ahead of Wushang, but something that Graves is good at is definitely farming out minion waves. As the gold card goes down, nice wild cards are going to land as well. As Stacked Deck going to get some damage in. Rookie winning the trade.
Good trading from Republic to try and get something back in his favor, but Rookie with those boots of swiftness able to skirt around and hit these gold cards. Remembering Republic has cleanse, so the kill threat's low, but Rookie still has enough damage to bully him around.
Yeah, and what do you think about this first buy? Does that tell us anything about what Rookie's going to be trying to do? Because that's a very early Swifty purchase.
I think it's pretty safe to say that he'll want to use his R key everywhere possible now.
His R button.
Yeah, his ultimate, they can get him around the map super quick. Boots of Swiftness makes that very easy for him to do. Once again, you'll see this pattern continue, where he will just over-push the middle lane and then might even start disappearing. But Kid's actually here. So first things first, they want to keep Republic down before Rookie disappears.
Yeah, Savoki, good positioning here. Moves down towards the mid lane. Has left PentaQ on his own, but that's a wave crashing into his turret and has a feeling that he will be safe enough. Rookie was trying to clear that tunnel. Didn't manage to do so. But look at all the vision on the top side of the map here for
I was
Game
going to
Talents.
say, look at their vision just everywhere. They have 3 pink wards, one's deep into IG's side of the map near the red buff. And then they've got 2 pink wards in the river. So early pink purchases placed strategically in great positions. Knowing that they're not going to be taken down makes their life a lot easier. Especially now that Wushang's getting that level 6 mark and can actually be somewhere quick to help his team out.
And are these safe to say, like, wards about spotting out Rookie as he's going to be moving around the map now that he's hit that level 6 mark, now in fact level 7?
It's a combination of that and a couple of other things, right? You can't always spot it out because of the distance of his ult. You need basically one in the side bushes or one behind it. So 2 of those pings, very much so. The rest are just to have vision of Kid.
Well, Gimgoon back aggressive one more time. Z-Drive Resonance will be available. Gets it there as there's the grand challenge. Zatai actually looking for it here as Parallel Convergence wants to find something. He's managed to nail a fair bit of this, and Kid comes in and picks up the kill. Wow, Zatai really flirting with death there.
That was absolutely a dangerous play for him to make, but he comes out ahead.
Gimgoon's
Super
still at all.
close. Yeah, again, super close. I'm not sure he was ready for that 4th proc to hit. Gimgoon got a little bit greedy to get the kill, so he didn't use the ultimate. Wanted to stay close to his target. Very interesting decision from the Echo, but also very well executed on by Zatai and well timed from Kid to be there.
And now Rookie is going to be able to use those wildcards, steal away a blue buff. Max range, beautiful stuff. Is going to be the same thing on the other side of the map, so nothing really gained as far as that buff is concerned, but looks like IG have identified a potential win condition here in the Zatai split push. And I mean, it feels like 1-3-1. Is that what we're looking for here, Rusty?
There's always potential for that 1-3-1. I think if Game Talents are actually pressuring lanes, though, they may want to have the Twisted Fate there. It's all very dependent on the context of every push, but yes, primarily we will see the Fiora in the side lane at least running a 4-1. And we'll probably see Rookie trying to impact that lane. Something that's noteworthy since Champion Select, to be fair. Because it's a Twisted Fate and a Fiora.
Yeah. We'll see
Ravenous
whether-
Hydras.
Yeah, precisely. And the Tiamat already done here for Zatai as well. So well and truly moving towards that Ravenous Hydra. Gimgoon, however, has managed to pick up a bit of extra farm, got himself a Barmy Cinder, even gone back to base one more time, as that wave was well and truly shoved. It's going to be hard for the Echo to fight in this lane, though, because, I mean, the last scuffle that they had was with a Fiora that had a long sword and a cull.
Yeah, I mean, once the Vamp Scepter, as an example, or Lifesteal is there for the side of IG's top laner, he'll be very content with that lane and potentially start to out-sustain. But until such a point, I think Gimgoon will be perfectly fine. Primarily just wants to wave clear and be a threat for team fights.
Yeah, precisely. Rookie as well now with the Catalyst. Cute little change, meaning that he can play around with his health and mana bars just a little bit. See whether it's going to help him out as far as sustaining through this lane. Has his teleport, has Destiny. He hasn't pressed his R button yet. Already at that level 9 mark. And there are pings going into the mid lane. The idea is gank the teleport. I have heard this one said before, and if a man has 2, probably even more reason to do so, right?
Does it make him twice as enticing to gank? I will say Republic is stancing himself far too forward.
Oh, doesn't manage to get the swoop and scoop. As you can see on the bottom side, another scuffle as Kid had gone over. No summoner spells are going to be used from anyone.
No. That was a very curious engage in the middle lane, a bit of poke down bottom, as you mentioned, but I said Republic was playing too far forward. He actually made it obvious. There was no vision available for Rookie, but he still knew.
Yeah.
Now, you can't afford to pick your aggressive moments like that, because if you become predictable, you could actually make that mistake.
As Tabe, once again, a brilliant pillar comes out of Savoki. The exhaust comes in. Brilliant flash. My God. I would have missed that, tell you that much. As Gimgoon now potentially going to get dove. There's the Mantra W. We don't see that all that often, but it's saving Tabe's life under the turret. Gimgoon, however, not so lucky on the bottom side. Kid flashes after... Oh, my God. You didn't need to flash. But that was like, what, 2 health?
It was not a lot of health to his name. Kid barely makes it out. And yeah, flashed late when he probably could have flashed earlier or just walked out at that stage.
Yeah.
Summoner burnt. Game Talent's trading in the middle lane. They will get the objective, but you're right. The Mantra W gives enough health back to Tabe. Also, the knock-up not available for Wushong. Doesn't get him the kill either. Close. Very close stuff. We'll probably start to see a slight edge, though, because remember, that's a middle lane turret broken as Rookie disappeared, and he didn't teleport back in to save it. It just dropped.
Yeah, decided that he wasn't going to use that summoner spell. Not use anything, in fact. No one moving over there to pick that one up. And the map well and truly opened up there for Game Talents.
You can see how like a slight edge in vision, and we spoke about those pink wards like 5 odd minutes ago, has now given them their in on finding Tabe in that jungle. They find Tabe, they translate that to the middle lane turret because it was timed awkwardly perfect with that of Rookie's roam to the bottom lane. And so you start yourself off with vision, and this is something that GT are quite good at doing that I've noted. They utilize that vision at a later date to secure them something further.
Well, we'll see what they can get out of it. Of course, some big item buys to come in here as Rod of Ages has been finished by the Twisted Fate. Rookie looking to start making his impact, but Iceborne Gauntlet on the other side. Pentacute does have his utility available to him. Nash's Tooth done for Republic.
Yeah.
So lots of things actually getting built up here about 14 minutes into the game, and Game Talent's probably happy with how this game is so far. And Kid, well caught out of position. Once again, the best friends club of Wushang and Savoki are going to be enough. Savoki just bites his face off, and Kid's going to fall.
And you said it right, the best friends club is exactly what they are at the moment. Very impressive stuff from these guys, establishing vision, getting control. They could probably look towards that Drake at the moment. I'm surprised they haven't actually just started that one up.
Cloud Drake, man, no one cares.
Yeah, but if you get it, the next one spawns eventually.
I feel like it's some sort of gentleman's agreement, you know? It's like, oh, come on, someone's going to have to do
So
this.
we could get the Drake.
So we can get the good one afterwards.
Or we could get you blue buff. Think about the value from both of them. Make an assessment. You'll get blue buff every time.
You can see Wushang holds on to 1 health. There it is. Republic able to grab himself a blue. Picks that one up just fine. And we're looking at Rookie. I mean, this guy has 1 assist that has yet to really make an impact play around this map. We'll see whether he can start doing so, because so far, all of this momentum is in favor of Game Talents, and they're the team that wants to wait until the late game. They're the team that's more than happy to stall this game out.
This could
And
be
they're
the
ahead.
first movement. And yeah, this is because the middle lane turret has fallen. Look at Republic keeping him down. This is a pressure bait for the turret, however, from Kid. They don't want the kills. They want the objective.
Yeah, just want to be able to get some of that global gold back in their pockets. As the minions have gone, True Shot Barrage flies through. Kid just continues to tank up the turret, but it is going to go. Rain locks that one down.
And the play was made. Kid committed to the play. Rookie also stancing himself top side. As you can see what Republic's doing. This is a strategy that probably shouldn't change from him right now. He's definitely doing his job and giving the rest of Game Talent's time to work as Wushan can't find him because he's standing still.
Haha.
Directly countered.
Your only weakness. How did you know? As Rookie does complete the Sheen as he heads back to base. Being very vocal, as you can see on your bottom left. We'll see what he's actually trying to work out what to do here as Republic takes away some chickens.
So this is exactly what they want to do when you refer to being vocal. It's hit the point in the game where it is a Civic Armor, so it's hard to siege against them. It's going to be harder for Azir to actually get anything done. And yes, Civ is low range, but Karma can compensate for that. They put Twisted Fate, where applicable, in a side lane now and have Fiora in the other. So it is the 1-3-1. It's definitely a viable strategy for a Twisted Fate and a Fiora to put into effect. But at the same time, they're not giving Rookie the position of power in the 1-3-1. They're putting him on wave clear duty because he can do it from a range. Then they have Kid look towards the objectives on the Fiora side of the map because they actually have kill threat.
Yeah, that's where they have the power, as he is able to take down the Cloud Drake. Kid bites the bullet as the tower is going to fall on the top side. Answered immediately by Zatai, though, who's just continuing to get further and further ahead. You can see Ravenous Hydra already done, and he is close to 40 CS in the lead. In fact, exactly 40 CS in the lead over Gimgoon now. He's trying to pick up this wave as it heads towards his turret.
He's going to be an issue for the rest of this game, Zatai. Gimgoon's starting to get to the point where he won't be able to fight him. Kind of just has to wave clear and let it be. And we mentioned that Gimgoon will be content doing that simply because he's that Echo player, can teleport in, maybe get the stun off, wants to team fight with his team as well based off their draft and the composition that they put in place. So once again, this comes down to the execution. I think having that Twisted Fate, though, will empower IG just to make it that little bit easier for them to do.
We'll see whether they can get that one done. Feels worrying, though. As we have a look at the game, it's incredibly even. In fact, exactly even. The 17.5-minute mark. Zatai, I mean, I'm just looking at this Fiora and thinking the riposts are going to have to be on point if he's going to be fighting in a team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. He has to be hyper aware of the Rek'Sai knockup, the Azir sack,
Yeah.
the Echo stun. He's got things to look at, whereas we already contrasted this to the flip side. Invictus Gaming's crowd control is lacking at best.
Yeah, and Game Talents just look like they have the classic pile in. You know, you mentioned standard comp.
It's to put your face in it. They're missing the Sivir, though.
Ah, yeah.
Once again, that's what will empower IG to get it done. The Sivir Karma, as a bottom lane, is an enabler for your team because you don't necessarily need stuns. You have so much move speed that it compensates. And damage to structures.
Well, speaking of damage to structures, this one is going to be going down pretty quickly. True Shot Barrage tries to help out, but a lot of the minions survive, and the inner turret is going to fall. Nice play against the tempo here from IG. Mantra D comes out from Tabe.
Yeah, and even the ultimate from Sivir, they are moving quick. There's a teleport to flank them, though.
Yeah, Gimgoon looking to try and make his way in. IG can possibly get one from Zatai and Rookie, but they're not going to just yet. It is coming in now from Rookie. We'll see whether he can actually get the work done as Rain blows the heal. There's
Republic.
Oh my god, that was so sick. As Gimgoon locks down one, Republic gets the other. Grand challenge in the backline, but Zatai just can't get anything happening. And everyone on GT survives. It's only Kid and Tabe running for the hills as Zatai is trying to get out as well. It was only Rookie and Rain falling, but GT just showing dominance in that fight.
And it was almost more than just them anyway. Rookie gets exploded. Rain barely existed in the way of damage. He just spent the whole fight trying to run. And Invictus Gaming, they make a clever move around the map, and it's true to the form of their team composition and what they actually want to execute on. Trying to get these objectives down, out-trading that of their opponents using double teleports. But because Game Talents get there that quickly, they're able to actually get a flank with a deep teleport. I believe it was a Rek'Sai tunnel, perhaps. It might have been a ward. And they get exactly what they're looking for. It's reflected through the damage as well. All of IG just spent that whole fight running.
Yeah,
Kid did the most.
Exactly. How does that even happen? As you can see, Republic actually getting full props. Damage done in that fight was huge out of the Azir.
Yeah, this is something that we've seen time and again from Republic. And I'm actually starting to think that of all champions, he's known as the Victor player. They should probably just ban Azir from him.
Yeah.
Simply because he does that every single time. That's how they beat Newbie. You got Wushang being aggressive, making the play, starting it off with Gimgoon on that teleport, and then he bides his time. He waits for that perfect moment, and he's able to always hit it. Republic is really good on this.
Yeah, and we were having this conversation off air before, Rusty, and I was just trying to work it out because Republic was just lackluster last split. We just didn't really see all that much out of him. Do you feel like he's possibly been freed up now on this roster with such a proactive jungle?
Yeah, well, I said the term creative license in that conversation as well. It's because he doesn't have to engage for the team. You've got Wushang doing that for you, or Gimgoon doing that for you. Even Savoki, being this proactive support player, can actually kick these fights off with pillars that we saw for the first blood as an example, even the second one onto Kid. If they're all doing this, and they're giving Republic room to breathe, when he decides it's the time to go in, it seems to always be right. They have a lot of faith in that guy, and he'll still do his job.
Well, he's definitely been proving himself worthy of that faith. That last fight is anything to go on. Zatai, however, looking for his second item here as Kid, just booting the Rek'Sai out of the jungle.
Yeah, it's hitting that point in the game. I mean, you can see full tank items for Wushang, but Kid's going to be doing a fair chunk of damage and dueling, given his item build.
Yeah, Phantom Dancer now done, as well as the Hex Drinker. Feeling pretty good at the moment is the Graves, but this is a comp that doesn't want to fall behind. They're not behind by that much. Every little bit counts. And Game Talents, with all of the momentum, are in a scary position for an IG fan.
Yeah, and the CS lead's been closed in that top lane as well. Echo finding slight edges now. Actually bring it back. It was 40 the difference. 80 carries are content. The Ezreal's now started to scale. He's got those 2 items. Same thing with Republic. All that's really missing is that third and final point of power, whether he chooses a death cap, goes for an Abyssal Scepter perhaps, or even looks towards something a little bit more defensive.
Yep, or just avoid stuff.
Or avoid stuff.
Wants to be boring.
I had a look at their MR. I was like, oh, I don't know if that's worth it.
There's a Hex Drinker.
Yeah, again, they're a full damage composition from IG. And the Fiora, Twisted Fate, Graves, Sivakama. Resistance is not the key. It's damage to get through the shields that they have.
Yeah, I like it.
And the heals and stuff.
All those good things. Zatai continues to push here towards the top side of the map. Defensive options here from Kid as he is going to make his way through. Gimgoon just fighting Zatai though. Very tanky right now as the weak spot wasn't found by the Fiora. That was the wrong direction, Gimgoon.
I forgot which team he was on.
Yeah.
And he thought that Zatai was going to run the other way. No, I'm not sure. He just threw it backwards. Still, this is what we're looking at. When it comes to split pushing, when it comes to IG's win conditions, they've definitely got that Fiora threat there. This time around though, Gimgoon can hold his own and probably still will be able to for quite some time.
The Dragon actually getting pulled out here at the Infernal Drake here for Game Talents. The Cloud went over to IG. They set up a pretty good Dragon for Game Talents to pick up, especially this game, as we are going to see an Ocean Drake as Dragon number 3. So no mountains to be seen this time around.
No, not going to see the mountain, which means epic monsters will be a little bit happier.
However, if Game Talents build up a heck of a lot of stats and keep getting these fiery dragons, could be problematic times for those neutral objectives nonetheless.
Yeah, we won't see many more Drakes in this game, though. Remembering that it's 24 minutes into the game already.
True.
And
it was
we've
a very
only
late
seen
first
2.
one.
Yeah.
Oh, we saw Kid. He was able to lock down the red buff. That is definitely good news. And they have consolidated vision on the top side of the map here for Invictus Gaming. 3 pink wards surround the Baron Pit. Savoki looking to try and get rid of them. So that is a good news story for IG, who are only 200 gold behind.
Savoki doesn't want to be there. He has to flash.
Certainly doesn't, as he's going to lose a whole bunch of his health bar and his ultimate as now Zatai fighting Wushang. Gimgoon not going to be able to quite find the
Zatai
stun,
wants
but
to
yeah,
fight.
there's the grand challenge. Destiny comes in, but the ultimate is enough to deal with Zatai, and immediately Rookie has to flash his way out. Wildcards are not going to be enough to save this Cowboy, as Wushang's going to help Gimgoon grab a double.
And the 2 tanks of Game Talents are able to outdamage the 2 carries of Invictus Gaming.
That
is
was a nightmare.
not a start that you want to have to the middle stages of your game. And disaster, honestly, is the only way to describe that. Echo hits that clutch ultimate as well to do a lot of damage and secure it, remembering that Zatai's sustain is noteworthy. He actually did a lot of damage to them by himself. By the time that Rookie got there, it was already too late.
You can see, at least they have wave clear on the side of IG. However, Game Talents just do so much damage to these turrets and to Kid. He has to run away as quickly as he possibly can. Decent poke out of the Sivir with the Static Shiv, but you can see Gimgoon, he's now just towards the bottom side, pushing these waves in. And this lead, all of a sudden, balloons out to about 3,000.
Yeah, it's scaling a clock, essentially, for our GT red team. As they've got the Ezreal actually doing a lot of damage you saw in a kid. And I have to keep reiterating the fact that they just don't have enough tanky members on the side of IG to deal with poke. And they will get poked out between an Ezreal and an Azir. Very well drafted once again from GT. It's one of the strengths that has been definitely noteworthy. They know how to draft.
Yeah. And Savoki, we mentioned the fact that this Trundle pickup is something he's been incredibly comfortable on for a very long time, but every pillar he's put down this game has been brilliant.
Yeah, it's either caught someone out or forced a fight to start potentially. Summoner spells burned. He's been playing quite well on this Trundle. And at the moment, Trundle in the LPL has 10 wins, 2 losses, so, you know, pretty good champion.
Yeah. Have been seeing him a lot on the top side of the map, but Savoki letting us know that still a very, very strong support pick.
Wild Rek'Sai appeared as the blue buff was being taken.
Yeah. It soars overhead.
The speed of sound. He's very loud. It's the only reason I say that.
Terrifying.
The speed of loud sounds.
The speed of loud. That's a sonic boom if ever I've heard one. This kid moves back towards his jungle. Does have a Wushang hanging around up the top. And they don't want to get suffocated. There's going to be the Smite Steal. As the Wolf Spirit going to make sure that GT knows exactly what's going on the top side of IG's jungle.
But Savoki and Wushang holding hands means that on the top side of the map is where they are going to be looking. They can see Zatai's already pushed in the bottom side of the map, so it's mid and top, the only two options they have. Thankfully for them, they're actually quite close to the Baron. And so they're able to play around that as an objective and potentially force IG to fight them. That and this turret should be one of the easier ones to take, given they have an Azir.
Yeah, you can see Tabe trying to do what he can with his Mantru Q in order to take down the minion wave, but GT just pile on top of it. Doesn't matter if there's no creeps, because they got so many tanks, it doesn't even matter. Rookie might buy some time here for IG and grab himself an outer turret in the mid lane. That is a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. And the more that they can do this, the better off that they'll be. Remembering a 1-3-1 in any capacity is a good idea for IG to execute upon. Rookie now actually using that to see if they're at Baron.
Actually decides to take himself an inner turret on the bottom side of the map. He's trying his luck against Gimgoon one more time. Gimgoon is able to clear out the minion wave. I thought it was a cute play. He's not quite able to be successful here from IG's mid laner.
Yeah, it still is. Pretty cute heads-up play, very reactive. Nicely executed on, because it's simply a bit of poke onto that turret. Chip away at it, make it feel the pain, and then eventually, if you look for a dive next time you use Rookie's ultimate, it's not that long of a cooldown, the turret will be easier to kill, and perhaps that's your idea. Kill it and then dive him.
Yeah, and of course, still has the teleport if he does need to get towards any barons, anything like that.
Yeah, it's the strength of Twisted Fate, right?
Yeah.
You can use that ultimate at any time and get anywhere on the map, mostly anyway, within a lane. And so if they run a 3-1-1 of any capacity and they're on opposite sides of the map between Zatai and Rookie, then there's definitely the threat of 2 people in one side lane.
Well, lots of pings are going down towards that Baron. Wushang is on the bottom side of the map right now. Rookie going to make his way in. Spots out the Rek'Sai heading up there. We'll see what Kid's heading back for. Does manage to get himself the last Whisper. Sell some items, see what he's going to pick up next. It's just a longsword, so doesn't really want to replace any pink wards or anything like that at this stage. Just wants to get as many battle stats as he can. Teleport actually going to be used from Gimgoon as they're looking to try and single out Zatai. He'll have to hold on for so long as the rest of IG, they're just running for other objectives. Anything that they can get. The slow comes in. Zatai is going to get Blade of the Ruined King. True Shot Barrage. There's the riposte, though, and Zatai says, well, I wasted a bunch of your time.
They're going to Baron, however, so the riposte was well saved, and Zatai gets back, remembering that the teleport is still going to be there for him. IG postured around that middle lane, but there's no Sivir to speak of, so 5 men strong from GT, and this is low. Kid.
Oh, Kid could be the hero. Steals it! Flashes out again, as well as Gimgoon looking for the revenge, but all of the damage has been done. Zatai will need to get himself out of here. Doesn't have the flashes. Gimgoon heads over the side. But they've got so much movement speed.
And now
IG,
they've got Rookie.
They're well back in this.
Yeah, so they get themselves 2 turrets. They steal the Baron. They're actually up in gold.
And they might get a dragon.
Yeah, everything that could have went wrong for GT just did, and Kid is the hero that they absolutely needed. Very well smited, even flashes back, ults and tries to keep him busy. But look at Rookie. Immediately during that fight, after the Baron was stolen, he's like, see you later, guys. My people need me.
Yep.
Time to get objectives and gold on the board. And they do. They get themselves the potential to be further ahead in this game now with a Baron buff.
Precisely. Well, Elder Dragon is going to be next. It was GT that managed to push IG off that dragon, but you can see, look at that gold graph. It was just GT finding more and more incremental advantages until it all went wrong. That is a huge gold swing.
Yeah. Twisted Fate's got a lot of strength. Rookie is a god. Kid is actually just Smite God, apparently.
Yeah.
Able to pick that one up. And 2 towers fall down with that Baron buff, man. The gold swing was just monumental.
Oof. Close on the True Shot Barrage. Tabe and Rain not going to have any of it, though. As I do like the disengage combo, the Karma Siva. It is cool. Does mean that, you know, if anyone collapses onto Zatai.
Well, it's multi-purposed as well,
Yeah.
though. Like, disengage comp, sure. You can press ult and run away. You've got a lot of move speed, so the teleports are a little bit harder to execute on. Echo's stun as well, very difficult to actually put down. And it's notable that Gimgoon has been struggling to actually get anything done mechanically in this game. They're kind of built around not being stunned by an Echo.
And if we're talking about wave clear, I mean, it's mostly just Republic here, isn't it? He was waiting out
Pentacue's
towards
got
the
a
bottom
bit.
side. Yeah, bit on Pentacue.
The Iceborne Gauntlet helps out, but against the Baron buff, not so much.
You can see GT, they want to actually start the fight here as Tabe speeds everyone up and they're running away. The flash comes out from Rain. The heal's there as well. He's actually being able to kite
Look at
very,
bottom.
very effectively. But you can see, yeah, the base is getting broken open. They lose the Sivir, but they also manage to take down this inhibitor turret. Gimgoon in trouble. Zatai getting some auto attacks to the face. As you can see, Tabe and Kid made it to safety. They're now trying to stop some backs here as the empowered Q
Zvoki's
comes
actually
out.
in trouble a little bit.
Potentially that pillar just for the disengage.
Yeah.
Q was there to help.
They're playing the game of trades right now. We're Invictus Gaming. And they're absolutely coming out ahead for this. Slowly and assuredly, they're getting themselves closer towards GT's base. And it may actually start to break. The inhibitor turret being broken means that it's very simple for Rookie to find his way in if a fight is to escalate somewhere else on the map. And this is all started from a simple Baron buff steal by Kid.
Yeah. Real stunning play, and this guy has really found his own in the jungle position for IG. And look, this was going to be a big test for Kid and Rookie as far as that mid-jungle synergy was concerned, because Wushang and Republic have been doing ridiculous things as this combination over the last couple of weeks. However, now with how they've been able to play out the last few minutes, IG find themselves back in with a chance. That being said, it's still a chance. You know, GT have scaling comp. They want to be able to get into this fighting
The thing
stage.
is, though, it's a chance that probably should not have been there.
Yeah.
Is that they've actually given them the opportunity to come back in a game where they were not really looking like they had that opportunity. Now they've had it on a silver platter and a hard-earned part as, once again,
Yeah,
the
quick draw.
dynamic duo, though.
Thankfully, Kid does have that ability to reposition himself. Zatai getting himself back towards the bottom side of the map. No one really there as Gimgoon. He's going to have to run away. Kid taking a lot of damage from the Azir, but playing aggressively right now.
It does play to the point that you mentioned, however. Their scaling on the side of GT is still impeccable. They'll be doing a lot of late game damage, and they just want a team fight, and they just can't actually do it. So they're trying their hardest, but they're being run around.
Yeah, Zatai as well now has a Guardian Angel. That's 4 items on this Fiora and those boots, waiting for one more slot to be filled up. And we'll see what he is actually going to pick up as that last option.
That GA means that the 1v1 right now is just unrealistic for Gimgoon. If he can continue to pressure the bottom side of the map, Zatai might actually be able to pull a Trundle and just force his way in there and ignore Gimgoon.
You can see, once again, 3-1-1. Exactly what you were saying. Rinse and repeat here for Invictus Gaming. We'll see whether Rain can actually survive it this time, but he's got so much damage.
This is
Elixir are out there as well.
Actually, a very interesting decision, though, from IG to be that 3 members on the top side, because look at where GT are postured. Recall's just got cancelled by Pentacue, and there's no Baron buff to empower these minions. This is going to be a very interesting series of events.
Well, right now, it is going to be the Destiny pop. They're going to be able to break open the base on the top side as well as the inhibitor. Just going to get rushed down here by IG. Zatai moves in, and Rookie and him are going to be able to take the bottom one down as well. IG just pull the trigger, and they do the work. Kid able to dash around as Pentakill. He's going to die. It's a massive crit that comes out of Rain, but IG are now getting slaughtered by this Azir. Kid knows exactly what's going on as the triple kill comes in, and now IG have to leave the bottom side. But honestly, a large amount of the damage has been done. The base is in shambles at this stage.
Yeah, Lambs to the slaughter, but the job has been done. Zatai, he will follow eventually.
Here, yeah. Grand Challenge is down on Republic, but I have a feeling that the Fiora is not going to be... Oh my god! Picks up the kill, still dashing around. The heal was massive. Has the riposte.
No way.
Flashes away.
Like, no way.
Zatai is a god.
He has to die.
Please, someone, eat him, Savoki.
He has no matter. Savoki's got, like, surely.
Oh, it's a decent pillar right there as Zatai is still trying to get the work done, but that should not have happened. That was a brilliant play out of the Fiora.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. And just well done from IG in general. 3 top, they work around Rookie joining Zatai. And this is exactly what we said. Gimgoon cannot fight them. They're being outscaled by composition. And they're just being run around aimlessly until they make a mistake here, GT. They put 3 people mid. They try something proactive for once in the game. But because there was already 3 people established in the top lane of Invictus, for Invictus Gaming, they just waltz in, take the turret, take the inhibitor. And whilst they die for it, they're dying for a cause that was already done.
Yeah.
But they get the inhibitor, so that death meant nothing. GT on their side of the map aren't able to secure anything. Their last-ditch effort will come down to these neutrals. But if IG play it carefully, I don't know if they can respond.
They're well and truly on the clock now as well, GT. At the moment, the waves are being pushed out. So GT have a little bit of respite, but there'll be 2 waves of super creeps heading towards those Nexus turrets.
No, Gimgoon can only hold 1.
Yeah. And Rookie continues to split on the bottom side. Zatai is going to find his way back in. He's got a BF sword. He was already so difficult to kill before.
Yeah, he's going to have a Bloodthirster soon, I would imagine that will become. It's going to be hard to kill that guy. And as you said, he was damn impossible to kill. Somehow gets the trade.
And played it so incredibly well as weak spot is going to get taken from Wushang. And IG setting up around the Baron. They don't need to rush this.
No, they play this slow. That's exactly how they play this entire game out. Work around advantages, work around vision, work around knowledge of where the opponents are. Zatai is being looked at, but it's very unrealistic.
Yeah, a lot of movement speed comes in here as well. Zatai's actually looking to turn this one on. There's the Grand Challenge. They're looking for Wushang as Savoki's going to get turned on as well. There's the Emperor's Divide, but just to try and disengage as Gimgoon finds his way into the backline. But does he want to be there? He takes so much damage. That's Pillar was fantastic, stopping Rookie from getting a pick.
Yeah.
But IG feel pretty good about how that eventuated, and they bought enough time. Super Creeps now heading towards the base, and IG will just head straight to the Baron.
And this will be a free Baron to take unless there's a Miracle Steal from Wushang this time around on the opposite side. They have vision of him, but it's getting low.
Well, there's the gold card as well as the rest of GT trying to get the work done. Wushang is in the pit, but they just stop damage on the Baron. They secure the kill onto the jungler, grab the big purple worm, and now they can do whatever they want. Look at those minion waves. IG, the last 10 minutes of this game have been outstanding.
Yeah, it's a delicate battle that they're fighting, but on the back of a single positive play being a steal, they get themselves so much control. This could well be the final push, given that they have that Baron buff. GT's wave clear is lacking, and their base is falling.
IG have just accelerated it enough at this stage. It is going to be Zatai falling down somehow. Wushang still dead, of course, so it is still a 4v4, but that is the whole base dead.
It's kind of just Zatai being Zatai.
Yeah.
Overzealous occasionally.
You can see the look of incredulousness on his face. Like, how did they kill me?
So I thought I was unkillable.
Should I not have been under the Nexus turrets? Probably not, Zatai.
I thought I could riposte that. Definitely still looking strong though, IG.
Oh yeah.
Just giving them one last push after the Elder Dragon. I don't think there's any way to respond from GT whatsoever. Once again, I believe they're completely outscaled.
And it's not even about scaling necessarily, because if you put them in a 5v5 scenario, like up against each other with like even amounts of gold or items in the late game or something like that, GT look fantastic. It's just how IG have made them play.
Well, it's mismatches. You put 5v5 in a battle arena, like you'll find them all actually against each other, and like it'll probably be close. It'll definitely be a mechanical battle then, because there's a higher probability that GT would do well. But the end result is that that's not what IG want. They wouldn't have drafted this if that's what they did want.
Precisely.
And they're playing around that exact opposite thing. Is that the less that they find the 5v5s and the more that they're actually running them around, the better off they'll be for it.
And they just look like they're expertly able to do so as well. As Kid corralling these super creeps into the base, just throws down a collateral damage. This guy loves his R key just a lot. Has a Guardian Angel there as well, so isn't as worried about all of those. Oh, wait, don't think he does.
No, he doesn't.
That's a lie. And Rookie looking to pick up the newly reformed inhibitor on the bottom side of the map.
And just remember how quick Rookie would be if he joins his team with the Sivir ultimate, the Karma shield speed up as well. The second they decide that they can pull that trigger, you'll just watch IG at light speed run down their opponents.
Well, Destiny is going to be popped here as Rookie is moving back again to the inhibitor on the bottom side. That Lich Bane doing so much work now that this is a 6-item Twisted Fate. And there it is. Inhibitor falls on the bottom side. Still dead in the mid lane. And now taking chip damage towards the top. This means Rookie can actually just join his team. It almost falls down. On the Hunt has been popped. They're actually looking for the fight here on the side of IG. Rain has so much damage. We have to remember this. It's 4-item Sivir, including that coveted Infinity Edge. And they're taking a lot of poke. Movement speed coming out here from Invictus Gaming. And GT, they just can't find their way in. That crit on PentaQ was honestly revolting as Gimgoon tries to get in there amongst the fight. Savoki does have the subjugate down, but IG getting themselves in the right position. Gimgoon uses the ultimate collateral damage once again. But IG, they barely even want to kill these members of GT. They've got so much damage, and they're just heading straight towards the Nexus. Now they're all getting obliterated. Look at that damage out of Zatai. As Wusheng's there, the Nexus is going to fall. And IG, you can see the massive grins on their faces. What a game.
From the jaws of defeat, essentially. They pull it back and clutch themselves at game number 1. Up against Game Talents, an undefeated team. They come up number 1.
One thing I want to point out is the fact that Zatai is now undefeated on his Fiora this season. And look, it's a style that they are able to make work. I think it's brilliant. We spoke about this before, like what are going to be the things that are going to change here for IG to mix it up. This has worked out very, very well. I mean, despite Republic having this phenomenal early performance, it just didn't matter about what they did individually on the side of Game Talents. IG just executed on their comp perfectly.
Yeah, and he was just so hard to kill Zatai every single time. Like, the amount of damage that he does, the sustain that he had was massive. Impressive performance from what is that undefeated Fiora. All things considered, however, Game Talents did execute the early game. They just flunked the mid to late. And as you mentioned, the team composition just rang true. And it's not just the team composition, it's a team flavor. Like, that's just how IG play. Like,
This
plain and
was the
simple.
moment. That was where it all fell apart for Game Talents after that Baron was stolen away by Kid. From that point on, they just played everything brilliantly. And look at, my God, PentaQ just got obliterated.
Yeah, they all individually did plenty of work. Mechanically strong from Kid, Rain even as well.
Yeah.
And Rookie just played them for the full. It's a very easy thing to do with this Twisted Fate, remembering they've got a lot of move speed as well to get around the map. This was an unreasonably long series of events where he somehow gets Republic and almost lives at the end of it to tell the tale. Like, this should never have happened, but welcome to the Fiora, I guess.
Yeah. Savoki almost manages to nail the pillar, but he does fall down in the end.
Rookie even tried to help him towards the back end of it, but still, IG, I'm going to say it, they should not have won that game. They absolutely won the crap out of it.
They did. And it was, honestly, I don't know who to give MVP because Kid, the Baron steal, that was pivotal. There is no way that they won that game if they weren't able to steal that Baron, change the momentum completely, grab the gold lead one more time. However, Zatai was a complete beast.
Yeah.
Got a prediction before we throw to a quick break?
No idea.
We're not even going to. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a quick break. When we get back, we'll see whether IG can do it again or whether Game Talents are going to fight back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We just had our first victory for IG against Game Talents, and the MVP is going to go to Kid for stealing the Baron. And look, I understand this because that was the reason they won the game, but I think Zatai still should have got MVP.
There was, yeah, like we said Zatai probably MVP anyway, but the off-air conversation was Kid's going to get it because Kid stole Baron, and I can't wait for the highlight reel of him just using his ultimate to get out of bad situations but stealing the Baron. Because seriously, it is what won them the game.
Yeah.
Like, it's a small thing. We're probably going to see it a million times. Like, this particular one, he almost died. He flashed late. Like,
yeah, no, this is not a good play. You don't get MVP for this. Wait, can we have it in slow-mo? I want it in slow-mo. And Tower had already started.
Oh.
And you're still flat.
But he stole the Baron Atlas. This is the actual
Hang
highlight.
on, here it is.
And we said it again. In all seriousness, that was the game-winning smite steal because from that Baron buff, they got so much for it.
Yeah.
And it was very impressive.
And did you see that? It was actually like they were poised for a team fight. And Rookie immediately destinies and says, I'm heading bottom lane, boys. You guys just keep them busy. Things are going to be fine. I'm just going to wreck all their structures. Because they were so committed to not straight up fighting these guys. And by the end of the game, they had all of the tools in order to do so and never got themselves into a position where it was going to be a problem. The only times they fought was when they had like 15 cannon creeps.
Yeah, honestly though, I have to give a lot of credit to Invictus Gaming for exactly that. All things considered, if you can actually play to your win conditions throughout the entire game, win or lose, and then come out ahead for it, it's actually exactly what you should be doing. You want to play to your win conditions. Their strengths was not a 5v5 team fight if we looked at the drafts. Absolutely, GT were sculpted to win a 5v5 front-on combat. Yeah. Whereas they just wanted the flanks, they wanted the 1-3-1. The second they stole the Baron, the idea was, why would we fight now that we have the Baron buff when we can take turrets with this Baron buff and play to our win conditions, which is very important for them to execute on. And just like that, the gold lead that was 3,000 down was suddenly ahead.
Yeah, just ridiculous. We are into Champ Select, and we'll see what adaptations Game Talents are going to make in order to stop this 1-3-1. Looks like the Twisted Fate is going to get banned. That's going to be the first option. As the Nidalee Kindred have also been taken away on opposite sides of this draft, and Rise as well. So pretty standard stuff, apart from that adaptation TF. And I like that a lot. Of course,
it makes a lot of sense.
Really difficult to leave Twisted Fate up when you're on blue side anyway. Especially against Rookie.
Yeah, you would imagine Republic also wants his Azir now still. And not giving the Twisted Fate means that he's just going to be more equipped to actually 1v1 the person that he's against.
Well, Elise is actually going to be banned away here on the side of Game Talents. Bit of a throwaway ban there as a kid. Probably not going to be the one to play that, and they're looking for a first pick Graves here by the sounds.
You would have to imagine it's the Graves. I know that Wushong has the preference to Rek'Sai, and so by going for the Graves, it kind of bottlenecks him into something that he can do. He absolutely was a strong Graves. Yeah. Is it worth taking it from Kid? Because he wasn't the he got MVP, but he wasn't the standout performer.
But this has also taken away basically all of Kid's successful champions.
What do you mean? That guy's Mundo was MVP worthy.
I take it all back, Kid. Get back on the Mundo. We're all fine.
He can just play... Oh, no. So, okay. Elise banned, Kindred banned, Nidalee banned, Graves picked. Rek'Sai.
Yeah, Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai, Lee Sin,
the
something
champion
like
that everyone wants to play anyway. He's also got his Lee Sin there.
That's a good point.
He's leaving up champions like this.
Oh,
and
God.
Swain. If they first draft both of those...
And they both build first item dash cannon? Could you imagine it?
I could imagine it, sadly.
Sounds revolting, but it is actually going to be the priority given to the Karma. So IG making sure that they have Tabe in a comfortable position, and he did definitely look good in game number 1.
Yeah, the only quarrels with Tabe was his positioning. When it came down to the execution, it was perfectly fine as the 3-man group.
Tabe's quarrels were with Savoki, always managing to get the pillar right on top of his face.
Yeah.
But definitely still a quarrel worth having. There's now GT looking to pick away the Sivir. Stop IG from having that tool once again.
My question to GT right now is if they continue to pick away from IG and not for themselves, are they actually going to have a strong draft across the board, or are they just going to have mix and match until it works for them?
Well, it was actually the Bard picked up here. They were hovering a Kassadin for a moment. We saw that work horribly for Zatai. For Jie into the Vladimir matchup. Last time we saw that in the mid lane.
It's kind of a cool matchup when you think about it. Vladimir's trade patterns are now more predictable with his Blood Bank that he charges up and does more damage with it. So you can put a couple levels in Q, time it, so that if he does hit you, he won't be doing any damage.
Oh, just do it, Rookie. Don't be scared.
We keep seeing it hovered.
Yeah.
Rod of Ages would be pretty good on the new car. Oh, sorry, the new Rod of Ages would be pretty good on the old Karthus.
Also, think about like Hemo Plague Requiem, like some powerful stuff. As Kid goes back to an old favorite, the Gragas. Going to be locked in here. I actually like to pick up a lot now that we've had those changes to the Cinderhulk, as well as a few other things. So
It's still a case of you can't ban Kid out, so they put a lot of emphasis on the bans away from him, and perhaps they just think he's the biggest threat on the team.
yeah,
And actually get rid of his best champions, but at the end of the day, he's still going to have one that he can play successfully. Gragas is no exception to that rule. They still give Rain a good champion for himself.
well, it is going to be the Echo and the Kassadin picked up here for Republic and Gimgoon. So is actually going to take that that Kassadin possibly into the mid lane, possibly into into the Vladimir, who could be in either the mid lane or the top lane. Zatai, of course, known to play every champion in existence.
Yeah. And GT have also switched up their team composition now. Still got that team fight kind of orientation available to them.
Yeah.
But missing the tank in the jungle role. They've traded that one for an enabling support. A way of engage. So they definitely can still team fight. There's a little bit less crowd control and tanking. It's just more damage.
And speaking of damage, Jace is being considered at the moment and locked in. So Rookie looks to be taking the Jace into the Kassadin matchup. Just goes for the flat out, I'm going to smack you in the head with the hammer counter matchup.
Yeah. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Because Kassadin's now in a mismatch. Rookie just switched to Ignite. And challenged him to a duel.
Yeah, and when you come to a duel with like a fancy purple weird sword thing,
They
and
just
you're
straight
going
up
up
glove
against
slapped
like
him.
a super like mechanical hammer of doom, like I'm not betting on your Republic. I'm sorry.
And the real reason being that one is physical damage and ranged and has kill threat against
let's not go
Republic
through
that
the
wants to
actual
scale.
reasons.
I would imagine a Void Sword's pretty cool. Like in a theoretical world, it probably still hurts the same as a hammer.
That's actually a very good point. And the fact that you called it a Void Sword, I'm going for Republic now. Made it into the counter matchup. But of course, yes, sort of notably, has always been a matchup that Jace has been pretty comfortable in.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Finnish team comp from IG is very strong. Not a lot of crowd control, mostly disengage and poke, but that just feels so Invictus Gaming at this stage.
Yeah.
It just is what they are.
And skirting around team fights was what they were good in the last game. Able to do it again. Let's hop onto the Rift for game number 2. Thank you very much, PentaQ, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, once again to Summoner's Rift here for game number 2. We'll see whether IG can close this one out or whether Game Talents are ready to fight back, much like they did against Snake after their game 1 loss against that team first onto the Rift.
Yeah, if there's one thing that Game Talents can do, it is bounce back.
Oh, yeah.
And they've got the makings to do it with their team composition that they have put together. Wushong on that Graves. Standout performer when they played against Newbie. And took it to Swift. There's no slouch in that jungle role. Kid does have a big job ahead of him.
You can see Gimgoon actually fighting Zatai here, but misses the Time Winder. Zatai says, all right, I'll just keep walking around, man. Totally fine.
It's kind of what Vladimir does anyway, right?
Yep.
Just walks around and says, all right.
Oh, and says something about I'm shiny, something, something vampire, something, something Russian accent. I don't know.
That was a lot of
Something.
vague sentiments.
Yeah.
You made me think of Twilight. Not actually, because you said sparkly vampire.
Yeah, I probably should have gone with Romanian accent as well. 'Cause I don't know whether, like, I mean, let's just get off the topic. As Kid and Zatai are hanging out towards the top side of the map, looks like we aren't going to have any lane swaps. As Rain and Tabe happy to move down against PentaQ and Savoki. Of course, the Bard Sivir has been a pretty good matchup in the past.
Yeah, and the interesting thing, and we can talk to the history of the matchups like this with the Graves, we did talk about Wushang as being that carry threat. They do want standard. It gives him the opportunity to invade and actually feel comfortable doing so. He might get a bit of awareness if he finds knowledge at all of where Kid started, and based off the delayed getting to lane from Zatai, it absolutely tells you that story. Look at the Graves. Immediately.
Right into the jungle as Kid will have to contend with the big burly man. And he's just going to be able to steal that one away. Look at that.
And now he's mid because Rookie is way overextended.
Yeah, he's going to turn up. Doesn't have any buffs yet at all, as Rookie does get a bit of a movement speed buff as he heads back into hammer form.
Yeah, to be fair,
just throws some pellets at him.
Level 2 Graves, kill threat is non-existent. So he just put down some damage. But once again, proactive plays. This is Wushang. This is his Graves.
Yeah. Gimgoon as well, hitting level 2 here towards the top side of the map. Zatai just holding on, waiting for this minion wave to come to him.
Yeah. And small details, like just that extra bit of poke that you can put down onto Rookie as well, might help out this laning phase. Even if it forces a potion, Republic, small details again because he has the teleport, might actually prove invaluable.
And it's always the story with Kassadin as well. Just got to weather the storm as Savoki nails a Cosmic Binding across the wall. Rain actually heading right towards Pentakill. The exhaust goes down. IG are actually looking for this. Is Pentakill in trouble? The flashes! First blood goes down as Rain picks it up. The aggressive play from the bottom lane of IG is now Wushang caught out of position. Doesn't have a red buff. Kid does. He's also got barrels coming up, and there's the flash. Rookie grabs it with the empowered shock blast, and IG, 2 swift kills. Look at the momentum.
And that's an explosion on the Rift in favor of Invictus Gaming. Even dodging the Scuttle Crab with his Shock Blast Gate combo, Rookie just to hit the tip of it on his opponent. Very impressive stuff. Tabe shot calling in that bottom lane rings true. Savoki left a little bit too far to one side. Rookie, you don't have mana, man.
He does have exhaust, though. He's ready to do some battle as Kid. He's going to turn up here towards the top side. Zatai just kiting him around as best he can. Gets the slow field. This is a bit of damage back, and Kid says to Zatai, you're supposed to back out now.
Was Zatai overextended a bit, knowing that Kid was there, but yeah. Kid didn't have his flash to follow up either, so once he just threw a barrel, kind of out-traded himself. So Kid turned around, was like, oops, might want to help. The other thing as well is that Wushang was trying too hard to invade. He didn't have the red buff, didn't have anything to his name, but still he tried, and that's why it backfired.
Well, you can see Zatai just trying to build that blood bank up. Does have a few transfusions left before he does get that Crimson Rush and gets a bajillion health back. There's the flash! Rookie! Able to displace Republic. Tabe was trying to make his way in, but they get the Summoner spell for 2.
That was actually a pretty poor trade, all things considered, for IG. Republic's going to be very happy with the outcome of that.
It was a cute little maneuver, though, however. Oh, the Empowered Shock Blast almost takes down Republic as Wushang now finds himself the only one capable of fighting. The slow comes in from the barrel. And they're still moving forward. Wushang is so aggressive.
Yeah, he's super aggressive. Kid will actually turn it on him if he plays too coy. He's just trying to help Republic wave clear. This could be a very negative thing.
Savoki made himself known there in the mid lane.
Just saying what up.
Yeah, another barrel is going to land. Of course, Rookie just waiting for mana to try and clear this or try and get another Shock Blast in there. However, not going to happen. Blasting one completed for Republic, and he's going to be able to teleport back into this lane, actually underneath the turret, which is pretty cute.
Didn't even have full health. Republic, that was silly.
Not one, but Savoki's going to find his way in. Rookie just sidesteps it, but the Ignite is ticking down. Not sure whether it's going to be enough, and it's not. Rookie just casually burning and doesn't die.
Yeah, still delayed recall. Savoki's actually slowing that down even further, which gives more time for a Kassadin. As this top lane starting to go really heavily in the Echo's favor.
Zatai, of course, can transfuse himself for some more health back.
Once he gets red and is empowered, the amount of health he gets back is just silly.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like Spirit Visage first item for him also. The amount of healing that Zatai will have and how hard it's going to be to actually push him out of lane is pretty absurd. I'm not really sure what Kid was doing there.
Just trying to pick up the added experience, I guess, underneath that turret. Is Republic going to dodge the Shock Blast? Big combo comes out, but Rookie getting out traded here. He only has a tier, like, not going to be able to do as much as the flat AP that came in from the Kassadin.
And so the big thing there as well is Rookie used his only potion already against a corrupting potion Kassadin. So he's actually going to have to recall immediately. Like, look at him. He's in base as it is.
Yeah,
Just got to lane, just left lane.
Well, we'll see whether Republic can shove this one up and really deny some farm here from Rookie, but he's falling behind now. The Kassadin doing really, really well, and maybe some over-aggression out of Rookie here in the early stages.
Yeah, he reached. You don't reach.
It was a nice Q to come, spell shield to come out from PentaQ there underneath his turret as we were just checking into the bottom lane. Stun comes down. Zatai in trouble once again. Hemoplague is, of course, available, and Transfusion is, of course, there. Zatai not in any immediate danger of death, but here in the mid lane, that is level 6 gained from Republic as there's another spell shield. Rain eats a bit of a boomerang.
OG is still playing in a predictable pattern, though, with this bottom lane. It's the second the Bard leaves, they go. And speaking of go...
Yeah, Rookie actually trying to turn this one around. The W's doing so much work here as Kid finds his way in. Republic can't head back forward with that Riftwalk anymore.
Yeah, Kid level 6 as well. So didn't use his ultimate, but threatens to the point where Game Talents couldn't use any displacement spells or movement spells. Is this? I feel like I've seen this before.
Yeah. This is the sort of Vampire goes low, Vampire doesn't care, Vampire gets health back. That's sort of the move.
Yeah, so laning phase actually quite extended is the point of this. While we're 8 minutes in, we've got 2 tier champions on the side of IG, so they do want to extend the laning phase. The Graves needs to start making some proactive efforts towards breaking something in this map. Something.
And Wushang has been known to be able to do that. We're looking for that from him right now, but hasn't yet been able to. He's only 1 creep ahead. Looking to try and get pressure here on this blue buff. Does so quite nicely. Does even have vision of it as well. But Kid is making his way over. Once again, Zatai basically dead on the top side of the map as the Hemoplague is going to go off. Lots of pings coming forward, and Kid is going to be able to lock down this blue.
They want the bottom lane, though. Tabe has to get out.
Yeah, is it forced to flash over the wall. Is now Rain. He might be in trouble. There's the Magical Journey, but no Cosmic Binding to follow up. And Savoki very low.
Whoa.
True Shot Barrage almost kills him. And there's the Flash. Mystic Shot not going to land. As now Rain turning his attention to the Sivir.
Graves is here.
Yeah, Wushang is going to make his way down. End of the line comes in. Does get the heal out of Rain. No mana for the Arcane Shift. And Savoki just playing with his life. Using it as a resource right there to try and bait in Rain.
Yeah, super low stuff as, top laners are going to hit it out. Rookie and mid lane is hitting it out with his opponent. Everybody is just fighting everybody.
This is just battle times, Rusty. It's everyone fight all the time. That's what this game's about.
And this is what happens when you have damage dealers in every respective lane. We've got Kid and Wushang as the 2 determining factors because everyone's fighting. Everyone's getting very low during this. As, we're now having a look at Rookie's face.
I believe we do have a slight pause, just because probably the computer's burning out. Too much action so far this game.
There definitely has been a bit of action, to say the least.
Yeah, it is. It's been a bit of a brutal game. But as far as how things have shaken out, do you think that IG are on their way to finding themselves a victory, or do you think if Game Talents just calm down, chill out, move towards the late game, things will be fine? They have a game plan in place, and they'll sort it from there.
Well, I mean, you really can't tell at this point in the game simply because the Kassadin's doing well against his lane opponent in a Jace, something you don't often expect to say. But we are seeing it nonetheless. We look at top lane, and they're just 2 back and forth. We're still just waiting for that one big moment to actually put a lead in someone's favor, push it in their direction.
Yeah.
IG, you would imagine the middle lane. Their bottom lane surprisingly doing well, something you don't often look to say. Whereas on the flip side, I mean, they're just doing their job. They're getting towards the late game, something they always want to do.
Yeah, so possibly just looking at the junglers here as well. And I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, Kid's got a lot more tools. However, Wushang has a lot more of, I guess, history with making things happen here for Game Talents. He's one of the reasons why things have been going so well.
Yeah.
We'll see whether it's going to be Kid with the explosive cast that he now has. Going to be able to get the work done.
But credit where it's due as well to Kid, because so far so good in matching. Whilst Wushang's being the aggressor and he's going into the jungle, Kid's actually meeting him at the entrance, at the door, saying you have to earn this.
Yeah, booting him out of there. As there's the knockback. Rookie is just
of-
going to head straight back in again. The exhaust is going to wear off, and Powered Shock Blast comes through one more time, and Wushang gets delivered to the enemy team. Tempered Fate was not enough to save him there as Savoki tried to get through, and that is another kill going to Rookie.
Yeah, and once again on the back of Kid being at the right place at the right time, but most importantly, even Tabe and Savoki were here.
Yeah.
But Tabe's there quicker. He's there far sooner than that of only the Bard ultimate to be seen. And it's a too little too late scenario for GT, as IG find themselves in a convincing position off the back of what was an overcommit. A Kassadin being level 8, of course only having 1 level in his ultimate, and a Graves having used the dash, even with the body slam actually not connecting, still hits that clutch ultimate. And that's the game-changing power of a Gragas.
Yeah, and he got the belly bop. So I believe got a red buff slow happening there as well. So still able to get the work done as Gimgoon underneath the turret, still able to trade very favorably here with Zatai, who still hasn't gone back to base yet after grabbing the components of that Spectre's
He
Cowl.
also blew his teleport early, so he is losing this lane till further notice, except for the fact that Gimgoon has no mana, and the kid's watching him.
And that Zatai is probably going to be able to just pick up all of the farm underneath the turret and not actually suffer too much of a loss in the CS department. However, see whether Gimgoon can actually get the full-on pressure out or go for this 1v1 kill. If Zatai does anything, he gets greedy.
They do have an opportunity, though, here from GT. Zatai's, as you mentioned, being greedy. There's a teleport capable from Gimgoon.
If there's
in the
anything
next
that's
2
beautiful
minutes.
to watch, by the way, it's Rookie's ability to use the, cannon form W and kite around.
Yeah. What he also does well, something that Jace can occasionally do, is when you go to auto attack and change form, you can still do the melee hammer empowered bonus damage from a range.
Oh, Christ.
It's pretty, yeah. Look, it's difficult, but it's possible.
Oh, once again, the flash forward!
My God,
Rookie
Rookie.
gets the solo kill!
Wow.
Is going to trade that one back. Wushang picks that up, but that was the most sexy display of Jace
God.
mechanics I have ever seen in my life.
Holy, that was so good.
Rusty's
is
done
un-
until further notice,
That
by
was
the way.
unbelievable. Like, the only reason that there was a trade is simply because Wushang was there with the Graves ultimate, right?
Yeah.
Rookie's a god. That was unbelievable. I'm a Jace fan now. I don't even like Jace, and now I love Jace. Jace is the best.
That was ridiculous. Tabe getting some damage down onto Savoki here on the bottom side of the map. But look, Republic does have a Rod of Ages now. Rookie only with the 7 CS lead, so still will need to definitely outplay the Kassadin.
Still 3-1, so a slight edge. And remember,
yeah.
being a tier disadvantage, as it assumedly is, still being able to kill him under his turret says a lot about the matchup.
Zatai getting that Crimson Rush. Maybe throwing down tides and tides of this blood as well, as the Vladimir is just going to continue to be frustrating and has a Spirit Visage. So he's dodging a lot of this damage. However, Gimgoon just unrelenting in the pressure.
Yeah, there's a Spirit Visage, so the damage isn't exactly there for Zatai. However, his sustain will be under the turret. This is the big difference.
This is massive, and Tabe almost manages to get the snare here at the same time. And I have a feeling, because of the fact that IG just in general have been playing fantastically in a strategic sense, I feel like we're finally seeing Tabe come into his own for the squad, because that's what he's here for, is for the shot calling, right?
Now, Tabe is strategy at the moment on this side, and the fact that they're winning lane, though, is just above and beyond expectations for this team. Like, Wushang's here to wave clear, essentially. That's how this game is going. He might even die.
They're turning it around. 2 versus 3. Rainey's going to be making his way in. Zatai's got teleport if they want it, as Rookie is going to be picking up his blue buff. Gimgoon going to make his way back on up to the top lane. Has himself a Spirit Visage as well.
Very strong mechanically on this Echo Gimgoon as well. Putting a lot of pain onto Zatai. But the thing is, IG don't need Zatai to be winning that lane. They're winning bottom for the first time in what feels like forever.
Yeah.
Middle lane's still got control even though they're hitting each other. And Kid still feels on form. And so they're able to just rinse and repeat this top lane. Just lose the trades, but be perfectly content knowing that the Vladimir will be important as the game progresses.
Yeah, and so what does IG's comp do in the later stages of the game? Do you want to just siege and poke using your Ezreal
Yeah,
and your
it's
Jace?
siege and poke mostly. They've got a lot of counter to dive as well, so if GT ever look like they have control, they want to push, IG can get them back. But primarily, if they set themselves up right, they'll be going for neutral objectives and they'll be going for turrets.
Well, they definitely got a pretty good dragon for that as the mountain falls down. Rookie going to get tempered faded up. Teleport to come in from IG as 4 members converge on the
Lots of
Jace. Parallel
stuns.
convergence comes in as the explosive cask does a lot of work. Rookie's going to fall down, but look at this damage out of Zatai. Massive as the Crimson Rush comes in. Double kill goes down as Gimgoon's able to follow up. PentaQ arrives before Rain, but he flashes in. Republic in trouble. Gonna fall for the triple as Zatai is on a rampage. The Vladimir doing so much work. Look at his face. It's like, Zatai, I'm back, boys. Playing me carry top laners.
Yeah, Vladimir doing a lot of damage in these fights. Now 3-0, and that's exactly what we were talking about. You don't have to be relevant in laning phase, but the second it comes to a team fight, Zatai shines. And there is nothing that GT can do in these situations. The gold lead is stretching. Rookie just got crowd controlled constantly from the second that Tempered Fate connected to the moment that he died. I'm surprised he even got 51 damage in that, but it did not matter because Zatai was there at the perfect time with his teleport and put in work.
Doing 1,000 more damage than the highest on his opposing side with 0 damage items. Vladimir, everyone.
What's the new passive that Vladimir has? Gives ability, power, and health as it stacks.
Yeah.
So if you can time your damage on the right targets at the highest level of its stack, you get a lot of health back, but you also do a lot of damage.
So far, Invictus Gaming, probably one of the most impressive we've seen them so far.
They've always been good through the middle lane, so we always look at IG and it's like, oh, Rookie will put in this work, and sure he is. They just won a team fight. How did he attack that over the wall? They just won a team fight where Rookie did nothing.
Yeah.
And that's just so much credit to this team.
And Rain flashed in to flank as Ezreal. I have never seen this guy play with this much, I don't know, bravado before. This IG squad just looks reinvigorated.
Well, it's because we never see Rain win lane.
Yeah.
And now that he is, it feels like him and Tabe are working together nicely as Savoki's out of position here.
Yeah, completely. As Rookie just to the skies is exactly what happened to him right there. As Savoki's just going to head straight to the Death Chamber. Parallel convergence once again as Zatai dodges out of the way of the stun, but Gimgoon, very difficult to deal with.
Just a pest.
Yeah, he really is. Look at the Crimson Rush, though.
He got 500 health back, Zatai.
Yeah.
Remember
And that is like trade even. Don't worry about it. Gimgoon puts in all of this work, does so many buttons.
And finally, Rookie's been unlocked in this middle lane also. Now the tower has fallen because IG grouped and got that one down. You can see he works his way towards bottom. And even going the Black Cleaver Rush build on the Jace.
So much CDR, already 30%, so there's going to be so many Shock Blasts coming in here. As Zatai now winning because Vladimir things.
That's actually Vladimir, and it doesn't sound like it's going to make any sense, but you lose until you win.
Yeah.
That's
yeah, it's the Skara method, right?
Yeah.
Well, On the Hunt has been popped.
Two
The teleport
teleports.
flank coming in here as Gimgoon and Republic going to pop out. Tabe is going to be the focus. Rain is going to fall afterwards as well. A proactive play from GT, who were well and truly ready to stop IG in their tracks.
They overstayed their welcome, though, IG, by a fair amount of time. Rookie had just pushed the turret with them, and he was middle lane when they died. There's only so much that you can get away with. 2 teleports is enough to get behind them, even though the immaculate vision that they have on the map is there. The teleport just gets behind it and ignores that vision.
Yeah. Especially when the champions that pop out of that teleport are Kassadin and Echo.
They have the dashes.
Yeah, you ain't going to be outrunning them.
Also, a lot of stacks just secured for the Kassadin, something that you can question him having as much as you'd like, but
Yeah, I was actually going to bring that up, but now it seems genius.
he's got stacks on it at the moment.
Yep.
And we'll check in 5 minutes and see if he does still. That's the important part, because it's not too far between these teams. There isn't a lot of separation. We've been talking up how well IG are playing. It doesn't mean that GT are out of it.
Oh, no, and we're not necessarily talking about it in this matchup. They're just looking a whole lot better than they have in the past. As Rookie has to use the flash, the exhaust immediately down onto Gimgoon to stop the dive. Uses his ult, get himself out of the way of Kid, who just always seems to be there ready to help Rookie out.
Yeah, Kid is the scariest member on IG at the moment, and that says a lot. The second he appears, everyone else runs away. As it was a nice little move. Remember, Echo, when he uses the dash, will follow any kind of displacement or movement spell. And he found himself next to a Jace that flashed, a little bit deep, but exactly as intended.
Oh, Rain, once again, back down towards the bottom side. He's got all the items that he wants as this Ezreal and still keeps up that about 20 CS advantage. we have to remember the fact that PentaQ will have a heck of a lot of damage moving into the later stages of the game. The Sivir is going to be a big deal. The Kassadin, of course, scaling fantastically. Echo, no slouch either. Graves, ridiculous damage late game. So this GT squad still probably feeling pretty good. We'll see whether IG can keep them on their toes as they push things forward.
Yeah, but really, depending on how IG actually feel at the moment, they could start up a siege. They've got blue buff on Rookie, which means he's at his max cooldown reduction right now. He's quite strong. Rain was near the middle lane. I'm surprised that he's no longer leaving. There you go. Go back to that middle lane. Group up and just poke the heck out of them. They need Kid nearby, you would imagine, however. Actually be a threat for some kind of engage, and until then, we'll see what IG do. Because their biggest strength will be when they're hitting you under your own turret.
Yeah, Tabe even offering a bit there as well. I had a watcher completed for him.
Rookie is so far ahead of the rest of his team as well.
Yeah.
He knows exactly where he wants to be, and everyone else is just kind of responding to him.
However, you can see Zatai has got a heck of a lot of minion kills. As the wave is going to be destroyed, Zatai just continues to move down here, and this Vladimir is going to become more and more of a problem as this game goes on. Shock Blast is going to land. Tempered Fate avoided by everyone as the gate speeds everyone up, as well as the Karma. Rain dashing forward. So much long-range damage out of IG. And Kid looking for the flanking play. Doesn't find the barrel onto Wushang, but he's split the team up now, and they grab themselves the turret. IG in all of the control this game.
And that's the perfect movement around the map. Force the rotation from GT. Maybe have them with no vision available, put Kid on the flank, threatening and engage, and just rinse and repeat what they're doing right now. The onslaught of spells that'll get thrown at you with no Bard ultimate available can be devastating.
And Rookie going to grab himself a backup blue buff here as well. And IG aren't stopping, you're exactly right. So here's the setup.
And this setup should not stop until a turret falls, dependent on how GT play this. Naturally, Gimgoon is tanky. And looking like they might want to engage.
Yeah, trying to find something. Big shield comes in from the Karma as Gimgoon looking to try and get damage down onto Zatai. Lots of health back from the transfuse as he's still managing to build up the Crimson Rush.
Yeah.
GT have to back away. Rookie just shock blast after shock blast, and each time it's closing the window for GT to defend.
They just haven't hit the right target, but they are still poking at this turret. It's actually going to go down this wave.
Yeah. Mountain Drake pretty strong for these siege comp situations, but here's the flanking teleport. Gimgoon, he's had enough of it, as there's the movement, doesn't get the parallel convergence, and Gimgoon can't actually find his way in here. And the kite back is just so good out of IG.
Yeah, that's exactly what they want. Poke, let them come to you.
That shock blast was so close, and IG are turning it around. Doesn't get the flash.
Oh
Just get his Republic just deposited into the enemy team. It's 2 swift kills here for IG, and they're still chasing after it. Rain flashing forward one more time. Can he get the Arcane Shift as PentaQ? Not going to quite find anything
Rookie
there with the
wants it.
boomerang. There it is. The max range shock blast is going to grab it as Zatai looking for Savoki. He wants Bard for lunch here as well. As you can see, the Cosmic Binding is going to be able to stop him up. Always dangerous.
But they go straight to
Magical
Baron
Journey.
here, Atlas. IG just get themselves the poke, and this is it's a delicate composition, but you force them to lose health under the turret, or you make them engage on top of you. With lacking engage that GT have got, means that you just walk away, slow them with the Ezreal, slow them with the Karma, and speed yourself up. Wait till they're low enough, and just bam, straight up re-engage and win that team fight. This could be a little bit difficult, though.
Yeah, Rookie actually going to get shut down here as the Baron is going to fall. Tabe picks it up somehow as Republic takes a lot of damage from Zatai. PentaQ in here as well, as that's the shutdown. So 2 dead for a Baron buff on the side of IG. Very risky play.
Yeah, they get the Baron onto 3 people still. Republic is the recipient of most of the poke, and Kid's ultimate here was phenomenal because it still pushes Republic into the team. Rookie's exhaust as well, like small things, and Zatai's never going to die. Sits in that front line. He got 900 health back from his ultimate. The usual Vladimir things. And Rain feels like he is just another cat player altogether. He's so confident. He's playing with this zest.
Yeah, the vigor. I don't know where it's come from, but it's incredible. I don't want to see more of it as IG found themselves with a possible Cloud Drake here. The ward does go over the side. Now IG are going to pull it out of the pit at least. Rookie making his way down there as well. It seems like the Cloud not going to be contested. And the second dragon of the game going to go to Invictus Gaming. You can see the last team fight. Yeah, Rookie did some work.
Yeah, he absolutely did. Rookie's stand-up performer on this Jace at the moment. Kids kind of bridged him to this point of strength. Now 6 and 3. Ultimately just doing a lot of work.
Yeah, even got a Last Whisper now as well as that Hex Drinker, so going to be feeling a little bit safer and a little bit more able to get through that armor total of Gimgoon.
We are still waiting for the level 16 mark, though, for GT.
Yep.
If they get the Kassadin to level 16, definitely hurts a lot more. He's harder to kill. He'll be doing more damage.
There's only one more item necessary here for Pentakill as well on the Sivir for him to be really, really powerful.
The thing is, they just need the engage to be perfect. If they don't get the right engage, you can see how it gets counted on them by IG's comp.
Yeah, and I mean, there are other options as well that GT can look at. Of course, when you're talking about a Siege comp, they can just grab themselves a whole lot of side vision, try and get these flanking plays, deny the vision from IG.
Yeah, no, there's more than like one dimension to an engage. But if the engage, no matter how you do it, isn't right, you're just going to slowly lose this game. They're slowly losing the game anyway based off the team composition that IG have got. You can see the repeated poke. Just trying to hit them, if not zoning them away. Sooner or later, GT have to pull the trigger.
It's a war of attrition here from IG, and one thing that is just so beautiful is that this comp is much like a trust exercise. You know, because you never want to engage until you can definitely kill them, and when you do, everyone has to decide at the same time. We saw that in the fight towards the top side of the map where Kid pulled the trigger and went in. Everyone was there with him.
It's super volatile.
Yeah, it's really good
Look
to
at that
see out of
damage.
IG that have never necessarily had that sort of definite trust, especially when you got Zatai on your team.
And they're a
You don't know
happy
what that
team
guy's
now.
gonna
That's
do.
the best part. They're all
Yeah.
just 5 good friends that are in a team together. And the siege is on.
Yeah, Tempered Fate goes down. Rain actually going to Arcane Shift his way out. A whole bunch of minions went gold, but that is about all that's going to happen as IG, the Siege comp, is doing all the work. GT will lose their turret. Can they get the poke damage in there? Pentakill takes a huge chunk out of one of the members of IG. Zatai just playing right up in the front line. He's so difficult to deal with. Look at that health back. It is repugnant.
Yeah, there's no way for them to stop this. IG just going to waltz into the base, get the inhibitor. And
Yeah,
you'd imagine
slow
walk
comes
out.
down, but Zatai almost wanted that Rift Walk to come through. True Shot Barrage also doing a lot of damage as GT head back to their fountain, but that's exactly what they wanted.
And they're so well set up here from IG because the top lane had a big stack of minions that if it came to it, they could have just waited till the next wave to get that inhibitor anyway. Everything's just set up nicely. And they're executing on that very efficiently, utilizing the Baron buff that they just secured after a team fight. And the map's just now completely blown open.
And this is just not the way we're used to talking about IG. It's such intelligent League of Legends at every turn, even though it is something a little bit different. I mean, it's the first time we've seen Jace here in the LPL, but it's working out brilliantly.
So the thing is, and like we can credit IG for playing this immaculately, and they are playing well at an individual level, but it's also just GT drafting themselves into these holes.
Yeah, that's a
By
good point
picking
too.
the Kassadin in the middle lane, they run the threat of being picked against the Jace pick as well, coming up pretty clutch. By picking this Graves as the jungler as well, they lack control.
Well, Gimgoon has to use the ultimate, gets himself well and truly out of trouble, but doesn't have that tool now as they move forward. Nice wave clear to come out of Pentakill as they're defending this inhibitor turret. And yeah, I do understand that this is much to do with GT, but it's just how IG look around the map.
No, it's a
just
pleasure to
beautiful.
watch them because they're playing this so delicately, but they're actually succeeding in it. And it's one of those team compositions that when you see it work, you kind of just feel happy that it is.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's what I think that's where I'm at. Well, Zatai taking a lot of damage. Oh, he
Oh, they
did take a
got
lot of
Rookie.
damage. Just got a heck of a lot back. Look at that ultimate out of Kid. Really able to start this fight up. Republic has to get the hell out as Pentakill in trouble. Zatai dash cannoning his way forward. Gimgoon gets exhausted. There are so many low health bars as IG are just waltzing through. Gimgoon's going to die. It's going to be 2 dead on the side of GT. And the rest of them on the fountain, triaging their very best.
I'm not sure they can just straight end the game. They are looking aggressively towards it. If this doesn't work, they just go mid.
Oh, Pentakill in so much trouble now as well. He goes low. Republic doing the same thing. Savoki cannot tank that damage. Zatai is so big on this. Vladimir's Republic heads in. Does have the Zhonya's. There's the pull out of Zatai. No one dead on the side of IG just yet.
No, it's ballsy though.
Super ballsy.
They should not have committed to that. Instead, they should have got the middle lane inhibitor. 1 turret to their name as an added bonus is nice.
Yep.
And the Bard engage this time hitting Rookie completely diffused by Kid on that Gragas. And once again, you ban all of Kid's champions out. He somehow gets still the perfect champion for their team composition and draft.
And this was one of the first champions that he started playing in the jungle as well. I mean, he's reaching back into the history books, but this guy's been a jungler for a long time now.
Yeah, he's been playing a fair bit of Gragas, and it makes sense that he'll still be quite competent on the champion. I think it's safe to say after this series, GT have learned that you can't ban Kid out, and that he isn't really the one that you should ban
right?
for.
They had to fall for it once.
No one should fall for trying to
hang on.
ban Kid
This
out.
is a team that has still a whole lot of teams that were playing against IG all last split.
And
So,
that Q was backwards.
that's the PentaQ right there.
Oh, God.
That was pathetic.
No,
Magical
it
Journey.
didn't even make sense.
Going to get Savoki to relative safety here as Kid's clearing out vision. Baron buff going to be up in 6 seconds. Zatai hanging around the dragon, looking like they will try and get a second Mountain Drake to augment this destruction of objectives. And that's going to be very, very fast. Kid makes his way over the top. May just hold on to the smite here at the same time. Decides to. Oh, actually, decides not to. Probably another 15 seconds. Can take the Baron with it.
Yeah, but look at the way IG are now moving straight towards that Baron. Thankfully, GT have got the vision set up for it. They just need to hold in the middle lane if they can. Once again, that engage is lacking.
Oh, Kid looks for the body slams. Zatai just playing all the way up. Understands that he can get a whole bunch of that health back. It's a resource he can use. Because now they're pushing down on this inhibitor turret. Gimgoon takes about half of his health bar. The On The Hunt has been popped though. PentaQ looking for it. They managed to pick up Rain here as Republic is going to fall to Zatai. He's a one-man wrecking crew. That's a double kill already as the Shock Blast is going to be able to pick up PentaQ. Wushang and Savoki the last man standing, and not for long as it's a triple for the Vladimir. Zatai playing out of his mind, and this is going to be the end of the game. IG with a 2-0 victory over the undefeated GT.
Invictus Gaming just looking crisp at the moment. Still going for that Nexus dive standard, but as you mentioned,
Yeah.
it's a pretty easy victory for IG as the end result. Very well played.
And that was game held in control throughout its entirety as well. This Invictus Gaming squad looked reinvigorated and phenomenal coming into this game against GT.
Yeah, they changed up their drafting strategies, how they executed on the map. They've worked out a style, it feels like.
Yeah.
But the more you look at it, it just is IG. And they've got that Twisted Fate potentially in the middle lane from game number 1 that got banned. And they just mixed it up with the Jace and Vladimir and Ezreal, and they just put it all together.
And I feel like what they're doing is just playing to the strengths of their key players here as well. I mean, Zatai always likes to be on a damage dealer, causing a ruckus somewhere that isn't necessarily with his team. Rookie as well has these phenomenal mechanics, often in a micro situation. They are going to take a very well-deserved bow. Invictus Gaming, what they've done is they've just been built into this team that doesn't want to straight-up team fight you or anything like that. There are other teams that are better at that. Anything else, though? That's their game, the 1-3-1, the poke and siege, the we're going to kite you and then decide to fight whenever we feel like it type comp. There are other options. They've discovered that. Looking real good.
Yeah, it's always something that they've had like a subtle strength towards.
Yeah.
Of course, the Twisted Fate being a rookie champion, he's always got a lot of Jace in his back pocket available. Like they've had these possibilities there, but what they've decided on, and to me it feels like they've just added a shock caller. It
Yep.
feels like they can execute on those strategies now. They don't just have to team fight. Whereas last split we were looking at Kid kind of having to be the engage tool for the team, make the calls. Well, now you just don't need to engage. You can actually just sit back and win the game through control of the map, slowly get these turrets down, place your vision, set yourself up, poke, siege, kite, do all of this stuff, and just find a victory without having to 5v5. And honestly, frustrating GT. who
Yeah.
They really did want to 5v5 you, but it just wasn't allowed.
Yeah, and that's how they've been winning a lot of these games as well. I mean, this is an undefeated team, a team that we did underestimate heading into the LPL, but have definitely proved themselves. And they by no means played poorly. They may have drafted pretty poorly in game number 2. However, on the Rift, Republic was still well and truly keeping up with Rookie until most of the way into the mid-game. That is a massive deal for a Kassadin to do.
Yeah.
So, like, there are definite positives to take out of it, but IG just, I don't even know. Is it the Karma pick? Is it Tabe managing to pick up something that can facilitate so easily? It's like, I'm pointing to you, and I'm going to make you really fast go in there and do stuff.
Not
or is it just
exactly.
not that clear?
But Karma is like, if you're a shot caller and you're playing Karma, it actually is pretty good at enabling your team's strengths, right? If you say
Yeah.
go and then just double their move speed,
Yeah.
kind of makes that engage a bit easier. So kind of the Karma helps. I think Tabe just being able to be that champion definitely helps. To me, it felt like Kid beat Wushang. And
Yeah.
how have GT won all of their games so far? It was through their jungler being strong, through their mid laner capitalizing on their jungler being strong and getting engages, getting Savoki as well to kick off some cool team fights, play disengage where required. But this time around, they were bottlenecked into a strategy. They kind of drafted themselves into that bottleneck, and they just couldn't execute.
Exactly right. And a lot of it had to do with this man in the mid lane. 8-3-7 as the MVP goes to Rookie. 83% kill participation. And I just want to see the one replay of that completely bogus 1v1 in the mid lane. Because that's about all we need, I think.
That was disgusting. Jace has a lot of intricacies in terms of his kit. This is one of the few times where you can see its kit essentially out decision-making with the opponents. Like the body slam doesn't connect, but still hits the ultimate. Sets Rookie up. Puts him on a pedestal to get all of these kills and snowball the game through. This is exactly the one that we were talking about, I think. Yeah, it is.
Auto. Oh, God. Yeah.
It's the W that a Jace has as well. Thankfully, of course, Graves was there. This was a battle of who can either disengage the best or engage the best. And when it came to the crunch, IG disengaged far greater than that of GT's actual engaged sources. And they turn it back around. They've got Kite. They make it work for them the best.
Yeah, and we saw that was an immediate decision from everyone. I mean, it was Kid that started that up, but everyone turned around at exactly the same time and said, we are going in and we are killing some people. And they did so. They did exactly that. Turned it around, picked up the team fight. And that would have been very different. If it was just a Gragas launching himself on top of an enemy team, not going to look as great. However, everyone there, everyone on the same page getting the work done, and that is just so beautiful to see from this team. Because IG, looking a little bit, like, I guess, frazzled in the first split. I mean, they didn't have a very good world.
They were
so, of course,
inconsistent.
coming off that was always a problem. And if they can keep this up, that is going to be the big deal. And you mentioned inconsistency. I mean, maybe this is just the best we've possibly seen them. Hopefully they can keep it up.
That's what they said last split, right? Invictus Gaming were the happiest we've ever seen them, which means they were going to become the best that we've ever seen them naturally, because a happy team is a successful team. Right now, we've seen them come into the second split. 3-3 was their start, so very much still shaky, potentially still questions on their consistency.
Yeah.
But they've come into this series at the very least against a side that was actually on top of the tables in their group. And yes, it's a young side. To me, I just feel like they just exploited GT. They actually picked their weaknesses and played a draft around it. I'm not sure whether it's coaching staff or just in-game shot calling, but it all just aligned for them very well in this set.
They most certainly did. And I think a lot of it as well, I mean, we've spoken about it before, but you mentioned this friendliness between IG. Rookie speaks fluent Mandarin. Do you think like the fact that they all have very clear communication in the one language is going to be really important for IG moving forward?
So the really cool thing about Invictus Gaming is that not only can Rookie speak it fluently, but so can Rain, the other Korean in the team.
Yeah.
They're actually both fluent in Mandarin. Rookie sings and streams, and I'm pretty sure I'd be sick of being asked to sing in Mandarin at this stage, but it just goes to show that this is a team similar to OMG, but with the star-studded Koreans in there to boot.
Yeah, especially when it's Rookie, the man, like the dominator of lane, and has always been able to do so, and it's just beautiful seeing it come out of IG. But what's next for Game Talents here? Have we exposed a weakness in this series now? Is it sort of, we're going to team fight you or lose? Is that going to be the thing? Is everyone now just going to run split push against them?
I think Gimgoon might even need to look towards a direction that isn't Echo, or Savoki needs to step up to the plate because their engage was lacking. Perhaps that's a drafting issue. It was in the second game, but the first game even felt like they just couldn't make the right decisions. And to me, it just shows that they're stuck being respondent. They couldn't actually get anything done themselves unless IG were the ones doing it, and then they just tried to mechanically execute. Laning phase was good.
Yep.
They could still lane. They're still strong individual players, but they lost as a team against what is a team. And that's potentially the biggest exploitation now of GT.
Yeah, and there were a couple of good plays. Of course, they utilized teleports relatively well. There was the double teleport that happened into the bottom lane, secured them a double kill. I mean, things like this were definitely good news stories, but IG just seemed to know what to do after everything. And they capitalized on that. There were multiple people towards the bottom side, so IG just say, all right, well, we'll take the rest of your stuff. As Rookie is sacrificing himself for the good of the colony. As the rest of IG just bail from that Baron pit. IG going to die as well.
There's absolutely a good news story across the board for IG. Zatai being able to find this medium between I can play a damage dealer and I can either team fight or I can split push, and he gets to choose according to what the team needs. This time around, the amount of damage that he did was just unfair. is Vladimir is an absurdly strong pick at the moment, and having all of these carries there that you actually mentioned during the game gives IG this added bonus, is that they can just be all carries and play to their own strengths.
Yeah. And I actually hadn't really thought about it before, but Vladimir just completely dominant in the later stages of the game, does need help getting there, and Jace is the perfect super early game
They
smash
spike.
him in the face style champion. So the bridging that they did in their composition also worked out very nicely.
Yeah, they spike at very stupended times in the game, so they hit the 2-item spike for the Ezreal and Jace as well. They get towards the 2 or 3 for the Vladimir. And once again, it was actually just a very good holistic victory from IG.
Yeah, and we'll see whether they are going to be able to continue it forward. So I guess looking at IG to keep winning and keep winning in this fashion, because, of course, consistency is key.
Yeah.
And if we learn anything from their other series, I mean, they just haven't necessarily got there just yet, because this is a team that's a happy team. They have been for quite some time. They still managed to lose some matches earlier on in the series.
Looking at IG for consistency is definitely a factor, but also looking at GT to actually work out why they lost and come back stronger for it.
Well, we'll see whether they can do exactly that. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to throw to a short break. When we get back, Snake take to the Rift against Newbie. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm still Atlas, joined by Rusty, and we're here to take you into our final series of the night. It is going to be Snake taking on Newbie. And I feel like our last series may have sort of changed how we're feeling about a lot of these teams, because, of course, EDG and Game Talents is who Snake have been up against. So arguably, they were the two top teams in the group, so it means that, you know, may have had to give them a bit of leeway there.
Tough run, I think, is the easy way to look at it.
However, Newbie managed to 2-1 IG, so came out on top, but lost 0-2 to Game Talents, and now I don't know what to think about this next series at all.
How the tables have turned.
I know.
Thank you to that last series. We're even going to say something similar to that when GT were playing Newbie, and it's like, yeah, no, they've had a pretty easy run, all things considered. You know, they played against Snake that looked completely out of sorts, and then played Saint. It's like, oh, are they really that good? And then they 2-0 Newbie, and everyone just got really confused about everything. But from this point, and from what we've seen in the last series of GT, it's that they're just a young, inconsistent team, I think, is the best way to look at them.
Yeah.
IG, they're definitely still inconsistent, but found their stride in that last set. So we can take the teams at their best and compare them to one another. But right now, we don't even know what Snake's best looks like because they just can't do it.
No. Snake just really haven't looked like a team that have got it together. Apart from, I guess, game one, where we saw Tank go off on the Lissandra.
We saw Tank at his best.
Yeah, it was just beautiful team fight play out of Snake, something that we haven't attributed to them recently. Of course, they were very outspoken saying that they try and lane swap to avoid the team fights to try and get advantages elsewhere because they weren't confident in that department. However, that was exactly how they managed to win the only victory that they've had so far. And we'll see whether they can go back to that, whether Tank's going to be able to step up. Because he was stepping up towards the end of the first split. That was where they were finding their stride. Now, slumping a little bit on picks that aren't Lissandra. Is it all about Tank as far as Snake are concerned?
It's weird that it is, but it absolutely is.
Yeah.
And, like, we went through the whole last split saying it's all about Flandre. You've got Crystal just going off everywhere. You've got the jungler was just stepping up massively, ZZR back then as well. And, like, now we've just come into this second split and everyone's like, Tank, it's all about Tank. He's a god. All about this mid laner that is actually just like the newest member to that team. It suddenly has become the face of the team to an extent. And it means that their team fights are definitely lacking from it. Yet that's the one thing that they were always good at doing.
Yeah.
Because they're an LSPL team that could just team fight.
Well, speaking of LSPL teams, of course, Newbie formerly QG. V there towards the top side of the map. Swift, Dade, Happy Y. Of course, Peko. And more down there towards the bottom lane as well. Reunited, as Uzi did leave the roster. And Doinby as well made his exit. And look, Dade stepping in. Happy coming back in as well. This is a team that are used to playing with one another, apart from maybe Dade there, but they had been practicing a little bit beforehand.
Yeah.
Of course, wanted him for the semi-final against EDG, but couldn't quite get him in there.
That's right.
This is a team that has looked dominant if the game goes late enough.
Yeah, well, they're the LSPL team that we just likened them towards as well. They're a team fight team in particular, which is converse to that of Snake. You get these guys into a situation where they get a favorable engage, not even gold lead. They will take it to you, and they will actually win that team fight. And time and again, we have seen them do it from 10,000 gold behind, if not more.
Yeah, and this is Dade as well. Still playing exactly like Dade does. Doesn't necessarily go off in a laning phase, can sort of take it to his opponent sometimes, but that's not where he wants to win the game. This guy is like some sort of, I don't know, conductor of team fights.
I will say that that could almost be a detriment to their team because Doinby did want to win his lane and get it going.
That's a very good point. We are going to have a look over the other side of the rift, though, and this is a team that we were just talking about, Snake. SOFM is going to be subbing in today in the jungle. We did hear about him, as Crystal is also going to be subbing out in favor of Martin there in the AD carry position. So a bit of a change-up for Snake, maybe the breath of fresh air that they're looking for in order to change things. But you did mention that ZZR was stepping up for Snake.
Yeah.
Swapping him out is probably the worst idea.
I think that Snake are just having an existential crisis and they don't know what good looks like for them anymore. I will say that SOFM is a superstar jungler that we have yet to see show his hand, and that's because he's new. It was similar to what Uzi was in Newbie last split. Don't play him until you think he's ready, and then when you think the time is right, put him in that roster so that he can seamlessly transition. Well, they think now is the right time. because they keep losing games and they need something to reinvigorate them.
Well, they actually look really invigorated there at their computers. You can see lots of smiles on the faces of these players. Tank especially there in the mid lane having a bit of a grin. And look, as a team that plays to the ceiling of Tank, it's definitely a good thing if he is feeling good heading into this match.
That's right. SOFM actually with Tank and Martin.
Yeah.
Martin being the different AD carries. This is going to be a very curious thing to see. Ella as well not being in the scene anymore. We've got Jay-Z in there, or Jetsaw, whichever way you like to. I don't know. Jay-Z is just so much easier.
We just lock in
This
Jay-Z.
is a big question mark on the team of Snake. Are they actually going to be able to perform with these new members in the roster, in the starting roster for this team? Or is it just an excuse to try something different based off their current performance? Because you can do it early, see if it works, and if it doesn't, just revert back to comfort.
Yeah, it's a really good point. And we don't actually know what this is going to change for the identity of Snake as well. Moving SOFM into the jungle, switching out Martin instead of Crystal there as well. So it's all about what like you said, existential crisis. Well, what's going to happen when they come out at the end of it? And we may find out here as we hop into Champion Select. Echo going to be the first ban as Flandre just seems to get attention as far as that ban list is concerned. Of course, the standard red side ban of the Rise is going to be taken away on the side of Snake. And we'll just see how this one shakes out as Fizz is going to go as well. He's getting all the focus.
Yeah, speaking of attention, Flandre is getting all of it at the moment. Fizz very strong in the current patch. You would say does quite well into Vladimir as an example, having the grievous wounds ingrained in his kit, which perhaps means maybe would be looking towards it. We know that V is a strong hybrid tank damage dealer.
Yeah, plays a decent Swain there as well. Already saw that.
And you would think that Vladimir is another person that he can add to that list. Absolutely run havoc with.
Most certainly. And the final ban to come in from Newbie, some sort of classic omissions from this ban list has been the Kindred, the Nidalee, things like that. Of course, Azir, something worth looking at, and the Lissandra has been a constant takeaway from Tank, as we've been seeing. But it's another top laner that is going to be taken away as the Trundle hits the bench. Nidalee going to be banned.
Kindred
Snake want
first
a
pick.
Kindred first pick from Newbie.
Yeah.
Which
Ban
is
Nidalee.
weird.
No, it's actually not bad at all, right?
Alright,
If you force the Kindred first pick and you go for something like the Vladimir Lucian in response, it's actually not that bad because you're choosing which power picks you want. You're also bottlenecking them into saying there's probably one really strong jungler remaining. The rest are good,
Yeah.
but there's only one S tier remaining. You pick that one up. If you don't pick that one up, we're 100% just going to take it and get something strong with it.
Is it dangerous, though, giving Kindred to a player like Swift, who actually topped damage as a jungler?
Oh yeah, massively dangerous. I'm not advising this by any means. But that's
we
the
understand
decision
the
they've
strategy.
made. Yeah, that's their choice, and they're welcome to their choice.
Well, SOFM currently cycling some champions, but something like a Vladimir, something like a Lucian would make a lot of sense here. And Rusty the Prophet himself seems to have already given it away to Snake as they're hovering those exact two options.
It would make a lot of sense for them to lock it in. Kindred's quite good into these champions, though. So remember, low range Vladimir, low range Lucian, you can actually just pop that Lamb's Respite and keep your carries alive.
Not to mention the Hemo Plague being almost hard counted by Lamb's Respite.
And you would imagine the response here from Newbie would go towards the Azir that you brought up before. Perhaps the Bard if they want to lock the support in, or the Karma to deny that from Snake.
Well, at the moment, it is Dade looking at the Golden Chicken. Tank probably wants to play Lissandra anyway, so doesn't really care all that much about the Azir being looked at for now.
No, but we also don't know where that Vladimir is going.
Yeah, good point.
You could very easily swap over to Victor instead of the Azir if you wanted to. We've seen Victor as a common matchup in the middle lane against it. It holds its own sometimes.
Yep.
Other times you get Dove at level 4.
So could
That
be a
was
good
an
news
interesting
story.
one.
Could have been a bad news story. Exactly right. Right, a few switch arounds here coming in for Newbie. They're looking confident.
Should
at
be
the
calm.
Braum.
Yeah.
Yeah, this makes a lot more sense. There's more going to be taking that one towards the bottom side.
Yep, so they lock in that Karma for themselves. I think it's mostly, as we mentioned, it was even hovered by Snake, more of a denial tool.
Yeah.
So you do have to make the immediate assumption that Bard can be picked up from the flip side. These two champions, man, Bard and Karma are actually just like top tier supports at the moment. A lot of capabilities. to enable the rest of their team. Bard more of the engage option. Karma saying that you guys engage, I'll speed you up option.
I like it. But Martin is going to take away the Graves here for SOFM. So he's going to stay with the carry-style junglers. So they move into this one. I was hoping for something like a potential Elise, something like that.
I think Graves is actually good because they've gone for the Maokai with it. So they've revealed the Vladimir being middle lane. Tank's going to be locking that one. And now they've got reliable crowd control from Flandre in the top lane, which means that SOFM can afford to be this damage dealer. So get it going for his team.
Yeah, as we do have the Sivir being looked at as well. Invaluable is what Flandre will be on this Maokai if they do lock in all of this AoE damage that's going to be coming out from Newbie. This team comp looks terrifying at the moment.
Yeah, Snake have set themselves up well without even rounding it out, missing their support option. That's a very curious last pick. Means they were definitely trying to deny picks away from Newbie. Still a strong comp in their own right.
Yeah. So the Sivir and the Fiora are going to be locked in. So V with a split pushing option, maybe something that he feels can go toe-to-toe with the Vladimir.
Yeah, knowing that it's a Sivir, you would actually imagine Bard could be looked at here. I don't think there's too much purpose in any other support. Of course, there's always merit in tanks, but Brad's just the best.
Brad is the best. And of course, you're probably talking about that because the Karma
Then
is
again,
already sitting there.
yeah, well, Karma's already locked in. Then again, Jay-Z is just a Thresh God. If you really wanted to, you could look at that.
More of an engage tool there as well. Probably could be a good idea.
Speaking
During
of
level
engage
1
tools,
power, though. Yeah, exactly right. And the Braum is going to be taken away. So Jay-Z going to be bringing Braum towards the bottom side. Martin. Of course, if you compare Martin and Crystal as far as AD carry players are concerned, Crystal, a little bit more unpredictable. Martin often just did his job and did it okay.
Yeah, I'd say much more facilitating
Yeah.
is the way that Martin works as an AD carry. Just plays his part, fills the role that is required of an AD carry in the team. Crystal, though, became a lot more experienced and sort of settled in his own right as a very strong, reliable AD carry towards the end of the last splits. Of course, had a lot of Crystal-esque moments, especially as we moved into this split, but all things considered, Martin's got that Lucian. He's set up well.
He most certainly is, and we'll see whether he's going to be able to have a dominant performance on a coveted champion in that Lucian. Of course,
Yeah.
not quite changed. Piercing Light taking a little bit of a hit in the next patch, but not happened just yet.
We have to remember that this whole draft started by Snake giving them the Kindred and running that risk. It's now Kindred as Zir as well as a team composition, which works immaculately together. The
Yeah.
zone control that Newbie have is unbelievable. There are a lot of circles on that team.
Yeah, so coaches are going to shake hands. We'll see whether Snake can throw them off or whether Newbie's comp's going to be able to do it as we hop into game. And unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a pause to start things off here in this series. As you can see, Pekka on your screen right now for Newbie. Having a bit of a smile. Still, spirits are high
Yeah.
as we head into this one. But look, we've seen the team comps already. I'm looking at Newbie's one and I'm thinking like, yes, very, very scary. But the fact that they don't have like a dedicated tank, is that going to be some sort of a problem here?
The lack of dedicated tank usually you'd look at and be like, yeah, it could be a potential problem, absolutely. But they've got a Kindred, so it kind of compensates for that. The same thing is like if you look at Snake's comp, it's like maybe they don't have enough crowd control, but they've got a Braum, so it compensates for that by giving everybody a stun technically. So yeah, like they don't have a tank. If Kindred gets caught out of position or dies before the fight starts, if Snake catch the Kindred, then
Yeah.
it could be a real issue, 100%. But if this Kindred plays like we saw Dandy did yesterday for Vici, it's going to be great. Everyone's a tank.
Yeah.
It's going to be wonderful.
And Dandy played out of his mind yesterday as well on that Kindred. That's why I was thinking, like, as soon as that first pick was given over, obviously intentionally out of Snake, this is something that they orchestrated themselves. But it's so, so dangerous giving that to Swift because he's so good at that champion. And you get any sort of early advantage to Swift, it just alleviates all of that pressure from the rest of the map, especially in that mid lane where Dade just wants to chill, farm things up, get himself to the point where he can just own these team fights and be that man that's able to carry things out in the late game.
And that's what the whole comp looks like it's going to be from Newbie, right? They've got that middle laner that's going to farm. They've actually got the bottom lane that it's going to explode, basically. But double speed boosts as well with the ultimates. We've got the Kindred to actually keep alive and healthy. And everyone's a tank, even though nobody is.
Well, we are onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. The pause is over. And we're into game number 1 between Snake and Newbie. Tank already setting up here, and we'll see exactly how he's going to go. Because I have a feeling it's going to be shaped rather effectively by how this man does in the mid lane.
And boots start for tank
Cute.
on this Vladimir. It's not a darn shield, so he will be taking a lot more damage, but has extra potions, obviously.
Actually headed straight down the defensive tree there as well. Picked up Strength of the Ages in the mid lane.
Yeah, a couple of Vladimirs we have seen do this now. I think it's actually the preferenced Keystone Mastery. Kind of helps if you're going to go boots to be a little bit tankier, definitely.
I like it.
And it means that you're going to get a lot of health. And Vladimir, health, ability, power, those two things come hand in hand.
Yep, generally known to be a bit of a fan.
It is known.
But I just like Death by Touch. Just in general.
On Vladimir, or you just like this?
In general and on Vladimir. Just because I feel like getting all of that extra late game damage with all the consistent damage that he does put down is important.
Nah.
But I'm not the analyst. That's you. So we'll go with your choice.
Strength of the Ages is the best.
All right, nailed it. So tank, smartest choice there in the mid lane.
This is an aggressive start.
Yeah, Newbie just trying to take away the little sentinels here. I'm going to do so effectively here as well.
But Snake already.
Oh, this is cheeky.
So Sivir has Q leveled. No spell shield. And here we go.
Yeah, there's the Winter's Bite. He's going to get stunned. The flash came out of Happy, but I have a feeling he's going to be dead. First blood goes down as the Ignite's going to tick through, and Moore might be in trouble as well. He's going to get stunned one more time. Piercing Light comes down. Oh, the double tap's not there, but the double flash comes in, and they're both dead. Snake off to a roaring start.
And an actual disaster just strikes the bottom lane of Newbie. There is no way that they're going to be able to fight a 2v2 anytime soon. Both members of Snake in the bottom lane are 1-0-1, and now Dade is potentially in trouble.
Yeah, red buff already here for SOFM.
God.
Flashes away immediately, but SOFM's there. 3 kills, 2.5 minutes.
But what a disaster.
Okay.
Snake.
Identity crisis over, Rusty.
I think they found what they want to do, and that's just be mad aggressive. They get a lot of early kills. That's a big gold advantage about to be forged out of thin air from just raw proactivity. SOFM getting that early red buff gank on. And Swift kind of just left to clear minions going, what has happened to my team?
Jeez, that is just out of control. SOFM is now going to be able to pick up his blue buff. A bit upset that the Sentinels got taken, but probably going to be okay with it.
If you want to consider it a trade,
Yeah.
I'd lose 2 blue sentries for a kill any day of the week.
There's actually going to be Lucidity Boots already done here for tank as well, so lots of movement speed out of this Vladimir. I actually really like that pickup against an Azir.
Yeah, it's not a bad pickup. Remembering running Ghost and Flash wants to have that mobility as well. Reduces the cooldown of summoner spells
Yeah.
by having it there. Generally speaking, it'd be an okay pickup. I don't think he needs Merc Treads. Doesn't really need mobility boots, or sorry, boots of swiftness, I should say. And Sork Shoes would be nice, but he chose the cooldown reduction to be more efficient early, given the lead that they have.
Did Happy just get a crit on that Ricochet? Because that did so much damage to Martin.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. Anyway, Swift looking to try and contest this Rift Skull, and not going to be able to, as Snake have a huge wave of minions heading towards this turret.
The minion wasn't marked either. I was wondering why Swift was playing so aggressively. He will work topside, and we'll see how SOFM rotates if he does it all. As this is...
Yeah.
So, like, the best thing about getting these boots for tank is that when you charge up your E, if you're in range, you'll probably stay in range. Because it's just a Doran's Ring available for Dade, who is behind in every sense of the word.
Yeah, he's just in a world of pain here in the mid lane and still doesn't have his flash, so SOFM can make his way back if he wants to. Flandre here, a lot of pressure alleviated on him at the same time because Swift had to give up his position, but now we'll see whether he is going to move out. No, Sapling is going to be enough.
One of the strengths of Maokai, of course, is you don't have to face check and be within damage range of Swift. You can just throw a sapling out, see if he's there. If he isn't, then you can ward. Always going to be quite useful, as even the Graves has gone for his Boots of Swiftness immediately. One of the cool things about the current patch is the experience gain with jungle items. You get full experience with just the machete.
Yeah.
As here he goes again.
Yeah, all the way back in as Dade. The flash is forward. Dade's falling down one more time. The pull's out from Tank. And SOFM almost dies to the turret, but they aren't able to take down the chicken this time. Still forced out of lane one more time, and that's a 20 CS deficit.
Yeah, they don't need to kill him. They can just pressure him. Very well timed from SOFM, and his pathing does seem quite strong already. The first time that we're seeing this jungler in the LPL.
Well, Martin actually looking really good here at the same time. JZ, not so much after throwing that Winter's Bite the wrong direction. Just getting his eye in. Nailed that part of the wall.
And it's interesting how SOFM even got picked up into Snake. We're very curious to find out how. He was destroying the Korean server with high ping from memory. There's a couple of highlights on Reddit.
Yeah.
He's definitely a strong player. Vietnamese, I believe.
Well, looking to see what he can get done here. Already making things happen. Almost dying to a Gromp here at the same time, but we'll make it home. Calculated is what we'll say.
Nailed it.
Did they deny the cannon creep? That's the real question.
But everything's starting off very smoothly here. The Snake, the carry that we spoke of being Tank, found himself quite far ahead in laning phase, and Dade naturally doesn't win laning phase, but this is pretty bad. All situations considered. I'll say for what it's worth, though, Nubi's bottom lane have diffused what was a 0-2 start reasonably effectively.
And just kept it at about an 8 CS advantage here as well for the Lucian. So really strong play. This Tank just wanders at Dade and gets a disgusting amount of damage down.
Takes close enough to half of his health, and he wasn't even stacked up on that blood bank.
Also, doesn't have any ability power built up.
Vladimir.
It's going to get old one day, but right now I'm still just completely bamboozled by the champion.
Same thing with Echo, dude. With every time.
Yeah.
Echo can go full tank, and suddenly he's just taking all of your health bar.
Yep, still dying, but look, Tank forced to use the pull. When I say look, I mean that, yeah, look at him turn into a pull and not take any damage.
Yeah, so Swift was there to try and push that wave out and actually give Dade another opportunity to go back to base. The more effectively he can get his buys in, the better he may feel in this lane. Not that that's great. It's also going to force a boots purchase out of him simply because Tank has rushed the boots of his own and is closing that gap too efficiently to outtrade him every single damn time.
Well, Flandre here as well, doing a whole bunch of work on the Maokai, actually out-trading V here early on, who's grabbed himself a Phage, so not opting for the added wave clear of the Ravenous Hydra. Wants to get that Black Cleaver as quickly as possible.
Early rush of cooldown reduction. Helps with team fighting and teleports if it comes down to it. Bit less sustain, however, as you mentioned. Not going to have that Hydra.
Swift going to make his way over. SOFM has found him. Swift will need to dance his way back across.
SOFM can't hit him because he's behind minions. They kind of just watched him help the blue buff, gave him a leash, and will now get it.
Yep, no blue buff going to be going over to Tank this time around, as they now finding himself in a substantial position in the trading capacity. Still behind by a couple of creeps, so not too bad here for Flandre.
But this slow start has like escalated themselves into a gold lead that's just going to be maintained. It's something that Snake will always do. And this time around, it's through a standard lane, not a lane swap. With Snake, they're actually doing well. They've found something that feels somewhat similar to them as a team.
Yeah, it's really working. But do they have to continue putting their foot on the pressure? Like, what is Newbie's game plan moving into what will be the mid-game relatively soon?
Well, Newbie just wants to scale. They've got a Civic Armor, so they're going to have to work around that bottom lane. The most likely outcome would be that V, when his teleport is back up available, will work with Swift and look bottom. At the moment, Tank's going to be keeping Dade busy until further notice. Unless Tank leaves, Dade won't. And that's where the real problem is going to be for Newbie. At the moment, they just need to use that Civic Armor and try and get something done, but no teleport available means they could be waiting a couple of minutes to get that at all. And Snake have windows where they can try and be proactive themselves.
You can see SOFM actually just destroying the jungle of Swift, having his way with it. The Mark is now under contention here at the same time as SOFM is going to smite it away, but there's the ultimate out of Jay-Z. Culling flies through. As Martin doesn't find any damage. Swift.
He's a cheeky devil, SOFM. He bleeds out every single thing that he can get for it. Every time. And now he's just coming mid.
Throw some pellets in there. Feeling okay.
Giving the bro fist the tank.
Yeah.
Back into the jungle.
Oh, right as they spawn.
It might have just been the animation, to be fair, of them coming out of their hole. That does happen.
Would have been cooler. As Swift, you can see, he's going to settle for some Krugs on the other side of the map, just saying that, yes, SOFM, I understand. You have control. I'm just going to avoid you.
And the cool thing about what SOFM's doing, though, whilst we're looking at these jungles, is he passed towards the winning side of the map, being Martin and Jay-Z, who just tried to fight more unhappy, forced to summon a spell out of the Karma, and health bars were missing. So you can see the recall as a response from Newbie's bottom lane.
Well, you can see it's a recall in for Snake here at the same time after they've shoved that wave in. Happy going to make his way back. Does have a BF sword, so feeling quite strong. As that's the BF sword picked up by Martin, so looking to go for the Essence Reaver build here instead of what has been the standard Black Cleaver and Ghostblade. Bit of a gank in the mid lane there as Flandre's battling V.
Lots of damage trading between these two, but Flandre's still always getting the worst end of it.
Does have probably the sustain advantage once that Corrupting Potion's gone.
No,
But
there's a
SOFM's
Vamp
been
Scepter.
discovered. Lots of damage down from Swift and SOFM right now as Tank's going to make his way in. That's going to be the trade of the jungler for... Oh my god, Tank right underneath the turret is going to throw out the Q. That is so much damage. The double kill comes in. Jay-Z picks up aggro, and Tank just walks out. Vladimir, everyone.
Yep. Tank just says, thank you for the ride, Dade. I was planning on killing you, but now you've made this a lot easier to do anyway. And Jay-Z, I will say that Braum very smartly takes that turret aggro to make sure that Vladimir lives. Nothing else mattered in the end of it. And a mistake
That was silly.
on multiple fronts from Newbie. SOFM did go down. Swift, I don't even think, dropped his ultimate, though. He really wanted the kill before he pressed it. And so they kind of like greeted each other and did just both dying. It was a really weird series of events.
It was very, very strange. However, it is Tank that reaps the benefits of it in its entirety, grabbing that double kill.
And the proto belt.
Yeah, dash cannon already in for Tank on the Vlad.
And we'll say it's probably the only one that makes sense at the moment, the proto belt. The GLP 800 just doesn't have the same ring to it.
Oh, Gunblade. I'm okay with that one if we're talking about Hex.
Well, that item does not exist. Like,
Gunblade's the best. What are you talking about? Oh, more actually caught out of
They've
position
got
here. SOFM's going to pop over, picks himself up a massive amount of damage, plus the kill, of course.
and we have to
Happy.
mention SOFM's positioning. He's always in the right place at the right time. They still have not looked towards the Drake. They should now, of course. But off the back of a pick, he is there when necessary. Newbie's bottom lane just looked completely out of sorts. And honestly, it feels like Swift against the world.
Yeah, well, Swift, speaking of which, is actually going to continue counter-jungling, but the Dragon is most definitely going to fall, and it's an Ocean Drake at the same time, further empowering SOFM's ability to stay safe here in this game. Pull is down now from Tank, as Dade was looking for some more aggression. Swift makes his way in. Proto Belt helps create distance here for Tank.
Yeah, can dash
God, I love
himself
that
to
item.
safety. And Tank kind of just chills out. He is a tank, Vladimir, after all. I didn't actually intend that.
Yep.
He's got his tanky items there, so it's going to be very hard to kill him between Swift and Dade, and it gives a lot of time for SOFM and the rest of Snake to get that Drake uncontested. And they're not done. Actually, SOFM's about to reveal them as the spectator shows us that ward.
Yeah, Raptor Sense is going to spot that one out. He walks over, finds it. The rest of Snake wander over there as well. And we're going to see the pings.
Look at him go.
There's a possible dive here. As Newbie's bottom lane are just going to back the hell away from this.
Yeah, Swift isn't nearby. Oh, no. Oh, no. Happy's gone. There's just a load more.
Oh, that is so sad. The Winter's Bite is going to miss here as Moore does have a lot of movement speed. That was a bit unfortunate there from Martin, but he's going to survive. And they get the dive on the Karma. That was a sitting duck. Shooting fish in a barrel, Rusty, is exactly what that was.
Recall too slow more. Happy does get himself out to safety. As Swift is still on the wrong side of the map.
Oh, no. Flandre pops himself over, flashes after
Oh,
Swift
wow.
and picks up the kill. He just wasn't expecting it.
He also got knocked up, so he wasn't able to pop down the ultimate. So timing from Flandre was there. And the flash in response just gifts over a kill lovingly to Snake's top laner, Maokai, who's just going to farm away still, as it didn't give him anything for laning phase.
Yep, Dade is going to make his way away from tank, gets to his inner turret. Still not sure whether he's safe there, to be honest, with SOFM lurking in the wings. This Snake team just look completely different.
Yeah, they're just so proactive. They're getting things done, and I do have to say a lot of this is the jungler
Yeah.
stepping up to the plate. Tank, of course, being 2-0-1, very handy. He's that carry for the team, though, that we expect at this stage. It's Flandre with that red buff, huh?
Yep.
How's that health regeneration?
Smashing V over and over again. Doesn't have a riposte. Flandre can just
He's about to die, yeah.
There's the Arcane Smash. Twisted Advance?
No.
Twisted Advance? Nothing
Swift's
happened.
here again. Okay, riposte is up now.
Yeah, most certainly is. As Swift, he's going to make his way through. He's just not as strong as he wants to be right now on this Kindred. Flandre, however, has bitten off more than he can chew and is going to fall down. That Twisted Advance has such a long cooldown, man.
Tank's coming to dive. He is going to get spotted through vision if he commits to this direction, though. He was probably better off looking at the turret. He's just going to go for V. Here we go.
Yep, there's the Ghost. Swift is going to make
Lamb's
his way in.
Respite's here.
Yep, the ultimate goes down. Lamb's Respite is in there, but do you want to be trapped in there with Tank? Looks like yes, you do, as the Grand Challenge is going to be enough. And Newbie, complete outplay.
Yeah, massively. Just from Swift being there, actually very good awareness. They spot the Vladimir through the ward that they have in the bush. They utilize that to their advantage. And the pool being wasted, it was in an attempt to get the kill. So the Lamb's Respite came down at the right time, and they reveal their hand in a very nice counterplay.
Well, of course, the tower did fall down in the mid lane, so Snake reaping the benefits of that. About 5,000 gold the lead here for the squad that haven't found a victory so far in the LPL. This is all about redemption. Even just in week number 2, they just did not have a very good start against Game Talents and EDG.
And even after that blunder, they are still that far ahead. And speaks volumes for how Snake have set themselves up in this early game. As we move towards that mid-game strength, though, the Vladimir will start to become a little bit overwhelming. Braum will be enabling his team so positively. And Flandre already maxing out that Sunfire. They're going to just be a dangerous team-fighting team. They will dive everything.
And this isn't what Flandre is used to as well. He's used to being put in a dumpster because he's in a lane swap and doesn't get any farm. However, this time around, even in farm with the Fiora, this Maokai is going to be so big.
It's the funniest thing about Snake, isn't it? We've always said that they will lane swap, they'll put Flandre behind, and they'll compensate for 15 minutes until he's strong, and then they'll team fight. But he's always been one of the best standard laners in League of Legends.
Yeah, precisely. As SOFM's going to pay a visit to the bottom lane. Massive knock-up comes out of the Braum as Tank's going to find Happy. There's the pull, and he has to watch his death. Stolen by SOFM. Kudos there, Mr. Graves, as he grabs himself the Krugs at the same time. Tank going to eat up some health, and V's going to take down Flandre with the help of Swift towards the top side, but are they going to get 2 turrets for it? I highly doubt it.
And Swift is essentially just fighting for the lane that is ahead. It is still the win condition of newbies to get that Fiora split pushing, get Flandre behind. But even without that Maokai impacting the rest of the map, they still have enough damage to get everything going. Tank able to roam around, something that he is quite exceptional in doing. Remember, he is a Lissandra player.
Yeah.
But still, Swift is making an attempt to win the game, not to withhold themselves from losing this game. They're not delaying a loss. They're actually just fighting fire with fire.
Yeah, trying to get that split push happening. And look, we saw it work out for IG. They were falling behind against Game Talents. Still got that composition working out the way they wanted to.
Herald's
This is more of a
as well.
1-4.
Yeah, they've completely sacked the bottom lane of Newbie. Absolutely gone. They're going to give the Herald to Fiora as well, you would imagine. So from here, V is their only real redemption until late game happens. That's tough.
Yep, most certainly is. And we'll see whether he's going to be able to do that. Because he does have a lead in CS now. Has managed to take down the Maokai.
And he's got his Hydra, so he's got the stain to keep himself up in a tank fight.
Yeah. Nice spell shield does come out, but JZ able to proc the concussive blows, the culling rifling through Happy. One more auto attack will stun him up, and Piercing Light's going to finish it off. And this Sivir is having an awful time.
Yeah, this is not a great time on the Rift for a newbie fan. Dade's up next.
JZ does find himself the Winter's Bite onto Dade, but didn't really want too much more.
They want the Mountain Drake. They don't want to fight for red buff. But they will steal it.
Well, Mountain Drake is going to fall down. Dragon number 2 now destroyed in favor of Snake. I believe, is that 2 Mountain Drakes that they've already got?
No, they have an Ocean.
Ocean
That is
and Mountain.
going to be the second Mountain coming up in 6 minutes.
Yeah. So unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to be able to show you that Ocean Drake that they do have, but that was the first one that they were able to pick up.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. They definitely have one. SOFM's just disregarding Dade.
Oh, just smoke screens the last Raptor. And he's just going to wander, and as soon as he gets back into his jungle, he's going to be full health.
Yeah,
Thanks Ocean Drake and red buff.
absolutely. SOFM still sitting pretty, but so is V at the moment. Has not got a big lead to his name, and you can see how Snake now need to start reacting to this accordingly, and what they want to do is put their strength in the top lane, put Martin up there, and start breaking the base over there, because if they get the turrets, the gold lead will stretch further, and Snake should be able to find themselves with an unreasonably large gold lead and look towards actually closing out a map.
Not to mention the global gold will really help out evening out that matchup between Flandre and V. Flandre already going pure armor here against the Fiora. Not going to be helping out so much with the fact that she does a lot of that percentage health damage with those weak spots. As Swift has found JZ. Winter's Bite not going to find the Kindred. And the ultimate comes out, doesn't find anything either. JZ, a little bit of a frustration play perhaps.
Yeah, they wanted to get their eye in, but it was going to be a risky thing to do. They still get the turret. Everything's still kind of rolling in Snake's direction. SOFM at the moment has been the closest thing, I think, that we have seen in the LPL to like a crash jungler from the LCK, which is just get ridiculously far ahead in farm and then use that to your advantage. Very greedy,
Yep.
but because he can carry type of style.
And beat the heck out of you with it. He's got 3
Yeah.
items now as well. This guy is the
Look at the
highest
farm.
level on his team. He's the
between-
highest level in the game.
Yep. Highest level in the game, has a lot of farm to his name in comparison to that of Swift.
Oh, yeah.
Make sure that he gets the kills.
And this is Graves into Kindred. This is not a matchup that we normally say, oh, well, Graves is, of course, going to win this one. After, of course, he took some nerfs.
I'd say it's a reasonably even matchup.
Yep.
Graves is okay because if you can pop the Lamb's Respite and Graves can ult as it finishes, it kind of compensates for the heal. But it's not the best matchup. You're not meant to be this far ahead.
We'll see whether Swift can find his way back in. Just looks like Snake's plan for this game is working so far. However, V on the bottom side, able to answer. Grabs the second turret here for Newbie, but it's 4 down for Snake. He's got a lot more work to do.
And they're looking at like near the Baron area, honestly. Securing a Scuttle Crab just means that there's going to be the easier escape option if the Baron is started. Braum's quite a good natural tank, as is Vladimir, for his namesake.
Oh, Grand Challenge goes down. Flandre puts his side to the wall here. Doesn't want to give V the opportunity to get all of his health back. He's just standing there, just taking it. Not worried at all as the flash comes forward. Oh my god, Martin picks up the kill. The Ignite's not going to do
These
nearly
top laners,
enough.
though. Oh, Flandre's dead to the Gromp.
The Grompo, just stop it, don't. Oh, you big old frog guy. Not going to happen. Okay, Flandre able to make it out safely. Nicely played as he flashed over the wall.
Yeah, so he'll be able to save that bottom lane turret with his teleport, I would imagine, given V's current health and mana bar.
Or
But
he
Snake-
teleports into the top lane and they take an inhibitor.
Yes, which is the other option. So could hold on to that teleport. Remember, home guards are on as it's 23 minutes in. And Snake are just not stopping on the top side themselves.
Oh, it's Dade. He's looking for the potential play. Gets a Rylai's auto attack in there. He's able to slow them down. On the hunt comes in. Swift really wants a fight as JZ will have to flash himself out. Does so. SOFM as well. He's going to be absolutely fine. So that is on the hunt popped. Few cooldowns, but Snake survived.
They still want that Baron. They could all dash. So what they're going to do is they're going to all dash over the wall. That was the call. They actually pinged where the wards were. They're 100% committing to this. Blind from Newbie. Newbie will not expect a thing.
JZ actually going down very low. Of course, the spike's in the back of the pit just because they are putting their back to it, but they are going to be able to take this down. The power of the Mountain Drake most certainly there as the pool's going to come in. The Ghost from Tank helping it keep him alive. by keeping him alive. I mean, he's totally fine. Had a dash cannon, just dashed himself out of the way a bit.
Yeah, so they get themselves the Baron, and once again, now 9,000 gold in the lead.
At 25 minutes.
Snake looking above and beyond what we have seen from them so far this split. This is a brand new team with brand new players overperforming.
Well, not brand new. I mean, Martin we've seen before.
Yeah, well, okay,
But
so
he's playing out of his mind. You're
this
exactly right.
combination of
But it
players-
just shouldn't be like this. It's just beautiful out of Snake. You're exactly right. And you mentioned Identity Crisis. Well, obviously, you know, this week has been a big week for them because they've seemed to have figured something out.
Yeah, they definitely have.
However, yeah.
I guess once they've got themselves, though, like this far ahead, and like we could look at this and praise them, and we absolutely will be. This is only game 1 of a best of 3.
Very true.
So we know that Snake have been falling in the LPL. They definitely have been underperforming. This could just be the glimmer of hope. They have done this before. 1-1, then lost the series.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that, you know, Newbie, not necessarily with momentum at their side after losing that series to Game Talents.
They do have late game, however, as they are Newbie.
This is exactly right. It's going to be the big test, though, if they can make it work, because it's so close to 10,000 gold the lead. Double Mountain Drake is going to be in effect here from Snake. And look at this thing die. It's so quick.
Yeah.
Dashes back.
That's a lot. Snake in the driver's seat. V, once again, probably the only win condition available to them. Dade's done nothing but get out-traded and run away since the start of this game. And Swift has only been able to look at the Fiora lane as an option. Nothing else exists on this map for Newbie. Nothing.
And no one can go near tank. He's just too big.
Yeah. 3-item Vladimir. As a Zonia's when it comes to it.
3 tank items, basically. Oh, God.
Get him.
Frightening. Yeah, Jay-Z possibly caught out, but look at the damage from Martin. Swift manages to find the ult button as SOFM was standing in it, but they're just happy to wait this one out. Winter's Bite does connect with more as the Hemo play comes down onto Dade. Looking for more of a minion wave to follow this one through, but that's a lot of buttons now down from Newbie.
It definitely is, and Snake still with that Baron buff in their back pocket should be able to look to put some damage here. Happy doesn't have the wave clear with the Sivir, and there's the teleport.
Oh, God. Happy just gets exploded, but does have the heal, does have a lot of shields there at the same time. They are going to take down this turret as V is able to make it in just in time. But my God, Happy, not so much at this stage as this is an onslaught tank. So much damage, and Martin as well, right over the top with the burst. And Snake aren't stopping.
Yeah, they might be able to just finish this one off. V, Swift, the only 2 members remaining. There's no way for them to defend this, and Snake just destroy Newbie.
That was a completely commanding victory from this Snake roster. Not what we were used to saying out of this team, especially considering their first run, but SOFM joins. Martin back in. It's a transformation.
Yeah, it's a very weird thing to see from Snake. Winning this quickly as well. Absolutely putting on a clinic.
Just such decisive play across the board, which we have not ever associated with Snake. This is the team that wants to lane swap, take it very, very slowly, not play up in your face at all. Whew, my God, that was definitely a quick one.
Yeah, I guess that sound actually sums it up quite nicely.
I felt like it was necessary.
That was a very good performance from Snake.
Yeah, really beautiful. And this is Flandre doing Flandre things, and he's back, Rusty. What do you reckon?
I reckon the Maokai just killed a Kindred in a situation where he shouldn't have, and then overextended and overstayed his welcome. Flandre is back.
He's still Flandre. Yeah, here we are. Perfect.
We say this about Zatai all the time as well. Oh, look at the outplays, and then he stays.
Someone got outplayed there, right?
This is the big sore point, however, for Newbie. Their bottom lane just was not the same thing that we're used to seeing. And a lot of it came down to the attention that was given to them. Time and again, caught out. No way to get out of these situations. The Sivir, there's no comparison to a Lucian, which was surprisingly let through the draft.
Yeah, and I mean, this was the priority pick of the Kindred, given away, able to pick up the Vladimir and the Lucian first round, exactly what you predicted, Rusty, and it worked out stunningly for Snake. This looked like a team that had a plan from pick 1 in the draft.
Giving over the Kindred makes a lot of sense when you have these 2 power picks as options
Yeah.
for you on the flip side. So yeah, definitely a strong start here from Snake. It is the battle, not the war, I will say, and we still have to question their consistency moving forward.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Because we highly doubt that they're going to be able to get the Vladimir again, get the Lucian again. They're not going to have that combination of those two champions, most definitely. And what does Newbie change in the draft? Well, they probably don't need to change anything because they can do basically the same thing. They've got Dade on their team. This guy plays an incredible Vladimir. I have a feeling that he's probably able to transition to the new one relatively easily.
Yeah, I
and then
mean,
can just control the late game that way.
They just need to play League of Legends better. The champion picks had nothing to do with it. They just lost.
All right. Well, you've heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to throw to a short break. We'll see whether Newbie can come back with some more ability to play League of Legends after. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We're up to game number 2 between Newbie and Snake, and Snake managed to take out game number 1 with a phenomenal performance from their brand new jungler, SOFM, 4-1-6. Jesus.
Yeah, I said I'd be disappointed if he didn't get MVP, but that was a stellar first game in the LPL from this jungler. He ran circles around Swift, who is, if anything, a great jungler.
He's phenomenal, and on a key power pick in the Kindred as well. This is his first gank. Level 2, makes his way in, secures the kill, gets the summoners. Dade could not do anything. Meanwhile, picks up kills everywhere else on the map as well, and oh no.
It's a
Why
case
do we have
of,
to get this one?
It's a
This is
case
so
of right
sad.
place, right time. That's the best thing about it. Is every single time we see SOFM involved in something, that is literally the point. He's involved in it, and it's a kill. It was just such an impressive, well-covered game from the jungler of Snake. The rest of the team definitely got around him. It was still a really good team effort from them. But as an individual performer, very much deserving of that MVP.
Yeah, and he set the tone of the game from minute 1. Of course, the bottom lane definitely helped out, managing to get that really cute brush start, picked up 2 kills, blowing all their flashes to try and pick up more at the end there, but really set themselves up for success. But then, 30 seconds later, SOFM out of that brush kills Dade, and honestly, from that point on, Snake just kept their feet on the pedal, continued through, and it was just a day in the office. And I think it was about a 28-minute game. Very, very quick victory. This next one could be very different. I have a feeling we're not going to have sort of that relatively cheesy start potentially coming out from Snake this time.
Yeah.
They may have to just play the long game, and that's where Newbie are possibly going to be stronger.
I think the assumption was also made inexcusably from Newbie just to say there was a lane swap happening. The end result is that they do get cheesed by a standard lane that Snake maybe took them by surprise with, and the game started to become too easy from there. The other thing is just don't give them Lucian and Vladimir in the first rotation. Tank, very good Vlad. Martin has shown proficiency on the Lucian also and just put on a clinic as that AD carry for his team. Snake have options available to them past that, but Newbie gave them one too many strong things, and they paid for it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We are into Champion Select, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see what changes here as Snake are going to ban out the Swain, the Vladimir as well, as they do not want a repeat of what happened in game number 1, but in Newbie's favor this time, as the Ryze is going to hit the bench. Of course, red side bans, a little bit more important, need to focus out that Ryze. Don't want to give it to Tank, who is a brilliant Ryze player.
Yeah, and remembering that last game, all of the bans were for Flandre. Echo, Fizz, and Trundle were the 3 bans from Newbie this time around. They have had to go for the Ryze on red side, and they're going to commit to an Echo, but I would not advise them banning the Trundle. In fact, they should probably just ban Kindred.
Well, Kindred is, of course, available. Can be taken away. SOFM probably doesn't care too much about it. We'll see what Newbie are going to do, though. They could set themselves up for possibly, guaranteeing the Lucian, something like that.
Yeah, actually, that's a good question. Like at this stage, because it is only first pick to Snake, they now need to kind of choose between the Kindred and the Lucian. You would imagine Lucian based off game 1's performance.
Yeah, and it feels like Kindred, Lucian, Trundle are sort of the options here, right?
They definitely don't. They still want to get it off Swift.
However, we know that Swift can play the Graves, can just do the same thing that SOFM did, theoretically.
Yeah. He can. He absolutely can. And Snake are obviously going to be changing up their strategy in game number 2, giving over, once again, with knowledge, the Lucian that Martin performed so well on. You would imagine Martin might not go for the Sivir this time around, though I would value the Karma at the very least for Jay-Z.
Oh, yeah.
Also a first rotation option here by Newbie. Yeah, they have to focus Flandre.
The Trundle denial pick. Flandre can, of course, just do what V did and pick up the Fiora if he feels like it, but we'll see exactly what he wants to do.
Flandre would too.
Yeah, he would.
He so would.
Oh, this is interesting.
I don't know about that.
Very interesting. Okay. So Swift going to switch it over. Tank looking at the Lissandra, as we would have expected if he wasn't going to get the super powerful Vladimir. I mean, Lissandra is his key pick. It's what they're able to win games on.
That and this.
And that, yep.
He also is an Azir player that seemingly has it
But his
taken
Azir
away
isn't,
from him.
the Azir isn't what he's good at, necessarily.
He's always been good at multiple champions, Tank. He's just kind of never really shone on too many.
Yeah.
I'm just questioning why Dade and the side of Newbie really wanted to highly prioritize their mid laner, remembering they're on red side as well. So are they overvaluing a flex pick between Trundle in support and top lane to change their draft order? Lucian was still there. Like, they literally hovered the Lucian and said this is a good option, and then just lovingly gifted that over to Martin if he so chooses.
It's a very scary prospect here, as they didn't need to rush into picking up that mid laner. Tank was hovering the Victor, but just grabbed the bottom lane. The Karma, the Lucian, both of them picked up. Martin showed phenomenal power on the Lucian pickup.
Yeah.
And JZ empowering him to direct his team around. Not something I would want to do.
I will say, though, Newbie should probably put that Trundle in the top lane and just go Sivir Bard and just try and fight them.
Yeah.
And actually be able to hold their own in a 2v2 scenario. Maybe empower themselves and give Swift some breathing room and not just spend the whole game respondent.
Or just pick Ezreal. You could then still flex the Trundle and have a safe lane.
I was
something like
thinking
that.
more so because it's into a Karma that you might want the spell shield. Ezreal is always going to be a safe laner.
Yep.
He's always got a lot of poke and strength behind him. Just figured that they, yeah.
Well, if you want safety in the laning phase, Caitlyn would do that for you as well. Swift considering a couple of junglers possibly lock away. And that is going to be Rex I picked up for Swift.
Yeah, well, it is a Swift champion,
Oh, yeah.
if ever I have seen one. He's always been able to hard carry as that tank in the jungle role. So Swift, also a very unique style of play when he plays that Rek'Sai. Likes to hover around where this time it'll be SOFM is going to be. Keep tabs on the jungler. Maybe thwart his attempts of aggression that was so avidly working in game number 1.
Oh, most certainly. Well, you can see JZ now thinking about grabbing the Victor for Tank this time. Of course, there'll just be a switch over. Tank was considering this one before, but the Aurelia's been hovered for a long time, Martin. I really hope you lock that in.
If you're going to hover something, you may as well commit to it. You know,
Yeah.
like at least the full hover until 1 second.
Yeah, there's
and
like 20 seconds.
and then just
of
be
hovering.
Maokai at 1 second. You know,
Oh, is that what's going to happen, Rusty?
maybe it is a Trundle that is going to be against, so we'll see.
I do like this switch over a lot. So Lissandra is going to be picked, and that's Aurelia for Flandre. Oh god, I love this game.
Flandre, man. Oh, never change. He is such a good carry top laner. But Aurelia, maybe he's practiced on the new patch with the new Trinity Force and
That's
decided
what I was
that like,
thinking.
this is so strong, but it doesn't exist yet. We'll see what he goes towards when it comes to item builds. But really, he's just picked a Battle Bruiser in the top lane. He is not backing down from a fight.
Most certainly not. And I guess you get the true damage, so I guess the chomp coming out from Trundle. Oh, still, I mean, taking a melee matchup into a Trundle just always sounds like a bad idea, but it is going to be the Braum picked up for more. So that Trundle is going to be definitely in the top lane.
We'll see. 10 seconds.
Oh, good point.
I
Thought to
still
lock in
want
this
Barb,
there.
but Braum works. I appreciate Braum into Makindred Lucian. And Karma to an extent.
I was hoping they just switch. Oh, there it is. Rusty gets his wish. And Moore picks up the Bard. And look,
Yeah.
his Bard has, in the past, been brilliant.
And that's the reason I want it, realistically, is because he has been able to initiate. It's been a game-changing champion for this team.
Yeah.
It gives him the tool to go in. Braum helps your team. If you hit the Q, you could stun them, they could die. But Bard just stuns them himself, and it gives more power to set his team up for success. That's exactly what they need. When they look bad, when they lose, when they win, it doesn't matter as long as Moore is doing his part. Generally, Newbie succeed better than they usually do.
I certainly do. Snake have changed things up this time around, though. No Vladimir is going to be running around the rift as Flandre takes the Aurelia into the Trundle matchup. See how that one works out. SOFM now up against a tanky Swift on the Rek'Sai, and I think we're going to be looking into the jungle a lot for where this game is going to start out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because if SOFM gets another lead like he did before, it's going to be danger times.
He's shown he knows how to play with a lead, to say the least. But whilst we look at the jungle and say it's going to be important, we've also got Tank on Lissandra in the middle lane. Lucian on Martin is like, they just have so much damage.
Yeah.
Flandre on that Aurelia as well. All of these solo lanes could go off and actually hard carry.
It's just going to be ridiculous to see, but we'll have to have a look as we hop onto the rift. Thank you, Dade, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Rift for our possibly final game of the night. If Snake are able to close this one out, Newbie trying to hold on to this best-of-3 series.
Yeah.
And I'm going to do so with a different array of picks, and no Vladimir's to be running around unkillably around the map as well, which is definitely good news if you're a Newbie fan.
Let me tell you, if this ends up being a 2-0 for Snake, not only will that be a surprise, it'll be a very early night here.
It will also make absolutely no sense for the standings, Rusty. Because who's strong? Against who? What's happening?
First thing we need to look at, by the way, is the cheeky ward placed in that bush by Newbie. The repressed memories are now very much evidenced.
Yep. Snake don't want the same thing to happen to them.
Well,
Very
they're sitting
cute.
in the bush. It wouldn't happen to them. They are, however, now looking to aggressively stance and may actually... Nothing will happen.
Peacemaker sails by unnoticed.
Vision granted.
And Snake with 1% more of the vote here from the fans. Of course, Newbie retaining a lot of those QG fans.
You don't fall for the same trick twice, Snake. If they did, that would be shameful.
Yeah. I have a feeling you'd probably
They
deserve to be
really
losing
want
that
this
time.
to happen. They're looking more towards the blue buff, I would say, though.
There's the stun. All right. Jay-Z probably has taken enough damage now.
The ward died finally, but, you know, half of your health, or a little bit less, is enough to deter you.
Were they just trying to guarantee standard lanes or something like that?
No, I think they were looking aggressively at the blue buff to see if it were to be a late lane swap or if maybe were to recall, they would actually find them and push them out of the blue. They don't. They do get standard lanes. It's a Caitlyn Bard after all.
Oh, big shove to come out. Of course, like you said, denying any camps.
And Snake are actually committing to this shove as well. Lucian queuing the wave off cooldown, making sure that he can keep them low and hard push the Caitlyn in. Caitlyn is the best as an AD carry when she is the one pushing. So there we go, level 2 picked.
Yeah, and massive Mantrid Q to come in. Oh my god, is it happening again? Not quite, but Happy's taken so much damage. No summoner spells to be burnt from the side of Newbie. The Ignite down from Jay-Z.
Yeah, and the potion popped from Happy as well, actually causing some issues because he won't even get fully back up to speed. And he's going to be in a difficult position. It's still a Caitlyn after all, and a summoner burnt will help their predicament. Swift actually potentially looking to change things up.
Yeah, he's going to cheekily make his way in here. Snake seem to have their spidey senses tingling.
Yeah.
Some sort of idea of what's going on right now.
SOFM's close to bottom side, so they're sitting back for the moment. Swift waiting for his tunnel, to be fair. This aggression could turn on a dime because SOFM is nearby, but Martin's deep.
Yeah, he's wandering. Swift is actually going to come in now. SOFM is right around the corner, but doesn't get the knock-up. No, there it is. The double comes in as Moore taking so much damage. Martin all the way forward. The heal comes in as Martin may have overextended now, and SOFM able to dance forward. We'll see what they can get done. As Martin does still have flash available. SOFM dancing up. There's a nice Cosmic Binding. As Wolfspike comes down, SOFM probably needs to be a little bit careful, but the passive from the W helping out. No first blood to go down yet.
Yeah, and they make sure they push him out. Look at the CS differential with junglers also at this stage.
Oh,
Swift
God.
wasting a lot of time and paying for that time wasted.
Swift is going to make his way down here. Jay-Z already in position, though, as the smite comes in. Dade already over here. The Q comes down. Swift is going to be the focus.
Oh my
SOFM
God.
just dances out of the way. First blood goes to Martin, and Dade still trying to get work done. Lots of AoE potential
Oh, no.
as the Pillar's in a great spot. And Happy over the wall. The dashes come in. The answering kill is there as Jay-Z falls.
Yeah, they only get the support from Snake and the teleport also being used by V. Flandre is going to be quite happy in this top lane. And SOFM bleeds out everything that he can at all times. Now even growing that CS discrepancy with the junglers further. Still a good start from Snake, even though it turned back around in a newbie's hands.
Well, that's a serrated Dirk picked up this time for Martin, adjusting that item build. And I believe he's now got a red buff to take to the bottom lane. So that could be pretty scary.
Yeah, absolutely. That Lucian's going to be quite a force, except that the CS between these AD carries is notably
Oh, yeah, that's
also
huge.
quite different. This game's got some pretty serious disparities going on already.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see whether the first blood gold is going to be enough for Martin. Of course, there is a big wave for him to pick up underneath that turret. And we'll at least claw it back within about 10.
SOFM's top side right now. Flandre's just teleported in for this.
And there's the Equilibrium Strike. Gets himself the stun. Lots of damage coming down from that hit and style. Does have the Sheen already completed. The flash immediately afterwards, and Flandre already ahead towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, so V did not find an opportunity to recall and get a proper item in his inventory. A Sheen picked up by Flandre is more than enough damage to secure them that kill. Of course, respective flashes were used, but once again, I'm looking at the jungler of Snake, and I am just constantly finding myself impressed. He is always where he needs to be.
SOFM has just changed this team. They look so different. Martin, as we mentioned, red buff here on the bottom side of the map. Not a lot that newbie can do, but their wave has been shoved towards them, so that CS lead is going to continue for Happy.
Yeah.
And Swift pokes his head down even more towards the bottom side of the map. Jay-Z understands, is saying, all right, okay, going to have to get some wards in here.
No, he's just going to find him anyway and just kind of say hello.
Yeah, there it is.
Acting like he had more people there than there are. Swift, a little bit scared.
I would have been too.
Was deterred from the random act of aggression from Jay-Z, who, with no one nearby, was like, hey, get out. What are you doing here?
This weird sun lady just turns up. Okay. As SOFM is going to find V. There's the Wolf's Bite one more time. Nice pillar comes out. Will save V's life, or will it? As SOFM continues to go aggressive. Ward gets placed, not destroyed.
Always at the right place, though. Swift is about to find him, however, and V does want to turn this one around. Kindred level 6.
And Swift is level 4. SOFM will have to use the Lamb's Respite, but the teleport is coming down from Tank. As SOFM does get it cancelled, but also keeps himself alive using that ultimate. That cooldown now down, though, as Moore finding his way in towards the bottom side. Doesn't get the Cosmic Binding as Martin already able to stop that one, but there's still a fight on the top side of the map. Yeah, SOFM gets to safety.
They knew Dade was coming. They absolutely saw him through the pink ward that he is about to cross through one more time. So Tank has kind of been given time to work as he would like. They know that SOFM is in this bush as well. The tremor sensors are important in this situation. It'll at least be a blue buff, but this is the turnaround.
Oh, in goes Tank. There's the Frozen Tomb as Happy just gets exploded. The perfect play coming out of Tank. Like, that was the movement they needed. They grabbed the AD carry.
Yeah, very well executed on by Snake to get more back in their favor. Naturally, the blue buff was taken for Dade, however. The Azir is going to be still content with this middle lane and its current position. Swift turning things around in game number 2 also. They're looking like a better side this time around. They are still making active attempts towards victory. It's just that Snake still looks so damn good for some reason.
Yep.
And it's very confusing.
I have a feeling this guy is helping it out as the red buff is going to fall in favor of SOFM. 64 to 55 is a CS on the top side of the map. Flandre building towards a Trinity Force as item number 1. I was actually going to ask Iceborne Gauntlet versus Trinity Force as the question.
Trinity Force is always better.
Always better.
20% CDR is very valuable, and there are a few items
no.
that...
Current Trinity Force, not new Trinity Force.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
That's what I mean. So,
okay,
like,
cool.
20% CDR from the Iceborne Gauntlet would be valuable. You can just go Frozen Heart afterwards anyway. Trinity Force, Frozen Heart, Spirit Visage. Best build. Just pick and choose as you'd like.
Nice. And find the extra 10% CDR from, boots or runes or something like that.
Trinity Force.
Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry, I'm just thinking too old school right now. I'm like, let's go back to the very old Trinity Force. As Swift, waiting for a possible gank onto Flandre, who's just stopped on the top side of the map.
He knows that he's zoned from the minions. There's no point in him fighting for those minions. He also doesn't know where Swift is, so erring on the side of caution actually paying off for him because Swift's out of there. And he suddenly, without knowing that Swift had recalled in that bush, times his Q perfectly.
Stunning. Don't know how that happened.
Iron
Don't
Jesus.
know how he knew, but he did. However, the pressure still gave V way back into that lane. Head by about 3 farm at this point. And I mean, despite the kill, it's still going to be relatively close for the Trundle. Oh, nice work, Swift.
One big thing that needs to be discussed is just how proactive, though, Dade has been at the moment. He's now even here to help Swift.
Yeah, certainly
Was
been
level
wandering around the
6.
map. There it is. Doesn't follow the Sand Soldier in as SOFM actually
Oh,
turning things
wow.
around. Here's the teleport tank. Flashes on top of Swift. Frozen Tomb comes in. It's a really nice Tempered Fate, but is it enough to save Swift? I'm not sure. The Cosmic Binding almost was, but Tank locks that one down. Moore did everything he could, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, definitely was not. Tank with the teleport. Once again, Snake, they are just stepping up to the plate, this newbie roster, and giving it to them at every opportunity. SOFM pushing his luck, though, once more.
Yep, looking
No
for a blue
surprises.
buff. Creates space around the map, though. As Swift is going to find his way back in. Thankfully, did make it to level 6, so he can start off that blue buff for Dade if he wants to. Currently about a 2,000 gold lead here at the 11-minute mark for Snake. It's a different team comp, different idea, different plan as they move further into this game.
But it's a big Lissandra, so that shouldn't actually matter. It's Martin.
Yeah, really nice.
He's
Cosmic
about to
Binding comes
just
in.
die.
That is just so much damage. He was stunned forever.
He actually probably could have died if Happy played that a little bit more proactively with the net for more bonus damage. Didn't.
SOFM looking for a mark for himself as Swift can't really fight the 2 level above SOFM, but if Dade's there, he certainly can. Lamb's Respite is going to be available here as SOFM continues to dance around. You can't use your R button if you're in the sky, though, and the Emperor's Divide will certainly kill him.
Azir always been known as a good pick into Kindred simply for that fact that even if he uses the Lamb's Respite, you can knock him out of it. And so SOFM predictably going for that mark, and Dade, we mentioned the proactivity, starting to shine through because 2-0 on this Azir looks entirely different to game number 1.
Yeah, this is exactly what we wanted out of Dade as well. Really step up for his team, and he's doing so right now, and he is on the champion that can carry in the later stages of the game. Of course, didn't quite manage to last time around, but it's a very different story. Doesn't have to deal with a big old Vladimir.
Yeah, Lissandra can be quite oppressive.
Oh, there's the culling. Moore almost out of position there as Happy, able to get some work done. Pings down as Lissandra looking once again to try and delve into the bottom
They know,
lane.
but can they stop it is the question.
Yeah, the speed up comes in. Karma very, very strong as the Frozen Tomb comes down. Happy not quite able to do too much about it. The exhaust immediately comes down as Happy is going to die, but can Newbie find anything for it? JC, how is he still alive? Lamb's Respite is in there from SOFM as Tank right up the front line. Can't get back into the Lamb's Respite, but look at the
Flandre!
AoE. Flandre, can he get the resets? SOFM picks up V as the last kill. The flash forward, the equilibrium strikes there. Flandre still underneath this turret. He probably will die for it, but they did so, so well as Dade actually cleansed the equilibrium strike to kill him.
Yeah, he did, but Snakes still get themselves a multitude of kills. More Swift and V are down. Dade 3-0. He is still the shining light of this newbie roster at 13 minutes in game number 2.
Oh,
and that is
Dade.
reflected almost entirely through the damage dealt because he does not have a team right now to back him up.
And by those numbers, honestly, it almost looks like he doesn't need one because that is absurd amounts of damage at this early in the game.
Yeah, it's easy to say. And this is a reinvigorated Game 2 Dade. Absolutely, and if he can continue that track record in terms of team fighting, there's a chance that he'll scale and actually just outscale all of Snake and solo carry. But sooner or later, Snake will redirect their attention from the bottom lane, where they're just getting easy kills, to the mid laner of Newbie, who doesn't have Cleanse or Flash, and is now seen as the only real threat.
That was interesting.
That was certainly a thing.
Yeah. As shield comes down, Martin not exactly going to be able to remove all of the damage from the ultimate out of Happy, but Happy just going to feel good that he managed to get some of his frustration out. There's the speed up, though. Jay-Z looking to close some distance onto Moore.
Yeah, so the turret's low as well, which is why Martin's making these active attempts towards it. I like the traps, though, out of the Caitlyn.
Whoa, nice headshot. That's a lot of damage as the
Wow.
teleport coming in behind Tank. Looking for it once again. Happy just cannot find his way into this game. Perfect calculation there as Tank decided to try and see whether he could get more. Unable to. The Caitlyn 0-3. And we haven't seen this out of comps against Caitlyn's, where you just capitalize on the fact that she doesn't have a mid-game.
They are having a fantastic time in this bottom lane, Snake, and doing absolutely, as you mentioned, just picking on Caitlyn. That's not even the mid-game. This is early game as far as I'm concerned for the Caitlyn, where she's usually strong.
Yeah,
but they're
that's a good
putting her
point.
into a hole where the Lucian is far enough ahead, which he is, 4-0-3. And to no surprise, the Lucian that we thought was going to be picked away from them by the side of Newbie is currently running rampant. Mostly because Tank is there all the time.
Yeah, Tank just... He looks like a different player on Lissandra, I swear. So beautiful. You can see close to 100% kill participation in 8 out of 9, 2-0 and 6, facilitating his team. Admittedly, Dade has got a lot of spare time to pick up heaps of farm in that mid lane. Hasn't been kept down at all. Almost has the Rylai's Crystal Scepter.
And they're swapping lanes again. So this is exactly what Snake did in game number 1 to grow a gold lead. They were 5k ahead at that point in game number 1, given how drastically it went. But a 4-0-3 Lucian and Flandre close enough to having his teleport available. They now switch to the top side of the map. This is actually really good timing for it, given the items purchases as well.
Trinity Force now done for Flandre. V has managed to find himself a 30 CS lead, though. That is a big deal for this Trundle.
Definitely is going to be helpful for him, especially when it comes to the split pushing, or the 1v1 in the solo lane, I should say. I think both of them will be kind of finding each other at the middle if it comes to a split push.
Yep. Some excavation being done by Snake towards the top side of Newbie's jungle, as Swift delivering a blue buff over to Dade, but just looks all too easy as this turret is going to get evaporated.
They'll just get 2 turrets if someone doesn't respond to them.
More? Magical Journey. Not going to get delved into as Cosmic Binding was too much of a problem.
And you forget what it's like to play against the Trinity Force champion sometime. This time, he's going to remember the hard way. But Snake are going to keep going. And I said they will actually keep going until V responds.
They'll keep going until the Nexus is dead. I have a feeling if they're not stopped in some way, Newbie thinking, well, we'll do our very best to try and match you, but that's not happening. The outer turret hasn't even fallen down yet as Tank. He's got free time here in the mid lane. Snake feel like they have more players on the map.
They basically do, and it's simply because Maw met Flandre and got out-traded. They had to bring Swift down bottom. Dade has cleansed.
Yeah,
so
Frozen Tomb is going to get cleansed, exactly like you said. Tempered Fate avoided, and they take down the outer turret. That is 3 turrets in a row instantly from Snake, and a massive gold lead has now been accrued of about 4,000 at 17.5 minutes.
Fantastic map movements, honestly, from this Snake side. Whether it's SOFM shot calling or whether it's just their decision-making that's just increased tenfold. I don't know where this team has been for the first 2 weeks of the LPL, but they've definitely arrived in this particular set. It's Dade and friends against a team called Snake.
Yeah. Team called Snake backed up by this crazy jungler that just always wants to be in the enemy jungle. Swift has not found a way in to this series so far.
Is Martin building?
He wanted the extra attack speed. Now he's building a Black Cleaver.
No, because he had the core fields first.
Right. Now we're going to find out. We're just going to quickly have a pause as Martin is going to work out what his build means. I believe someone had a problem with it over all chat.
Yeah, no, that's the
entirely
technical
sure.
issue for sure.
Yeah. I actually have a feeling it's probably not that. Possibly some sort of ping issue, something like that. We'll be back into the game as soon as possible. But in the meantime, Snake continue to impress.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Snake, for some reason, looking fantastic. And we said this during the game. They just haven't really shown up. But for like this exact series, they've worked it all out. And it does feel like it has to be the addition of the 2 new members. I say new lightly. Only SOFM is new. Martin's back.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
It's the first time we've seen Martin, though, of course, this split. And this guy looks out of control. And we hadn't seen him playing with Jay-Z.
And to be fair, like, yes, like Jetsol's going to help his laning strength or prowess, maybe movement around the map. He's still just Lucian, so sample size is still lacking for Martin.
Good point.
What we have seen is jungle pathing, which is something that you can't really like once off from SOFM being amazing.
Well, he's going to cop an ace in the hole for it, but you can see passive, pretty powerful of the old Kindred, as he's just removing parts of the jungle from Swift whenever he can.
Yeah. So Dragon in 2 minutes is probably the next thing that Snake would look towards. They're running out of neutral objectives or even enemy turrets to take. They have to work around timings. There's no Rift Herald.
The next one.
Yeah. So this one's definitely worth fighting for if you're on the side of Snake.
And Red Buff did just spawn, so we'll see whether SOFM decides to pick that one up first before moving over there. However, on the other side of the Rift, we do have Dade picking up the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. Happy at least has the Infinity Edge in order to augment some of his damage. and picked himself up some farm. So that is a good news story. Swift now denying a mark from the Kindred.
Doing what he can in that respect, and if there's one thing that they have been doing, it's pushing SOFM out of the marked camps. Is that going to be a Ghostblade Aurelia? It absolutely is.
Just
All of the
Flandre
damage
things.
all of the time, Flandre.
Well, SOFM just steals an easy red buff away and dances over, finds himself Swift. There's a pillar down there to help out, but V knew that this
There's
was going to be a
Aurelia
problem.
here,
The
though.
immediate flash comes out. Yeah, Flandre is going to get the Transcendent Blade surging across, picks up the kill with the last one. It's a Subjugate. Doesn't do anything. He's full damage. Just doesn't care about that ability at all.
Happy's. He's built a pillow fort of cupcakes and stuff. And he's like hiding behind it. And he's just like daring the Lissandra to come in. But you know what? They're doing Baron.
And Jay-Z's 1v1ing more. And winning as the teleport's coming in. Tank is going to make his proud entrance to immediately be turned gold. As there's the Emperor's Divide. Fantastic time. More still going to die for it though as Tank, yeah, ain't going to be denied too much. SOFM has to blow the ultimate as Jay-Z blocks the ace in the hole. Not entirely sure what almost killed SOFM.
It was, I'm pretty sure, just Dade damage. Either that or Happy somehow hurt him. Either way, Flandre is now in a predicament, and Snake are just blowing the map open.
Yeah, Transcendent Blades off cooldown already. 20% CDR done for Flandre.
This is still an impressive start to this game. We're now 21 in, and still every single person of the Snake team looks strong.
Yeah. It's 5k the lead here at the same time. Tank doesn't have Frozen Tomb available. And this will possibly be... Yeah, Ocean Drake falls down in favor of Newbie. So good heads-up play from this side. Their heads are still in this one.
Oh, yeah. Dade means business. If ever there's a game that Newbie are going to win off the back of this man, it's going to be this exact one.
Oh, yeah.
And still an overzealous attempt at a Baron is kind of what backfired in that respect. And so they kind of gift over the Dragon. Capitalized on. It was a mistake, however, from Snake.
Well, you can see Martin keeping the pressure on, trying to clear out vision, but they do have a lot of wards around that top side of the jungle. SOFM now just split pushing. You can see he's building towards his Renan's Hurricane as item number 2. He'll have a lot of attack speed.
Solo laners hate him. But when you win the game at the end, you can't help but appreciate him.
Damn right. And V, he's cultivating a gigantic CS lead here at the same time. So despite the fact that Flandre is 3-1-2, I have a feeling that V is probably very comparable.
That's so satisfying to watch, though.
Oh, yeah. Blade Surge, what a brilliant move.
Full AD Aurelia can just like start last hitting the back line right now with his QW because he's going AD. That's the best one.
And there's the Ghostblade as well, already completed. It's a static shiv actually done here from Martin. So that was what he wanted to complete before getting the Black Cleaver.
Valuing the wave clear. It seems to be the answer, which means there's a possibility that because Flandre is Aurelia, they need the wave clear. Also, the fact that Tank can split push.
Is
It
there
comes
something to
down
be
to
said
it.
for like an accelerated game like this benefiting a little bit more if you are the team that's ahead by being able to shove more quickly?
Well, it's also designed to be a two-build wonder, like a Black Cleaver Ghostblade. So you're meant to be stronger with those two items, but he's valuing the crit and the wave clear.
Whoa! Tank flashes onto more. They will be able to get the pick. It's a big cooldown now wasted. Not wasted. Used. As Tank is going to soak a lot of damage there from the ultimate out of Happy. He'll go back. Doesn't have the teleport available just yet as Jay-Z's just trying to keep everyone away.
Yeah, but Flandre's also being a pest in the side lane. If they force V's teleport, that's a big success. He may not, but it will mean that there is an abundance of damage about to crash onto this.
Yeah, Ghostblade has been popped. Flandre will get an easy 3/4 of that turret's health before V's able to stop it.
And by this time, Tank's back. So they can reset, they get an easy pick, a bit of extra gold, control of the red side, mostly anyway, jungle area. Neutral enough that they can start up the Baron. And they're going to destroy this thing's health bar because look at the damage they do.
Yeah, SOFM's got so much attack speed here at the same time as having that Blood Razor.
They're aware.
They are going to peel off it. They didn't get that Ocean Drake, which actually could have been very useful for them in this scenario. As they're trying to keep this Baron under fire.
Assessing their options though, Snake, I will admire the fact that they just start it instead of baiting it. Good teams never bait, I believe was the
Well, Martin, I don't know why he's wandering down there. There's a huge wave heading towards the top side. However, now moving towards the bottom side of the map now, Snake.
Red buff.
Yeah, making his presence known. Yeah, picking that one up. V was able to lock that one down, so no Scuttle Crab for SOFM. Next Dragon is going to be an Ocean. So it could be the second for Newbie.
Yeah, and it's pretty far away, so there's no point really stressing about the Scuttle too much. It was just a bit of gold arrive for SOFM.
Yeah.
And still, they're just going to play around teleport cooldowns. And the Static Shiv has the merit. The tank can sit in top lane while Flandre's in bottom lane. I don't know who they would send to deal with him. And that's potentially one of the big win conditions that Snake will have available to them. The Static Shiv is a smart purchase for the sake of winning the team play game.
Flandre is building more damage. Is he going Blade of the Ruined King?
It could be Blade of the Ruined King. It could be many things, because those two daggers have so many build paths available to them at the moment. It could be a Wit's End.
Don't play with my heart, Rusty.
Why not? It got changed.
No, not yet.
Oh,
Not
yeah,
yet.
no, it shouldn't be.
It should be if it was on the next patch. Imagine this build on the next patch. Whoa, Aurelia. What a silly champion.
I'll
Right now.
disclose some information for you then, Atlas. This is a good build on the next patch.
Wait, you can't build Duskblade though, right?
No.
Damn it. All right. So things still need some work as far as our client is concerned.
SOFM should just recall. There's no point hanging around if he's going to be low health. And just give time for Newbie to react to your movements. Actually better off resetting. They've already got the vision control there.
Yeah, back's actually coming out a lot, and you can see they just take control of the waves, and it has bought Martin some time. He wants to go back, grab his Black Cleaver. Is going to be picked up. So just a weird order for the build, but has worked out for him.
And still a lot of money being expended.
Yeah.
So they actually, because he did not sell anything for that. He just had an item slot missing. That's big purchase, big item spike. And across the board from Snake, when we're looking at item spikes, they just got the rapid fire cannon. Everything's lining up for them. It'll be a Phantom Dancer, by the way, for.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
Whereas on the side of Newbie, they are getting their items, but they're in between components. So if Snake recognized that fact, there is an opportunity for a team fight to break out.
Well, speaking of opportunity for a fight, the blue buff is now going to get started from Newbie. They will lock it down. Had full vision on the side of Snake, but they decide that's not what they want to fight for. Dragon going to be up in another 20 seconds.
That's the actual prize.
That's where SOFM wants to go. The man has spotted an objective on the map. Wants to take it down. Flandre just dancing around the rift.
Yeah, I didn't think it was
Having a
worth
good time.
commentating. I was just like, just look at him go.
Just feels good.
It's the best. You almost want like slow-mo replays of the occasional Aurelia last hit.
Oh, Transcendent Blades is going to come out. That is a big cooldown, and V waiting in the wings. Seeing whether he can get the work done. There's the stun from the Equilibrium
Yeah,
Strike.
probably not.
And Flandre just says, yeah, I'm just happy to wander away, man. I got a lot of movement speed. Didn't even use the Ghost Blade. And SOFM going to take down the Dragon on his own. Snake still with so much control of this area. A Mountain Drake, actually, is going to be the final Drake that we're going to see. So no Cloud Drakes. Everything going to be worth stuff. Which is a big deal.
And look at how the pressure now changes from Snake. They have to reset that vision, go from Dragon to Baron side of the map. They still have control, but they are up against a huge Azir. And
Yeah.
they're getting their items on Happy on this Caitlyn. They're starting to get the split pushing capabilities of V on that Trundle once he gets potentially the Spirit Visage, depending on where he looks towards with his item build. He might actually just go for the Iceborne Gauntlet now instead. Once they start getting these things on the board, though, they can look to put up a fight. They do have late game team fighting, and Snake are letting them get there.
Yeah, Snake really need to find a way to get a foothold in here because you're exactly right. They're just stalling, and Newbie are being able to. And when it's 12-3, when it feels like this level of domination that Snake have been able to exact so far, Newbie are doing a phenomenal job of never getting caught.
And, like, to be fair, the gold lead is still quite large. There is still absolute control assumed by this Snake roster. But the point remains, you don't give Newbie a chance.
Yeah,
You ever
but where's
give the
their way
team-fighting
in?
team? Well, just team fighting. Like, there's going to be an Elder Dragon eventually. There's going to be a Baron that people will want to fight for. If Swift can get the steal, if they can get a team fight, Bard ults set everything up for them quite nicely. There's definitely possibilities. And their foot is still holding that door ever so slightly open. It's not closed out on them yet.
Yep, another ward heads into that Baron pit. There's Jay-Z looking to clear everything out of tunnels. Phantom Dancer now done for Flandre. So he's committed to a split-pushing build on this Aurelia.
Probably wants like a Sterix Gauge or something next as well. Maybe even more of Malmortius.
I was thinking like, I don't know, Guardian Angel or something like that.
I don't think there's too much merit in a GA.
All right. I like Asterix. It sounds cool.
Bloodthirster if you wanted to go really deep. I don't think there's too much point in that though.
Sing him a song, Rusty. Sing him a song.
Just get a Hex Drink, it'll be fine.
You can see Tank, he's building his items as well. Looks like it will be a possible Void Staff. 4th item. As Lissandra looking very, very strong.
Everyone's just kind of petering off at the moment though.
Yeah, no
in
one's
terms
really
of activity.
doing anything. Exactly right.
Just chilling out. And we've spoken to how strong Snake look for a team fight at the moment. They are still kind of making an effort towards it.
But
The
now it's
effort
a
is
3-item
minimal.
Azir and a 3-item Caitlyn. They've almost lost their window of being super strong in comparison to these champions that wanted to scale.
And for what it's worth, the Lucian will still scale. Maybe not to the strength of a Caitlyn, a range advantage, and the Black Cleaver build will get sold eventually. Well, the Ghostblade aspect of it will, eventually. Kindred will kind of compensate for that, however. And the biggest thing to me is I'm looking at their roster, I'm just saying, you know what, they have a lot of damage. There's one thing that Snake have, it's damage. They're probably lacking in the defensive department.
Yeah.
Flandre is a split pusher, he's committed to that, and V's going to be able to handle it.
Well, Snake have made their way in. Flandre's here now as well. He's got a lot of damage as this Baron is getting melted.
Oh my god.
Jay-Z just doing battle
Swift
right
knows.
now, zoning people out of the way. Tempered Fate comes in, the teleport in the pit. The Baron is super low as Swift wants to find his way over the top. The culling comes in there. There's the Lamb's Strike, making sure it keeps the Baron alive, and Caitlyn is dead. It is Swift that takes down the Baron. That's a big deal, but Tank with a huge flanking play will be able to lock something down. There's the ultimate. He puts it down. Oh my god, that Zhonya's was so well timed. As SOFM gets it. What? Martin, what are you doing? That's a triple kill for the Lucian. And Snake, they come out ahead, but V survives with a Baron.
Yeah, so they get a Baron buff and they deny it from Snake. If Snake got that buff, it could have just been the outright inhibitor. We'll see if they can get anything further from this. Martin is absolutely a hero. And SOFM kind of overreached using that Lamb's Respite earlier to try and stop the Baron from being stolen, forcing Newbie to commit. There's only so far they can commit. V is a pest.
Yeah, Martin was trying to get the work done to that turret, but it's not going to happen. Tank, in the meantime, though, is able to lock that one down. Does need to make his way out. As
Considering
the
he
Caitlyn's
barely
making his way back in.
lived, it was very well executed on by Snake.
Yeah.
Mostly Tank and Martin. SOFM did his part. Flandre is just destined to die. That's basically his item build, but he wants to take someone with him, and I'll say that, you know, reasonably successful in that respect.
I have a feeling that this build will really benefit from more of Malmortius, though, especially given the fact that you get that lifeline passive.
Just extra armor penetration as well.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to kill anybody except V.
Well, that's a bit unfortunate, because I have a feeling that's who he wants to be trying to kill.
Look at the damage. Tank
What a
went off.
beast. That's with an entire Caitlyn health bar included, I believe, and then was still able to get so much work done without his ultimate with that flanking play. However, Newbie able to get a turret against the Tide.
They're looking like they're aggressive here, though. There's not too long till the Drake is up. Flandre's started the commitment to the cause.
Immediately gets rid of that minion wave. Will head his way back around. Snake just keeping their eyes on Newbie right now. They want to make sure that Flandre has the space. There's the pings. They're heading towards the mid lane at the same time. The Dragon not going to be an option here as that tower's dead. Flandre has broken open the base.
There it is.
Eventually. And it is going to be the inhibitor starting to fall. Already the damage has been done, though, because
And
Snake now
mid lane's
don't
being
need
hurt.
to try and siege. Tempered Fate is going to get rid of Tank, as he has to flash himself out. Ace in the hole comes in. SOFM is going to tank that one up as Newbie. Now they want to start a fight. There's a potential flank coming in here as Jay-Z has been caught out of position. Dade immediately removes him. And are there teleports? No, there's not. And Tank, a Snake, will be able to make their way out.
And Flandre does still have his. SOFM not valuing the Karma highly enough to use the Lamb's Respite. They wanted to focus their attention towards the Drake. because of the side lane control that is still there on the bottom side for Newbie as well. They actually just cannot afford to fight for this one. They do give that over, and everything kind of settles out in a situation where Baron is not there, Drake is not there, and we just don't have an objective to take. It's going to come down to vision, to map movement, and to crisp team play.
It was actually the Rabadon's Deathcap picked up here from Tank as well. He's super strong. One more item slot for that Void Staff to come in. Mortal Reminder is now completed for Martin. Remember, 7-0 and 4 on the Lucian. Having a career-defining game right now. SOFM dances out of the way of Swift, who stops his back with a Prey Seeker. This game, really, it's at the point now where this almost 10,000 gold lead.
It's within QG
meaningless.
team fight levels.
Yeah,
that's
precisely.
what this is. And of course, QG, now known as Newbie, the team that you're looking at, it is well within their realm of magical, miracle comeback that they can somehow always do and no other team in the world can do.
As we can see, Flandre trying his luck one more time. Seeing whether he can take down this turret. He's going to do so as SOFM is going to close in. V may actually be caught out as the Subjugate is put on cooldown. And yeah, there ain't no way you're killing that troll.
No, they're not going to kill him. That is nice. Ultimate forced, however. I don't think Flandre was ever going to look to 1v1 him, but I'm saying it's now a realistic possibility, given that it's not there.
Tank gets himself to relative safety before getting shot in the back of the head.
A lot of ages will heal him back up anyway now. Feels weird saying that, but it's true.
Yeah. I was perplexed. Flandre finally has some sort of defensive thing in his inventory in form of that Ruby Crystal. We'll see what he decides to use it for. As I really hope you're right, and it is that Steric's Gauge, although it doesn't have the passive
What
that
it
stack
could
with
be
the more
is
Poison.
a Titanic Hydra as well.
Oh.
It's entirely possible. That's not that bad of an option.
We'll see what he wants to do. Is Martin just shoving out this top wave. The rest of his team waiting around in the jungle beneath him.
I was wondering how committed Flandre is going to be to that split push build, because that's pretty deep.
Yeah.
We are 36 minutes into this game, so split pushing is a reasonably viable strategy still. It's going to take a lot more commitment to team fighting for V. He can hold the fort, but if Flandre keeps him there, then he would actually favor Snake in that respect.
Some turrets are going to get eaten by the Lissandra here as Snake continue the pressure around this top side.
And so 1 minute 20 till Baron. They shouldn't actually find themselves getting any further into the base here, Snake, but what they are doing is bottlenecking Newbie's movements, restricting them to within their own base where possible, and making sure that they just spend this whole minute responding to their movements. Because the second that Baron spawns, let me tell you, that will be taken in no more than 10 seconds if they are all dedicated to hitting it.
And Newbie as well. I mean, they've got the power of a Mountain Drake as well as an Azir and a Caitlyn. So you're exactly right. No matter who gets there, someone going to be killing that Baron real fast.
Mm-hmm. They do give them an opportunity, however, to push out now, so Newbie will set themselves up, you would imagine, to at least have vision there. It's the only reason Moore just went back to base, is to get more pink wards, and all assorted goodies to give vision.
And there are 100% of the kills are on Dade.
Dade is
He's the whole
Newbie.
team.
We saw the last team fight. He did the most damage by way too much.
And Martin finished off a rapid fire cannon as his final item.
The double passives that don't stack but can be done one after the other.
It's pretty cute.
You don't often see that anymore.
No. Well, Baron is going to spawn. SOFM is right in the area. Void Rush is going to get Swift over.
I didn't want to hit it.
Yeah, probably don't shoot it. Nice shield comes in from Jay-Z. Keep him relatively safe. And Tank now looking for a possible home guard play. So they need to clear out this area of vision. Once again, ace in the hole, but the shield from Jay-Z helping.
Yeah, so now they have complete vision and none actually established by Newbie. They don't have any blue wards either. So Swift has to get close and personal, and look how quick it's going down.
Yeah, teleport actually coming in, committed on here by Tank, who's looking for a
They want
big
Happy.
flank. Yeah, Happy and Swift and Dade all in the same area. As there's the Tempered Fate once again. Tank slightly out of position. It is going to be Dade falling. He was the whole team. We've spoken about this before as SOFM is going to make his way around. And he's still got the Lamb's Respite.
Flandre.
Swift in so much trouble as Flandre is just deleting people. Oh, getting deleted as well, as Happy was actually able to play out that one very, very nicely. Snake moving back towards this Baron pit. Swift was very, very low. Does have the Void Rush back available again, and Martin is going to telegraph where they're going. It is a 4 versus 3.
We're looking at Swift right now.
This is so dangerous.
This is really volatile. See if he can get it done.
He's already inside the pit. It is going to be locked down by SOFM. Swift is going to die at the same time as Jay-Z tanks up the ultimate. Baron now available. Flandre has teleport when he respawns, which will be in about 30 seconds. Is it going to be enough to break open the base? That's the question. Happy's here, and he's got a lot of wave clear.
So they've set themselves up nicely, Snake. It'll give Newbie a bit of respite for wave clear, but we are going to see this one again. The funny thing to note is how long Tank spends suspended in air from the knock-up of Swift, because watch this. He's still in midair, and he's still in midair, and has to zone. He does get his ult off, though, as he falls down, so very lucky that he does. The important part, of course, being that Dade just gets destroyed. Martin puts in so much work in these fights. And the closest part of this all is that if Flandre got Happy, it was over.
Well, the culling is already flying through here as this turret is going to fall, but Happy takes down Flandre one more time. Martin dancing around. Yeah, it's a really, really big Tempered Fate. Tank and Jay-Z not going to get cosmically bound together, though. As this turret, very close. Is it going to fall? Not sure. Not going to happen.
It's not going to fall. It's going to stand. It's one hit.
A hair's breadth.
Yeah, 40 health. Regenerates.
Right, Flandre dead once more. This is actually a big deal as the Elder Drake now have an opportunity here for Snake.
I swear Flandre's just trolling.
They'll have a man disadvantage for this, though.
They will. And you can see Newbie have the teleport on the Trundle. Swift already clearing that pit out. He knows that they've got a point of power.
Oh
Never
my
mind.
God, Martin just takes down more. Swift now, possibly out of position, but they answer the pick with another pick.
The numbers
I'll
are
raise
even.
your pick, more picks.
Yeah, they even out the numbers on the map. It's now 4-on-4. Nurello with no teleport to speak of as well, so they can kind of breathe again, Snake. The mistake wasn't game-changing. Whenever they want to do this, they can just do it.
Well, Swift actually dives his way over the top. Nothing to remove that ward that's inside the Elder Dragon pit, but it looks like they don't even really care about it here as Snake.
No.
Are just going to cut this one down. Flandre as well is respawned, so he'll get that buff. Swift has made his way in, but he's a one-man army. He's going to die. Martin takes down the jungler. They'll get the Elder Dragon as well, and it's now a 5v4, and Snake are pressing on the base.
And Tank could just breathe down somebody's neck and they'd probably die with the Elder Dragon buff to complement his damage. Everything's just about to crumble.
Oh, Dade in so much trouble. The Sonya's at the perfect time, and Martin cuts him down with the culling. Moore is going to die as SOFM secures that one, and that piece of play from Tank was why you don't give him Lissandra.
Yeah, Snake get themselves the Elder. They've got the Baron buff, and they have the setup now to try and close out the rest of this game. They should just take the top lane inhibitor, but they're kind of posturing around, needlessly fighting right now. Flandre, use your team.
Yeah, not happening so far as SOFM finally makes his way through. There's the teleport as Tank makes his way back in. And they are going to be able to take down the Nexus turret. Still too long on the death time as the Nexus falls. It's a 2-0 victory. Snake over Newbie.
On the back of that victory, they will take a well-deserved bow. But congratulations to SOFM for making it into the LPL.
Damn right. Welcome, good sir.
And two very impressive performances, to say the least. Tank also stepping up to the plate, though, in game number 2.
Oh, yeah.
Showing that Snake Esports is well and truly still a thing in the LPL. And they're not just going to flop every single week. They've shown what their ceiling is capable of.
Well, it's really, really true. And I guess once again, we are seeing, despite the fact that Snake looks so much better, and SOFM was a big proponent of that, Tank still played godly in both of those games.
Yeah.
So it's still Snake playing to the ceiling of Tank regardless. And I just don't know whether that's because SOFM was able to get him to that stage, irrespective, as they do take that well-deserved bow. What a change in this team. I mean, after seeing Invictus Gaming as well, I mean, they looked completely revamped as they headed onto the Rift, but Snake, that was just next level.
Yeah, absolutely. And the funny thing is, we came into this week, like, this is going to be the week of where the standings get fleshed out. We might
Yeah.
see a disparity on the leaderboard. But after Snake now winning and Invictus Gaming now winning, I feel like the middle of the pack is still well and truly just the middle of the pack because
Yeah.
there is no separation anymore. We don't know the good from the bad. We just know the inconsistent from the consistent. And then there is the occasional team just stepping up and showing that, you know what, we're capable of being the top 2 as well. Just not this week.
It's just crazy, and it's how these teams have been winning as well, especially when we're looking at IG and Snake today. Snake committing fully to like a split-pushing style, but with lots of early aggression, basing it around SOFM. It's a big change from what they have been doing in the past, as we do have a look at what has happened today. It's just very exciting to see. EDG were able to 2-0 Saint, which is the expected result, and that's where the
Dismantled them.
expected results finish.
Yeah. Invictus Gaming, we had no idea what to expect from this team against game talents that have been stepping up. They were 6-1,
Yeah.
now 6-3 and losing.
And Invictus Gaming looked brilliant in the series while they did it. And just then, you witnessed Snake tearing Newbie apart. Dade in game number 2 was trying so incredibly hard, but it just wasn't quite enough in the end there. And the full punishment of the bottom lane out of Snake was unbelievable. We can see EDG still undefeated in Group A. Of course, Group B, RNG still looking powerful as well.
I
But
cannot
yeah, look
believe
at this.
that. How is Newbie 5th out of 6? Saint, the only team that is not a surprise, perhaps.
I don't even know, man. I just don't know. Of course, next week we are going to start with Snake taking on Saint. Potentially, we'll see whether SOFM can continue to bring Snake more victories, as EDG going to finish off afterwards. And Friday going to be followed by RNG versus LGD. Would have been a matchup for the ages, but at the moment looking a little bit one-sided as Vici then take on OMG. And the weekend, Rusty.
One of the very big days, naturally, Saturday. Snake against IG. It'll be a pretty cool one after today's performances,
damn right.
to say the least. Maybe a revamp week for Newbie there as they take on Saint.
Yeah, we'll see whether they can actually bounce back with that victory. However, our final day next week is going to be WE versus Vici, RNG versus IME, and LGD versus OMG. And RNG taking on IME. That is going to be an interesting one, honestly, because IME, look, there's hype, and if anyone can possibly put that hype in the bin, it's RNG.
Yeah, that's the sad reality of it. No, IME are definitely still a team that has a lot of potential, backing them up at the very least. The young side, RNG, probably going to show us if they can be dismantled and break them apart. If not, IME, very good team.
Yeah, and we'll see whether they can change things around, because, I mean, so far, especially if today has anything to say about it, the LPL is a fluid beast. And anything can happen. And it's just really great to see these veteran teams like Snake, like Invictus Gaming, that have always we've known that there is talent there. There are massive things that they are capable of, as Tank definitely demonstrated with a 4-0-13 performance on this Lissandra.
That he's a god.
Yeah.
But
And we know that they have the potential to be teams like this. And they're showing us that they can do exactly that.
That's funny. This whole tournament, this series was the LSPL battle, right? 2 young teams that have came into this, and they've both shown that they have experience to back it up after more than one split in the LPL. But you never really know which team's going to show up on the day, as the equilibrium swings as well.
Yeah.
Snake just overperformed.
I mean,
They were
Swift did
phenomenal.
steal a good Baron.
But this is the tank show. Like, this team fight was so just... Like, that Sonya's timing as well. Bleeding them out for everything that they were worth. Very much deserving that MVP performance. Martin would have been a close second, I think it's safe to say. Like, 10-0-6 and then some, I think, by the end of the game on that Lucian.
Yeah.
Lissandra set it all up.
Yep, set it all up, and he knocked them all down. Basically like a game of bowling, but looked absolutely beautiful while he did it. And I wonder whether this is going to mean that we're going to see a transition to Martin instead of Crystal. Do you think that Crystal could have done the same thing with the help that SOFM was able to give the team?
I think Crystal's got an aggressive streak deep within him that
damn right
always
he does.
comes out occasionally when he is fed.
Yep.
So Martin is more reserved and gets the job done. If you give those 10 kills to Crystal, he's probably going to find a way at 30 minutes in the game to jump into 4 people and lose that game, where Newbie would have picked up on it. So I think, you know what, keep Martin for now.
Yeah, or he jumps in at 30-minute mark and kills everyone and they win the game. So it's like, do we really want to speed it up, or do we want to guarantee a victory? And I have a feeling I understand what they're saying when they put Martin on and say, let's make sure that we're staying safe, keeping it clean.
I'll contrast that, though, by saying SOFM's just joined the team. And from what we can see from this guy, he's just dropping bombs on everybody. He's a little bit erratic. He's aggressive. He takes everything for what it's worth, and he bleeds the enemy out for every small detail. Put Martin in for a consistent factor, throw SOFM into the jungle for the wild card option, and kind of take it to the opposition. If they get rid of SOFM, maybe put Crystal back in to keep that random nature of the team.
Maybe keep that sort of undiluted aggression somewhere on the Rift. We don't know where it necessarily needs to be, but it needs to be coming out of somewhere. But I have a feeling that they're not going to be taking away SOFM, because that debut was brilliant out of the new jungler for Snake. And we questioned it. We were like, ZZR, he was playing well. The man was definitely someone that was able to facilitate the team very, very effectively. But he's just not the same as this level of unbridled aggression out of SOFM.
Yeah, I compared it to one of the LCK junglers earlier as well, just because he takes literally everything that he can from it. And I think if this continues from SOFM, he's going to be a top-tier jungler.
Yeah, he most certainly is. But ladies and gentlemen, that is going to bring us to the end of the week for our LPL this time around. Week 2 is now over, but Week 3 will be coming up on Thursday next time around. So on behalf of myself, Rusty, of course, Frosker and Fish for our earlier game, and our whole production crew, thank you so much for watching. See you next week.